Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 201 Overcoming Tribulation Formation, Master Returns. All the patriarchs and the great powers looked at each other, and then looked at Lui who was sitting cross-legged in the distance in astonishment. Feeling the mysterious aura emanating from Lui's body, the formation patterns and Daoguang gradually flowing, and also aware that the formation patterns on the entire square moved with Lui, the expressions of all the ancestors and Deneng were extremely complicated for a while. I got an epiphany. Little friend Lui's talent in formation is too amazing. After walking through the formation map, he suddenly realized it. The formation patterns on the ether formation diagram are used for our own deduction. This is the first time that the Supreme One Holy Land has been established for such a long time. It's a pity that this formation repair is not a monk from our Supreme One Holy Land. The ancestors of the Tai Holy Land had complex expressions. At this moment, Lui was sitting cross-legged, with the Dao voice circulating in his mind, and he began to use the formation lines on the Tai diagram to deduce the grand formation of transcending tribulation realm. This big formation is based on the truth of the formation that Lui has comprehended from the Tai diagram as a reference, and is deduced from the power he has mastered. Lui has mastered many kinds of power at this moment, the most powerful of which is the way of swordsmanship. Since this is the case, he naturally uses the way of swordsmanship as the basis. There are two books of Lui's Immortal Sword Dao, the Immortal Sword Manual and the Nine Heavens Sword Collection, both of which contain extremely exquisite sword power. The Immortal Sword Sutra is based on the principle that heaven and earth are immortal and sword intent is immortal. The sword intent is tenacious and immortal, while the Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Collection is based on the concept of soaring to the sky, passing through the nine heavens, and constantly breaking the limit. Both have their subtleties. In addition to kendo skills, there are also kendo techniques. The most subtle one is naturally the star-slaying immortal technique that uses the sword intent to attract the power of the stars. In addition, Lui also rewarded Tianhe who had crossed the realm of robbery before. Sword formulas are all subtle and inexplicable techniques. The core of the celestial scriptures and celestial arts lies in the power of laws, and it is quite difficult to express them in formations and patterns. Lui's attainment in the formation has not yet reached this level, and he can't do it casually, so he can only take some of the subtle parts and add it to the formation. As for the core, Lui chose the Tianhe Sword Ju, which is a kendo technique in the realm of crossing the catastrophe, and it is most suitable for using it as the core of the grand formation of crossing the catastrophe. Lui took the Tianhe Sword Ju as the core, supplemented by the exquisite and incomparable sword law, and added a little bit of secret technique and Taoism from the fairy scriptures, and began to deduce the grand formation. With Lui's deduction, the patterns of formations in the entire square are constantly changing. A series of mysterious and terrifying forces slowly escaped. This force is as vast and endless as an endless river, with a turbulent sword spirit, and sword shadows emerge in the sky along with the pattern. These sword shadows are densely packed, like a river of heaven flowing in the sky, covering the sky. Among them, these sword intents also contain unimaginable sharpness and incomparably tough power. With such power, even the ancestors of Duja in the distance were terrified and their faces changed drastically. This is the formation of the realm of crossing the tribulation. Little friend Lui unexpectedly realized the grand formation of crossing the tribulation with the ethereal diagram. The talent is unparalleled. At such an age and with such a cultivation base, it is really surprising that he can deduce his own grand formation. Even Lin Zhuyu's face was dull, as expected of brother Lu. With the continuous improvement of the formation, the stronger and stronger kendo breath and spiritual pressure spread. The monks in the entire Holy Land of Tai were shocked and looked in the direction of the Holy Land of Tai, very curious about what happened. There are also some strong people who have approached Tato for a while. Seeing that Lui was actually deducing the great battle formation, all the monks in the Holy Land of Tai were so shocked that their scalps went numb. As time passed, this epiphany lasted for a long time, for half a month, the patterns in the Tai diagram were constantly changing and deduced. After half a month, all the patterns were connected together to form a mysterious pattern covering tens of kilometers. This formation is extremely complicated, even the combined power and Mahayana power are difficult to fully understand, and the power contained in it is even more shocking to everyone. The ancestors of Duja stared blankly at the formation diagram. Successful. Little friend Lu, you actually successfully deduced the great formation of transcending tribulation. It's such a terrifying power, such a large formation, even the old man feels lingering fear, enough to threaten many monks who have crossed the tribulation. Hearing the discussions of the ancestors of Duja, all the powers are like petrification. Fellow Daoist Lu has just broken through to the state of fusion, but he can actually deduce a big formation that makes the ancestors feel dangerous. It's incomprehensible, it's incomprehensible. I can't even understand the lines. At this moment, Lu slowly opened his eyes, and there were streaks of lines flickering in his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted, and a smile appeared. It succeeded, and after spending so long, it finally deduced the great formation of transcending tribulation. With the end of Lu, Tai Yi too also returned to its original state. Lu has not reached the core area yet, and he still has a few days to comprehend in the Tai map. The opportunity is rare, so naturally he cannot give up. Lu continued to go deeper, and after 2 days, he finally reached the core area. The Taiji map was in front of him. Lu looked at the Taiji map. It was somewhat similar to the sky map. They were magic weapons of formations, but the Taiji map was much stronger than the sky map. After all, it was a fairy weapon. Lu sighed a little. If he had such an array immortal artifact as the Tai Yi too, he might have the hope of setting up an immortal array. In this way, in Tianming, Lu's strength is definitely the top group. Even in the face of Suxian, he has the strength to fight. It's a pity that he didn't get such a magic weapon. However, for Lu, the power of the law of formation is entwined on the diagram of Taiju, which can be comprehended. Before that, Lu glanced at the completed tasks. Task: Deduction Crossing Catastrophe. Reward: Improving Perception of Dao Formation, Array of Dao Law. Completed. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Lu naturally chose yes. The perception of formations merged into Lu's mind, and formations of Dao patterns appeared all over Lu's body again, and mysterious and incomparable formations of light flowed, and Lu's perception of formations continued to improve. Originally, Lu's understanding of the formation has been improving at an extremely fast speed after he continued to go deep into the picture of the Taiju, and after the deduction of the Duja Dao formation. At this moment, it has reached the point of crossing the tribulation formation. But at this moment, the perception of the formation path rewarded by the mission is amazing and profound. Lu's comprehension of formations improved again at an unimaginable speed, comparable to an epiphany. Such a rapid improvement, in the eyes of all the great powers and ancestors of the Holy Land of Tai outside the Tai diagram, is an epiphany. They are numb at the moment. An epiphany again. It's only been a few days, and little friend Lu has 2 epiphanies in a row. Is this still a human? Even the ancestors in the realm of crossing the catastrophe have been petrified. This is not the end yet. When Lu absorbed the perception of the Dao formation, he also absorbed the law of the Dao formation. This made all the patriarchs and powerful people of the Holy Land of Oneness terrified. This is the power of law. The law of formation. It's really the law of formation. Little friend Lu, in the picture of the great formation, actually realized a ray of law of formation? All the powerhouses in the Holy Land of Oneness were stunned. Having mastered the rules of the formation, little friend Lu already has the premise to arrange a fairy-level formation. In this way, as long as little friend Lu's cultivation breaks through to the realm of crossing the tribulation, wouldn't it be natural to ascend to immortality in the future, without any bottlenecks? All the powerhouses in the Holy Land of Tai were discussing with unimaginable shock. As an array cultivator, especially an array cultivator in the Holy Land of Array Deo, there are several ancestor-level existences in the transcending tribulation realm. They know best how difficult it is to realize the power of the law. And Lui, in the picture of Tai, had epiphany twice in a row, forcibly grasping the power of law, which made all the strong men in the Holy Land of Tai, including Patriarch Duja, stunned to numbness. Such a talent is simply born for the Deo. An old ancestor expressed the feelings of everyone. Lin Juyu no longer puts herself in the same position as Lui. At this moment, Lin Juyu looked at Lui with admiration in her eyes. If I can follow Brother Lu in this life and not be left behind too much by Brother Lu, maybe it will be enough to see a different scenery. It took a few more days for Lui to absorb the perception of the formation and the law of the formation, and the remaining time is not long. Lui raced against every second, and began to understand the power of the strands of Deo law on the Taiji diagram. Because he has mastered the law of the array, Lui's understanding of the array has surpassed that of crossing the catastrophe. It is just like this, for the power of the law on this wisp of Tai array map, Lui feels that it has opened the door to a new world. Various perceptions came one after another, which made his perception continue to improve. It is a pity that his realm has not yet reached such a point, and he cannot comprehend all these formation laws. In just 3 days, Lui's comprehension had reached a bottleneck, and the law of formations could not be achieved even a single %. This made Lui a little disappointed. He sighed softly in his heart, with my current strength, I can only reach this level, right? After all, this is different from the harvest of double cultivation and the comprehension of the task rewards. Although his own comprehension has reached an extremely powerful level with cups of enlightenment tea, after all, the cultivation base is there. With his own comprehension, he can reaching the realm of array of law is enough to shock an immortal, and it is a bit unrealistic to want more. Lui glanced at the picture of Taiju with some reluctance, but it was a pity for this fairy artifact. Just when Lui was thinking in this way, suddenly there were streaks of colorful brilliance passing by in the picture of Taiju. The next moment, he unexpectedly left the center of the square, turned into a beam of light, and landed in Lui's hands. Lui? Lin Juyu? The great powers and ancestors of the Tai Holy Land in the distance? The atmosphere was silent for a while, and everyone stared blankly at the picture of Tai Yi that fell into Lui's hands. Lui's scalp was even more numb. What the hell? This is too much of a picture, why did it fly into his hands? Others are a little silly. All the ancestors of the Tai Holy Land turned into streamers and came to the center of the Tai diagram, looking at Lui with strange expressions. Lui quickly explained, "Seniors, I didn't do this. It flew here on its own initiative. This is an immortal artifact of the Holy Land of the One. It is the foundation of Tai Holy Land. If the Tai Holy Land thinks that Lui wants to take the Tai Yi 2 away, it may be enough to drive the Tai Holy Land crazy. Even the immortal behind the Tai Holy Land will never die with Lui. This is a fairy weapon." All the ancestors were silent, with strange expressions. Lui coughed dryly, innocently, "Seniors? Do you trust me?" The ancestor who greeted Lui before looked at Lui and sighed, "Little friend Lui, you don't need to say anything, we all believe in you. Your talent in formation is so powerful, and your immortal weapon is so powerful, I'm afraid it's because you think you are qualified to be its owner. It's not your fault." Only then did Lui breathe a sigh of relief, as long as there was no misunderstanding. A group of ancestors looked at each other, their expressions changed, as if they were talking. Lui understood that they were probably using their spiritual sense to transmit sound. After a while, the ancestor who spoke looked at Lui, and slowly said, "Little friend Lui, this picture of Tai is an immortal artifact bestowed by the immortals of my sect, and it is the sacred object of my Tai Holy Land." Lui nodded again and again, "I can understand, "Seniors, don't worry, I won't take it away." Although the immortal artifact is precious, the array immortal artifact is also a treasure to him now, but Lui has not tasted enough to take away the treasure of others. Even if Lui had the confidence to leave with Tai Yaito, surrounded by so many ancestors, even so, he would not be able to do such a thing. The ancestor who spoke said with a slight smile, "Little friend Lui can understand best, and besides, if little friend Lui is willing to join my Tai Holy Land, this Tai map, my Holy Land is willing to hand over to Lui little friend for you to use as you like." "What?" Lui was really startled. "You know, this is Zhenzong immortal artifact. Even in the Holy Land of Xianzong, it cannot be used at will, it is used to suppress the existence of the background. Belongs to the sacred." Unexpectedly, the Holy Land of Tai was willing to let him use it freely. This is no longer a normal treatment, even the Holy Master of Tai Holy Land did not treat him like this. As far as Lui knew, the only person in Tianming who received such treatment was probably the vixen from the Nine Tails clan in the Northern Territory. She has received the inheritance of the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, and can be regarded as the master of King Kaiu, who can use the clan's immortal weapon at will. Not only Lui, but even the powerful people of Tai Holy Land and Linjuyu looked at the ancestors in disbelief, and they naturally understood what this meant. Such conditions are naturally very attractive, but Lui still shook his head and apologized. Lui has felt the intentions of the seniors, but Lui is not the kind of person who leaves the sect because of these things. "Thank you, seniors value it, and Lui is very grateful, but I'm sorry for the juniors' refusal." The ancestors were all stunned, looking at Lui in disbelief. An old ancestor sighed, "Can't such a condition make Lui's heart beat?" "That's all." Lui smiled apologetically. He knew how optimistic Tai Holy Land was to him if he could say such a condition, but unfortunately, he couldn't do such a thing as leaving Bianzong. "Thank you, seniors, for your attention. Although Lui cannot join the Holy Land of One, if something happens to the Holy Land of the One, you can come to the juniors for help. The juniors are willing to help." If this promise was made by ordinary fit monks, the ancestors and powerful people of Tai Holy Land would definitely not take it seriously, but it was Lui who said this, and even all the ancestors smiled. Since this is the case, if little friend Lui is in trouble, Tai Holy Land, will not sit idly by. An old ancestor also said the same. This is a picture, little friend Lui can come to comprehend it at any time. Hearing this, Lui's eyes lit up, and he smiled. He hasn't fully comprehended the law of formations on the Tai diagram. If he can comprehend it at any time, it will undoubtedly be a great opportunity for him. What's more, if the Tai Holy Land needs help, I'm afraid it's not a trivial matter. He can still issue tasks and get rewards. Think about it is very beautiful. Lui nodded again and again. In this case, Lui will not be polite. Lui returned the Tai map to the ancestors of the Tai Holy Land. Afterwards, a group of people left the square where the picture of Tai was located, and a group of powerful people invited Lui to live in the Holy Land of Tai for a few days. The hospitality was hard to come by, and Lui did not refuse, and came to live in Lin Juyu's mansion for a few days, and discussed with Lin Juyu, and gained some mission rewards. After that, Lui returned to Bianzong and started his daily practice. After breaking through to the realm of integration, Lui's cultivation speed also slowed down a bit. It took 5 years to break through the first level and reach the second level of integration. This speed was slow for Lui, but for ordinary fit monks, it was unimaginably fast. Only immortal bodies like Yun Xi, Jian Ruyu, and Lu Ningxuang, plus Lui's resources, could keep up with Lui's cultivation speed. And Donggong Minjiao was not left behind because Lui often pulled Chuangziu to open a small stove. After the appearance of the 9 Nether Abyss, the entire dawn seemed to have calmed down, and everything was peaceful. and the immortals behind the major immortal sect Holy Lands gave more and more cultivation resources, which greatly increased the cultivation speed of the descendants of the major immortal sect Holy Lands. At the beginning, only Tianlong Shenzi had extremely rich resources in the Eastern Territory, but now, almost all the saints and saints in the Holy Land of Xianzong have the same resources. Throughout Tianming, a large number of Tianjiao monks have emerged. Apart from the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect in the eastern region, the Tianjiao evildoers in other territories also have impressive achievements and spread throughout Tianming. Needless to say, the painting of King Kaiyu in the Northern Territory, it is said that she has almost completely absorbed the inheritance of the nine-tailed demon emperor, and is only one step away from the realm of crossing the catastrophe. She has been in seclusion for decades. An ancestor-level character. There is a Buddha in the western regions who shines brightly. With the cultivation base of the fusion realm, he kills the demons in the Mahayana realm with one palm, shaking the sky. The previous saint son of the Yushan Palace in the Central Territory went out and broke through to the state of integration. He fought against all the talents in the Central Territory and won every battle, which is equally astonishing. In the Southern Territory, there are flood dragons who are the heirs of the barbaric tribes, who are at the peak of tearing body, and they are equally terrifying. Wait, there are too many geniuses and monsters born. However, even such a genius would be compared in front of Liu Yi by the monks of Tianming, and they all felt a little inferior. After all, Liu Yi trapped the Mahayana Sea clan with formations in the Hollow Realm back then, and later there were even rumors that he had killed the Sea clan in the Mahayana realm. Now that Liu Yi has broken through to the fusion realm, he is considered to be the most cultivated of the younger generation. One of the individuals. Another well-known one is Jianruyu of the Excalibur sect. But everyone didn't think that Jianruyu could be Liu Yi's opponent. No one knows how strong Liu Yi who broke through to the realm of fusion is, but the monks in Tianming are very curious. On this day, Liu Yi was practicing in the cave, when suddenly he felt a familiar breath and opened his eyes suddenly. It was the breath of Peak Lord Ling Luo. Chapter 202 Beyond the Immortal Sword Immortal and Number 039, S Servant. Liu Yi showed a hint of surprise, his master finally came back. He has had a hard time these years. Without the number of epiphanies rewarded by master's preaching, Liu Yi's comprehension of the Nine Heavens sword collection and Yuma Hua's Hongjing was much slower. Even the cultivation of star-slashing immortal art and various skills has slowed down a lot. Now the master is finally back. No, I have to ask her to make up for it and preach to him for 100 days in a row. Liu Yi stepped out, traveled through the space, arrived outside the cave, and flew towards Ling Luo Peak. On the top of Ling Luo Peak, Liu Yi landed in front of the bamboo hut, and said, "Master, please see me." Soon, the door of the bamboo house opened, and an old woman with white hair came out. Seeing the white-haired old woman, Liu Yi froze for a moment, then felt a chill in his heart, and looked at her in shock. Liu Yi couldn't perceive the aura of the white-haired old woman at all. It doesn't mean that she is like a mortal, even if the white-haired old woman is standing in front of Liu Yi. If Liu Yi hadn't seen it with his own eyes, if he just relied on his perception, he would probably think that there was nothing in front of him. What kind of realm is this? One with heaven and earth? At this moment, a lazy voice came from inside the bamboo house. "You kid has become stronger again, and you sensed it just after I came back." Then a voice sounded from inside, "Grandma Yuanling, let him in." The old woman named Granny Yuanling glanced at Liu Yi with a very calm expression and no emotion in her eyes, and said, "Miss, who is he?" "Ah! He is my apprentice." "Apprentice?" Granny Yuanling's calm eyes showed a wave of fluctuation. She took a deep look at Liu Yi, and stepped aside. Liu Yi took a deep breath, glanced at Granny Yuanling, and then walked in. He was a little nervous. This Yuanling mother-in-law was too strong. Even when facing the immortal sword immortal, Liu Yi didn't feel the way he did now. The strength of this Yuanling mother-in-law may surpass that of the immortal sword immortal. Such a person is actually called Miss Master? Who is my master? Lui felt his scalp go numb, his thighs seem a bit thick. He walked into the bamboo hut, and saw that Ling Luo Peak Master was still lazily leaning on the bamboo couch. His white clothes were like snow, Ruyu's arms and thighs were exposed, and there was a trace of sleepiness on his pretty face. Seeing this scene, Grandma Yuan Ling frowned, and then snorted coldly, "Boy, don't look at my lady's jade body." Then she looked at Peak Master Ling Luo, "Miss, you have to be more careful." As she spoke, without any fluctuation, Peak Master Ling Luo's clothes flicked, covering her arms and thighs. Lui's head is full of black lines. What the hell is this old lady? Is he the kind of person who will look at his master's jade body? Well, it is. Lui admitted that he felt a little regretful. Ling Luo Peak Master frowned in dissatisfaction. "Grandma Yuanling, since you're not at home here, don't you need to be so serious? What's more, this kid is not an outsider." Lui was moved in his heart. "It's better to be a master." Granny Yuanling said, "But you are a young lady of the Yu family, and every move you make represents the image of the Yu family." Peak Lord Ling Luo said helplessly, "That's why I don't want you to follow me all the time. Why don't you go to Jiu Abyss to watch?" Granny Yuan Ling froze, and silently stopped talking. Lui glanced at Granny Yuan Ling who had fallen silent, and said, "Master, who is this?" Ling Luo Peak Master said, "After returning home, my family members are worried about my safety and sent someone to protect me." Granny Yuan Ling looked at Lui coldly, her eyes were very vigilant, as if it was a big problem if Lui and Peak Master Ling Luo said a word more. Sure enough, he is from Master's family, and it looks like he should be a servant or something. Even the servants have such strength. Lui was shocked. Seeing Lui pondering, Ling Lufeng smiled lazily and said, "Your boy came to the door as soon as I came back, so you didn't come to welcome me back, did you?" "Of course. I haven't seen Master for many years, and I miss him very much," Lui said solemnly. "Humph." The Yuanling mother-in-law snorted softly, and looked at Lui with cold eyes. Lui. Ling Luo Peak Master didn't care about Granny Yuanling's appearance at all, and said lazily, "Since you've arrived, let's go. I have to sleep as a teacher. I'm exhausted from this trip." The corner of Lui's mouth twitched, then he coughed dryly, and said, "Of course there are other things. I haven't listened to Master's teaching for a long time, and I'm quite disturbed, and I want to ask Master to give a lecture." Hearing this, the smile on Ling Luo Peak Master's face suddenly froze. She snapped her fingers, gritted her teeth and said, "Master just came back from a long journey, you kid don't feel sorry for Master's exhausted journey, and you still want to squeeze Master? Great rebellion! Great rebellion!" Lui's forehead was pounding, and he was covering his forehead, tears were about to come out from the pain. He was full of regrets in his heart. He was so stupid that he forgot that his master was a lazy dog. Generally, after staying at home for so long, I would definitely want to be salty fish for a while when I come back from the house. At this time, I came here to listen to the sermon. Isn't this being sent to my door to be cleaned up? Lui screamed again and again, "Master, this disciple is wrong." Ling Luo Peak Master was very puzzled, and flicked Lui's forehead again a few times, then threw Lui out with a wave of his hand, "Go back to my mother and practice hard." Lui only felt a terrifying force coming, and then his eyes blurred, and he returned to the outside of his cave. Lui was startled. It seems that his master's cultivation has improved a lot these days after he returned. Lui felt very sorry for not being able to hear the sermon, but he had no choice but to go back and continue practicing. In the bamboo house on the top of Ling Luo Peak, Granny Yuanling, who didn't speak anymore, walked over and closed the door after Lui was thrown out, looked at Ling Luo Peak Master, and persuaded, "Miss, what a noble person you are, why don't you accept disciples in a small place like Tianming?" Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at Granny Yuanling, and said, "Grandma Yuanling, you don't understand, this kid will definitely surprise everyone in the future." Granny Yuanling frowned, and said disdainfully, "Just a native monk of the Sky Star?" The arrogance of the entire Tianluo starfield is like a crucian carp crossing the river. There are countless people. I don't believe that an ordinary monk of Tianming can surprise me. Peak Lord Ling Luo smiled, "This kid can condense Dao Guang through his breakthrough now, he is born with shortcuts, and has even comprehended the power of laws." Hearing this, Grandma Yuanling's face changed slightly, and then she said, "For a monk born in Tianming, such an achievement is indeed extraordinary, but looking at the entire Tianluo starfield, there are also geniuses better than him, let alone our Jade Home. He is not worthy to be your disciple, Miss." Peak Master Ling Luo frowned and said, "Grandma Yuanling, my affairs are naturally up to me. When will it be your turn to discipline me?" Seeing that Ling Luo Peak Lord was a little angry, Granny Yuanling's face changed, and she bowed and said, "Miss, please calm down. I'm just worried that Miss will be deceived by others because of her kind heart. I won't say any more." "Humph!" Peak Master Ling Luo snorted coldly, "Lu Yi is my disciple, please respect him from now on." Granny Yuanling frowned, unwilling to speak, a mere mortal in the state of fusion. "Hey?" Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Granny Yuanling coldly. Granny Yuanling was silent, and then said, "Yes, Miss." Peak Master Ling Luo snorted coldly, and then muttered, "I'm so angry, I forgot to ask that kid for spiritual wine and spiritual food." She turned into a streamer, disappeared into the living room, and returned to the bedroom, only the voice stayed where she was, "The family sent you here to protect my safety, you just need to pay attention to the abyss of 9 serenities, and I will take care of the rest." Granny Yuanling bowed, "Yes, Miss." Seeing Ling Luo Peak Master returning to her room to practice, Grandma Yuanling took a deep breath, and took a deep look outside the door, in the direction below Ling Luo Peak. A month later, Lu Yi was obsessed with letting his master preach, and felt that now that it was over, he should not be beaten. And, then again, my junior sister and senior sister didn't know that the master was back, so I had to talk to them. After Lu Yi left the cave, he planned to find his seniors and sisters. However, as soon as he left the cave, Lu Yi saw an unexpected person. It was Grandma Yuanling. Granny Yuanling was standing outside the cave at the moment, looking at the Tianxing tree and Jianyuan tree outside the door, with a surprised expression on her face. After many years of cultivation by Lu Yi and Yun Xi, plus the use of 10,000-year spirit marrow and even spirit jade, the growth of these two fairy trees is quite good, and now they are almost 1 meter high. The aura is very strong. Star brilliance shone around the Tianxing tree, as if it contained a star universe, and around the Jianyuan tree, there were a series of mysterious and incomparable sword patterns flowing around, and began to release wisps of the power of the sword law. Watching the two fairy trees enlightened, both there is hope to realize the power of the stars and the law of swordsmanship. When Lu Yi came out, Granny Yuanling recovered from her surprise. When she saw Lu Yi, she froze for a moment, frowned, and then greeted, "So it's Mr. Lu Yi." Lu Yi didn't expect Granny Yuanling to call him son, raised his eyebrows, gave her a weird look, and then said with a smile, "Grandma Yuanling, why are you here?" Granny Yuanling said, "The old man is very quiet and wants to move, and he is attracted by the spiritual energy of the fairy tree." Lu Yi suddenly realized, and nodded slightly, the immortal tree is also an incomparably precious treasure for immortals. If there was only Granny Yuanling alone, Lu Yi would still be worried, but she is the master's servant, so Lu Yi didn't care. Granny Yuanling looked deeply at the two immortal trees, and sighed, "Miss really takes good care of Mr. Lu Yi, and actually planted the immortal tree at the entrance of your cave to increase the concentration of aura in your cave." Lu Yi was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Granny Yuanling strangely, "Grandma Yuanling, have you misunderstood? This fairy tree does not belong to master. Hey? Grandma Yuanling looked at Liu Yi in astonishment. Why did you say that, sir? Liu Yi smiled. The juniors got these fairy trees by chance, and they were all planted and cultivated by the juniors themselves. Of course, the master will sometimes come to take care of them. Hearing this, Grandma Yuanling slowly widened her eyes and looked at Liu Yi. You mean, this fairy tree belongs to Mr. Liu Yi? Liu Yi smiled and nodded, exactly. Grandma Yuanling, even if her cultivation base is strong, may even surpass Immortal Sword Immortal, but she is still very surprised at the moment, and she did not hide her surprise and disbelief. Mr. Liu Yi, Tianming is just a mortal planet, how can there be such a precious fairy? Trees exist? Don't deceive the old man. Liu Yi smiled, the ordinary planet may not have fairy treasures, right? I can only say that the younger generation is lucky. Grandma Yuanling was speechless for a while, but still looked at Liu Yi with some disbelief. Liu Yi didn't care either, he smiled and said, Grandma Yuanling, this junior is going to find senior sister and junior sister, so I'm sorry. Senior sister? Grandma Yuanling frowned, feeling a little bad. That's right, master is not only my disciple, but also a senior sister and a senior sister. Liu Yi laughed. Granny Yuanling's head was full of black lines, and her bad premonition came true. Liu Yi didn't care about Granny Yuanling's thoughts, he turned into Lu Guang, went outside the cave of Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu, and called them out. After telling the two of them, master came back. Hearing the news, the two were naturally pleasantly surprised, and the three went to Lingluo Peak together. Disciples Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiu, pay respects to master. The bamboo house was very quiet. With a calm expression, Liu Yi said, Master, this disciple has brought the barbecue of the Mahayana Black Water Flood Dragon. The next moment, an afterimage appeared in front of Liu Yi, it was Lingluo Peak Lord. She looked sleepy, rubbed her eyes with one hand, and looked at Liu Yi, where's the barbecue? The three of Liu Yi knew clearly about Peak Master Lingluo's lazy temperament, so they were not surprised at all. Liu Yi smiled, naturally, there is also good wine. Peak Master Lingluo's face was full of happy smiles, completely different from the black face when he threw Liu Yi out last time. She said cheerfully, you are worthy of being a master's good apprentice, come in. At this time, Grandma Yuanling had just returned, and she was stunned for a moment when she saw the joyful look of Lingluo Peak Master. Afterwards, Granny Yuanling turned her head to look at Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu. The moment she saw Lu Ningxuang, she froze for a moment, and instantly appeared in front of Lu Ningxuang, looked her up and down, and said in amazement, Immortal body. You know, even in the entire Tianluo starfield, immortal physique is extremely rare, and it can be regarded as a rare talent. Peak Lord Lingluo knew about it long before Lu Ningxuang came back from the Sea Clan battlefield, and Donggong Minjiu also knew about it, so it's not surprising. Both Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu looked at the old woman who suddenly appeared in doubt, and were extremely shocked. After all, they failed to notice the appearance of the old woman. Lingluo Peak Master yawned, and said, What's an immortal body? Granny Yuanling, you're making a fuss. Peak Master Lingluo introduced Granny Yuanling to Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu, both of them looked at Granny Yuanling in shock and greeted her respectfully. Afterwards, Lingluo Peak Master dragged Liu Yi and the three into the bamboo house, urging Liu Yi to bring out the barbecue and fine wine. Naturally, Liu Yi came prepared, after all, today he had to coax the master well, so that he could let the master preach to him later. During the banquet, Liu Yi kept toasting to Lingluo Peak Master, saying all kinds of good things. Master, I haven't seen you for decades, and you are getting more and more beautiful. How can disciple he to be fortunate enough to meet such a gentle, considerate, peerless, and unparalleled master like you? Both Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiao looked at Lu Yi strangely, they never expected that Lu Yi would say such nasty words. Even Grandma Yuanling, who was standing on the side, had black lines all over her head. She looked at Lu Yi with more vigilant eyes, frowned from time to time, and looked at Lu Yi with some disgust. She opened her mouth a few times, and then thought of Ling Luo Peak Master's order. She hesitated to speak. Ling Luo Peak Master was drinking wine, but he was delighted to hear it. His smile was very bright, and his expression was very smug. After eating and drinking, Lu Yi smiled and said, "By the way, my most respected peerless master, everyone is happy today, why don't you give a sermon to the three of us?" Ling Luo Peak Master? The smile on her face gradually disappeared, and she looked at Lu Yi quietly. "Drink well, you kids still want to preach for the teacher?" Ling Luo Peak Master said fiercely, with a face of reluctance. Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiao on the side looked at each other, looking forward to seeing Peak Lord Ling Luo. Donggong Minjiao smiled expectantly and said, "Master, I really haven't listened to your sermon for a long time." "Students too?" Lu Ningshuang nodded and smiled slightly. Ling Luo Peak Master had black lines all over his head, and he was very angry. "You two girls, you are actually on Lu Yi's side now. Is the teacher treating you badly?" "Master, how could it be? I haven't heard you preach for a long time, disciple." Donggong Minjiao has a sweet voice and can act like a baby. Lu Yi can't stand it every time, and Ling Lufeng is also hugged by Donggong Minjiao. The arm kept shaking. Lu Ningshuang also looked forward to seeing Ling Luo Peak Master, and said with a slight smile, "Master, this disciple is indeed not on the side of junior brother." Lu Yi looked at Master with a smile. 3-1, "Master, why don't you just talk about it?" Seeing this, Grandma Yuanling frowned and said, "Which disciple is so overstepping?" "Mr. Lu Yi, since Miss is your master, she naturally has her own ideas." Lu Yi's smile froze, and he glanced at Granny Yuanling speechlessly. Before he could speak, Peak Master Ling Luo said, "Grandma Yuanling, have you forgotten what I said to you a few days ago?" Granny Yuanling was taken aback, feeling very wronged. "Miss, I am speaking for you." "Grandma Yuanling, don't worry about the matter between our master and apprentice," Ling Luo Peak Master said. Granny Yuanling nodded and said no more. In the end, Ling Luo Peak Master still began to preach for Lu Yi and the three of them, and Lu Yi was satisfied. After the three of Lu Yi left, only Grandma Yuanling and Peak Master Ling Luo were left in the bamboo house. Peak Master Ling Luo had just finished speaking, and was lying on the bamboo couch like a salted fish. At this time, Granny Yuanling thought of something, and said, "Miss, Mr. Lu Yi said that the two fairy trees outside his cave are his own?" Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, and glanced at Granny Yuanling. "It's true, you don't think I gave it to you, do you?" Grandma Yuanling was silent, and she was also shocked. It turned out that Lu Yi hadn't lied. After Ling Luo Peak Master came back, Lu Yi felt more at ease, especially seeing Ling Luo Peak Master brought Granny Yuanling back. With such a powerful combat power in the White Cloud sect, Lu Yi felt full of security. He practiced with peace of mind every day, and his life was peaceful and fulfilling. In this way, time passed, and 30 years passed quickly, and Lu Yi broke through to the 6th floor of the body. On this day, shocking news reached Bai Yunzong. In Tianluo Mountain in Qinzhou, there are stars rising up into the sky, like a fairy descending. Thank you Sakura Mingfei for the reward of 1,500 points, thank you Men Bonfusion for the reward of 500 points, thank you Book Friend 20220727181642093 for the reward of 100 points, and thank the Boss of 08A for the reward of 100 points. Chapter 203 Tian Lushan Fairy Traces attracting everyone and number 039's attention. Tianluo Mountain, isn't that the legendary mountain in Qinzhou? Lu Yi was very surprised when he heard the news. Lu Yi had passed by Tianluo Mountain in Qinzhou before, and he had also heard the legend about Tianluo Mountain. Back then, when Liu Yi, Elder Ming, and Senior Sister were going to the Divine Sword Sect to participate in the Sword Dao Conference, they passed by Tianluo Mountain. On the way, Liu Yi also heard that a divine deer descended on Tianluo Mountain, destroying the domineering sects in that area and rectifying the order in Qinzhou. Originally, Liu Yi always thought that this was just a legend, but he didn't expect that there would be a change in Tianluo Mountain. Jian Ruyu said eagerly, "How about we go and have a look?" The news about Tianluo Mountain came from Jian Ruyu. Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao were also here. Lu Ningxuang glanced at Jian Ruyu, her pretty face was cold, then looked at Liu Yi, and said with a slight smile, "Junior brother, what do you think?" Liu Yi smiled, "After practicing for so long, it's not bad to go out and walk around." Donggong Minjiao's eyes sparkled, and she clapped her hands with a smile, "Then go, it's best to have Xianzhen this time." And now the villainous senior sisters, Sisters Ruyu and Sister Yungzi have all transformed into fairy bodies, and I'm the only one who hasn't transformed. When she said this, Donggong Minjiao pouted resentfully and glanced at Liu Yi. Liu Yi was a little embarrassed, after all, he had never received any lightning-related fairy treasures for his current mission rewards. There's nothing he can do about it. Liu Yi smiled, "Even if it doesn't happen this time, there will definitely be in the future. Liu Yi will become stronger and stronger in the future. At worst, he will find a chance to go to some places where the Thunder Dao is relatively strong, and he will eventually get mission rewards related to the Thunder Dao." Jian Ruyu was glanced at by Lu Ningxuang, she looked away a little guilty, and said with a smile, "Do you want to call Yun Xi?" Liu Yi shook his head, "Yun Xi is in retreat now, so I won't call her." "Okay then." The four of them turned into streamers, left Lingluo Peak, and flew in the direction of Qinzhou. Back then, when Liu Yi, his senior sister, and Elder Ming went to Shenjianzong, their strength was still weak, and it would take some time to go to Qinzhou. But now, under Liu Yi's training, not to mention Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang's two immortal bodies, even Donggong Minjiao broke through to the state of fusion not long ago. The four of them are all powerful, and their speed is naturally extraordinary. In less than a day, they flew to Qinzhou. As soon as he entered Qinzhou, Liu Yi felt the solemn atmosphere. A large number of monks came to Qinzhou from all over, and there were many powerful ones among them. A lot of strong people. Donggong Minjiao looked around in surprise. The strength of the four of them is not weak, and their mental power is also strong, and they can perceive a lot of aura at the level of power. Jian Ruyu raised his eyebrows, it seems that the movement of Tianluo Mountain has attracted many people. After all, the rumors about Tianluo Mountain involve immortal beasts, coupled with the previous vision, I am afraid that many people think that there is a fairy born. Lu Ningxuang said calmly. The four continued to move, and soon came to Tianluo City outside Tianluo Mountain. At this moment, there are a large number of powerful auras dormant in Tianluo City, and the whole Tianluo City is very lively with people coming and going. As soon as Liu Yi and the others came over, they saw an ancient white ship flying by in the sky. The ancient ship carried terrifying fluctuations, and the spirit pressure dissipated. The monks below turned slightly pale and looked up in horror. After seeing the engraved picture of the heavenly palace on the ancient ship, many monks' expressions changed. It's Yushan Palace. People from Yushan Palace are here. Yu Tiangong is too domineering, and doesn't take us seriously. It's Yushan Palace again. Obviously this is a fairy treasure from our eastern region, and they are here to make trouble again. Who said it wasn't? When the ruins of the Immortal Sword Sect were revealed last time, didn't Yushan Palace also come? At this moment, another golden brilliance flew quickly from the sky. It was a huge wooden fish with golden Buddhist inscriptions wrapped around it. On it were monks in linen robes sitting cross-legged with peaceful faces. Western Buddha land has also come. The handsome monk in the center should be the Buddha's son who killed demons with one palm a few years ago. The Buddha's light is so strong that there are Buddha wheels appearing behind his head. Liu Yi also saw a handsome and young monk sitting on the wooden fish. His eyes were closed, his face was peaceful, and the Buddha light around him formed circles of light. Sex. That Buddha son looks very unusual. Jianruyi raised his eyebrows and commented. Liu Yi also nodded, the monks who can move the sky are naturally monsters. Soon, there was another black magic light flowing, and a huge black palace crossed the sky. The palace was full of magic energy, with terrifying fluctuations, which made people jump in fear. People from the Heavenly Demon Palace in the western regions. They're here too. It's exciting now. The Heavenly Demon Palace and the Buddha sect are at odds with each other. They are old enemies in the western regions. I didn't expect that they would come here because of this fairy treasure. I'm afraid there will be a big battle. Tianlu Mountain is too lively. A few days ago, people from Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land, Excalibur Sect, and other Immortal Sect Holy Lands and great religions in our eastern region have come. Now monks from other great regions have also come here. I'm afraid this time have all the strong men of Tianming come here? This is a matter involving Xianzhen. Even the Holy Land of Xianzhong can't take it lightly. This is expected. The trouble is, if there is a big battle with so many powers, I'm afraid the whole Qinzhou will be devastated. In Tianlu City, a large number of monks were talking about it, their expressions fluctuated, they were curious about what the fairy treasures on Tianlu Mountain were, and they were a little worried, fearing that they would be affected by the fish in the pond. The four of Liu Yi entered Tianlu City calmly, and some monks also saw the four of them, and their expressions changed. It's Liu Yi. Liu Yi is here too. The ones next to him are the female swordsmen of the Divine Sword Sect, Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang, who is the other one? I don't know, but she is also beautiful and a peerless beauty. It seems that the rumors are true. Liu Yi is extremely talented and suave. While everyone was talking, they watched Liu Yi and the others fly into the city. Hearing everyone's discussion, many people set their sights on Liu Yi and the others. Liu Yi keenly felt several powerful auras, which were transmitted from the ancient boat, wooden fish, and palace. On the ancient ship of Yushan Palace, both the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden of Yushan Palace looked at Liu Yi. At this moment, their cultivation bases have reached the realm of Dongxiu, and their strength is extremely impressive. Beside the two of them, there is also a handsome young man with an aura like an abyss, a great power in the realm of fusion. He is the former Holy Son of Yushan Palace, with amazing strength and unsurpassed talent. The young man looked at Liu Yi's back, with mysterious Dao patterns passing by in his eyes, and said slowly, "He is Liu Yi? The Eastern region evildoer who killed the Mahayana Sea clan when he was in the Void Realm?" Shenzi Yushangong had a calm expression, nodded and said, "It's him." The pretty face of the Saintess of Yushan Palace was still as proud as before, and she said, "Dongxiu realm killed the Mahayana Sea clan with its own strength, I am afraid it is a rumor? The gap between Dongxiu and Mahayana monks is so huge, I don't believe it." The Holy Son in front of Yushan Palace shook his head, and said, "Even if it is a rumor, it is a fact that countless people have seen that he trapped the Mahayana Sea clan with formations, and it is very unusual. This time he came to Tianlu Mountain, it seems that he also wants to participate in the matter of fairy treasures." Yu Tiangong Shenzi frowned, with a solemn expression. There are a few old men beside them, the leading old man's aura surpasses that of the Holy Son in front of Yushan Palace, it is extremely terrifying, the surrounding space is distorted by him, he is an ancestor who has crossed the catastrophe. The Duja Patriarch looked at Liu Yi's back with some cloudy eyes, with a sharp look in his eyes, and said indifferently, "So what about the incomparable talent? After all, he has not yet become a fairy, nor is he invincible to Tianming. Xianzhen is rare in the world. It may not be born once in 10,000 years, and I, Yushan Palace, must get it. Whoever stops and kills whoever. Not even Liu Yi. A cold expression appeared on the face of the Son of God in front of Yushan Palace, and he said with a smile, "Just let me see how much of the rumors about Luyi are true." In the Tianmo Palace, a young man with his hands behind his back, looked at Luyi's back, and said to the Duja Patriarch of the Tianmo Palace beside him, "He is Luyi? I don't need to look for it, just a disciple of a small sect, have such a talent? Let me Dongfang Lu try it out, see if he can block my Supreme Demon Sutra." On the wooden fish, the Buddha slowly opened his eyes were pure gold, like a Buddha who is compassionate and merciful. He clasped his hands together, recited a sentence of Amitabha, and then said, "Is he the benefactor of Luyi? Huiming, what do you think?" An old monk beside him said slowly. The Buddha's golden eyes fluctuated slightly, and he shook his head slightly, "Master, Huiming is invincible." The faces of the old monk and the monk beside him changed slightly, and they glanced at Huiming. The old monk was silent for a moment, then laughed and said, "It seems that Luyi's benefactor did not gain his reputation in vain, but the matter of Xianzhen is very important, and our Buddhist sect has to do our best to fight for it." All the monks nodded. The four of Luyi were under the spotlight of everyone, and soon entered Tianlu city, and the news of Luyi's arrival spread throughout the city. As soon as Luyi and the others entered the city, streamers of light rose into the sky and flew towards them. "Brother Lu, long time no see." Tianlong Shenzi was smiling all over his face, the aura of the cave realm was surging, and the power of blood energy had not yet calmed down, and he was probably still practicing before. "Brother Lu, why don't you go to my Tai Holy Land to study the array these days? The ancestors are all talking about you." The Tai Shenzi said with a smile. Wang Qifeng and Feng Bumming also flew over, both smiling. "Brother Lu, long time no see." In addition, there was a beautiful woman who flew over, smiling like a flower, looking straight at Luyi. "Brother Lu, do you still remember me? This woman is the saint of Lei in Holy Land, Lei Tianyan." Jianruyu, Lu Ningxuang, and Donggong Minjiu all frowned and glanced at Lei Tianyan. Donggong Minjiu was the most irritable, muttering, "There's another vixen here to seduce senior brother." Although the voice is very soft, everyone is a proud figure, so they can hear it naturally. Tianlong Shenzi and others had strange expressions. The smile on Lei Tianyan's face froze, she gritted her teeth and looked at Donggong Minjiu. Donggong Minjiu is someone who is willing to suffer, she stared back indifferently. Luyi smiled helplessly, and said, "It's been a long time, everyone, since everyone is here, why don't we have a drink together? It's just right." Wang Qifeng nodded repeatedly. They all noticed that the atmosphere seemed a bit weird, and the atmosphere among the women was extremely terrifying. The group found a restaurant, ordered some spiritual wine and food, and chatted while eating. "Didn't you say that there are stars rising into the sky on Tianlu Mountain? Why haven't you seen them?" Luyi asked curiously. They flew over from Tianlu Mountain before, but they saw nothing but a lot of monks there. Luyi's spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful and terrifying. His spiritual consciousness has swept across the entire mountain range, and he has not found anything unusual. The monks who were investigating there were all average cultivation bases, and none of the strong ones were there, so Luyi and the others didn't stay there much, and came to Tianlu city first. "Brother Lu came late, so I don't know. The stars in Tianlu Mountain don't appear all the time, and they only appear every once in a while, and every time they appear at night. However, starlight appears more and more frequently. I heard from the ancestors that this is a sign that Xianzhen is about to be born." Luyi asked curiously, "Haven't you guys gone to the mountains to look for it? Why are you waiting here? If you can find it, wouldn't it be an advantage?" Hearing this, Tianlong Shenzi and others looked at each other in blank dismay. Then Wang Qifeng smiled wryly and said, "Who said they didn't look for it? When our divine sword sect first came, Ancestor Fang Tianyao led a group of elders to almost turn over the entire Tianlu mountain range, but no one found Xianzhen in the end. It's the same with our Tai Holy Land. Even at night when the stars are at its peak, we can't determine the location of Xianzhen. The ancestors think that there may be a large formation covering it, or it may be that Xianzhen is in a small world. No one knows the specifics. The son of the one is also talking. Liu Yi nodded slightly. No wonder, if they could be found, these people from the Holy Land of Xianzhong would not be waiting here. Everyone chatted a lot, and after drinking, they discussed again. At the end of the banquet, the Holy Son of Tianlong, the Holy Son of Tai and other Holy Sons and Saintesses invited Liu Yi and the others to the stronghold of their sect. In the end, Liu Yi and the others still went to Shenjianzong. After all, Jian Ruyu was a disciple of Shenjianzong. When he and Wang Qifeng returned to the stronghold of Shenjian Peak, Fang Tianyao's ancestor saw Jian Ruyu with black lines all over his head. You girls still know that you are a disciple of Shenjianzong. Going home, I haven't seen it for decades. Returning to Zhongmen, do you still have Zhongmen in your heart? Since leaving Shenjianzong and returning to Wenjian Villa, Jian Ruyu has not gone back. Hearing this, even Jian Ruyu was a little embarrassed, and smiled awkwardly. At this time, Fang Tianyao discovered something, his face changed, he looked at Jian Ruyu in astonishment, and then exclaimed, "The state of the body! You girl, you have broken through to the state of the body." Wang Qifeng on the side froze for a moment, he turned his head, and looked at Jian Ruyu with disbelief, the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. "Junior sister Ruyu, you actually said nothing to me? Have you broken through to the realm of integration?" Jian Ruyu smiled all over her face and said, "Old ancestor, look, am I cultivating hard? I am also working very hard at Asking Sword Villa." Fang Tianyao had doubts about his life, and kept muttering, "It shouldn't be. How could the resources of Wenjian Villa be comparable to my Excalibur sect? How did you do it?" Fang Tianyao looked at Jian Ruyu, then thought of something, and looked at Liu Yi next to him. Could it be because of little friend Liu Yi? Shuangziu. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Jian Ruyu calmly. Jian Ruyu was taken aback, she shook her head again and again, "Old ancestor, stop making such jokes. How is it possible? It's not double cultivation." Feeling Lu Ningxuang's gaze, cold sweat broke out on Jian Ruyu's back. "It's all the result of my own hard work. Of course, the perverted junior brother also gave me a lot of resources." Jian Ruyu continued to explain. Hearing this, Fang Tianyao glanced at Liu Yi, and sighed, "Little friend Liu Yi, Ruyu is a disciple of my Excalibur sect. I didn't expect to need your resources. This is too inappropriate." Liu Yi smiled and said, "This is what I should do." Fang Tianyao wanted to say something, but Jian Ruyu said, "Old ancestor, we are all tired, why don't you prepare a room for us first?" Hearing this, Fang Tianyao nodded, "That's true, just prepare a room for little friend Liu Yi first." Later, Fang Tianyao found a yard for the four of them and arranged for them to live there. Night. Liu Yi, who was practicing, suddenly felt something, opened his eyes suddenly, and disappeared into the room. When he came to the sky, he saw that the direction of Tianlu mountain was shrouded in starlight. There were strands of starlight flowing among the stars in the sky, turning into a beam of light, projecting on Tianlu mountain, covering the entire Tianlu mountain. The stars are shining and the scenery is gorgeous and charming. Except for Liu Yi, Jian Ruyu and the others also sensed it and flew out. In the entire Tianlu city, a large number of monks rose into the sky, looking at the stars in the sky. Is that the starlight on Tianlu mountain? It really is extraordinary. Jian Ruyu exclaimed. With such a vast starlight, it is not small to see the movement. Fang Tianyao also flew out, looked at the stars in the distance, and said, "Here it is again. Little friend Liu Yi, are you interested in going to Tianlu Mountain? Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile, okay. A group of people flew towards Tianlu Mountain. Liu Yi found that besides them, many other monks also flew in that direction. Liu Yi felt a lot of incomparably powerful auras, including those from the fusion realm, the Mahayana realm, and even the Transcendence Tribulation realm. Liu Yi glanced over and saw the Buddhist son of the Western region Buddhist sect that he met during the day, and also saw the holy son and daughter of Yushan Palace, as well as the Tianlong Shenzi and others. Although it is still impossible to find the fairy treasure, but now that the vision appears, no one will not be moved. Soon, everyone came to the Tianlu Mountains. The entire Tianlu mountain range is actually not too small, but for monks of the powerful level, they can walk around in a short period of time. A lot of great powers stood in the air, and the incomparably powerful spiritual consciousness spread, covering the entire Tianlu mountain. Under the great power, the monks in the realm of the whole, the realm of transforming the gods, etc., are all trembling unconsciously under such a terrifying spiritual consciousness. The same is true for Liu Yi. Together with Jian Ruyu and the other three, they wandered around the entire Tianlu mountain range, their spiritual consciousness surged, and they wanted to find out the location of Xianzhen. However, the entire Tianlu mountain range is shrouded in stars, making it difficult to find. At this moment, Liu Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had a bold idea. Chapter 204 Where is Xianzhen? The confidant is a monster. Liu Yi has learned a little deduction. Liu Yi had already calculated the location of Misty Island back then, maybe this time the deduction of Xianzhen can also be successful. Liu Yi did as soon as he thought of it, and performed a small deduction technique. There were mysterious and incomparable lines flickering in his eyes. He deduced the aura, starting with the stars scattered all over the sky, and began to deduce the location of Xianzhen. Following Liu Yi's deduction, there were mysterious and incomparable lights flowing out, and the three Jianruyu around them all noticed something and looked at Liu Yi. The three looked at each other. Lu Ningshuang said softly, "Your brother is deducing? We will protect him." Jianruyu nodded. However, not long after, Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, his face paled a little. There was a gleam of joy in his eyes, and he actually received something. After reaching the state of fusion, Liu Yi used the small deduction technique, and the effect was better than before, and even if it was a treasure of the level of deduction and Xianzhen, he could bear the power of backlash. Donggong Minjiao looked at Liu Yi, and said, "Brother, what happened to you just now?" Both Lu Ningshuang and Jian Ruyu looked at him. "Did you find anything?" Liu Yi smiled and said, "Come with me." All three nodded. Liu Yi turned into a streamer and flew in one direction. It didn't take long for them to come to the sky above a small peak that looked ordinary. Liu Yi looked around, raised his eyebrows, and said, "According to my deduction, that Xianzhen should be in this area." Hearing this, Jian Ruyu and the three of them all glanced at each other, with surprise in their eyes. "Really? Then let's look for it." Donggong Minjiao was gearing up. At this moment, several streaks of icy devilish energy slowly flowed from not far away and flew towards this side. A handsome young man with a head full of black hair, with strands of magical light shining all over his body, with a haughty expression, and several strong men, young or old, kept approaching. When they saw Liu Yi, they were taken aback for a moment, and then the young man in the lead had a sneer on his face, and said, "Liu Yi, I didn't expect to meet you here." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, looked at several people. "Who are you?" "Tianmo Palace, Dongfang Lu." The young man crossed his arms and looked at Liu Yi defiantly. Jian Ruyu on the side glanced at Dongfang Liu, a little surprised. "Young Master Tianmo of Tianmo Palace? It is rumored that he is extremely talented. When he left the customs a few years ago, he was already in the realm of the 6th level of integration, and he even killed a level 1 Mahayana Buddhist eminent monk." Hearing this, Liu Yi also raised his eyebrows, and looked at Dongfang Liu in surprise. So powerful? One must know that the higher the cultivation base, the greater the gap between each floor. To be able to kill the first floor of Mahayana on the sixth floor of the body, such a talent is rare in the entire Tianming, and it is definitely the top group. Dongfang Lu's magic light flowed around his body, and an icy look appeared, and he said, "Everyone says that Liu Yi, your talent and strength is the best in the sky, but I don't think so. Now that you have encountered it, why don't you show it to me? How strong is it?" Liu Yi was stunned, with a startled expression, pointing to himself, "You want to fight me?" Not only Liu Yi, but also Donggong Minjiu, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu were taken aback, looking at Dongfang Liu strangely. Seeing the strange expressions of the four, Dongfang Liu frowned and said with a sneer, "Could it be that you don't dare? It's not up to you." He stepped out, the magic light flashed, and a huge phantom appeared behind him. The phantom roared and raised its hand to suppress Liu Yi and the others. Terrible fluctuations of spiritual power emerged, and the surrounding stars were shaking. The brilliance of the stars strengthened the entire Tianlu mountain range. If it were in other places, such an attack would be enough to shatter the mountain range below, but at this moment the mountain range is intact. At this moment, a thunderous roar sounded. The next moment, a piece of thunder emerged and turned into a giant hand of thunder, facing the giant hand of the phantom. Boom! There was a roaring sound, the brilliance of the stars vibrated, and the terrifying aura fluctuations made all the monks in the Tianlu mountains change their expressions and looked over. The monks in Tianlong Holy Land, Excalibur Sect, Buddha Sect, and Xianzong Holy Land all showed expressions of astonishment. Heavenly Demon Sect made a move? Who is the opponent? One by one, the strong men approached this side. Even the monks with weak cultivation bases rose into the sky and looked around. The giant hand of thunder collided with the giant hand of phantom, and the purple and black light flashed in the light of the stars, and then dissipated at the same time. Donggong Minjiu had thunderbolts all over her body. She looked at Dongfang Liu angrily, and said, "It's too much to attack us without saying anything. Still want to fight my senior brother? This young lady can easily suppress you." Dongfang Liu looked at Donggong Minjiu who blocked his attack in astonishment, and couldn't believe it. "Who are you? You have such strength?" Not only Dongfang Liu, but also the strong men from the Heavenly Demon Palace nearby, and all the strong men in the distance were also dumbfounded. Who is this woman? She actually has the cultivation of the realm of fusion. It's more than that. It's just a cultivation base of the first level of fusion, but it can block the attack of Lord Tianmo. This kind of potential is even stronger than Lord Tianmo? Is it the fairy next to Liu Yi? Not to mention Liu Yi's own strength, his confidant is also stronger than the other. Jian Ruyu is a female sword fairy of the Divine Sword Sect, and she has a fairy body. The other confidant, the Wan Yun Xi of the Huasong is also a fairy body, even Lu Ningxuang is also a famous figure in the eastern region, and now this fairy who came out can actually fight against the demon prince. Hearing the monk's words, many people's eyes turned green with envy. These fairies are all beautiful and talented, and they all fall in love with Liu Yi. The way of heaven is unfair. You can't say that. Isn't Liu Yi's talent stronger? The whole realm can kill the Mahayana realm. Looking at the entire history of Tianming, he is also the first person. It is reasonable to be favored by such a proud girl among. Indeed, throughout Tianming, don't you know how many saintesses from the Immortal Sect want to accompany Liu Yi? When the general monks were discussing, those Mahayana and ancestor level figures were even more frightened at the moment. It's the domain of thunder, and it's not just a normal domain of thunder. I'm afraid it has already been completed. An ancestor of Yushan Palace looked at Donggong Minjiu with thunder flashing all over her body in shock. The field of thunder at the Dachan level. Even the old man has never mastered it, but a little girl has realized it. An ancestor of Lei in Holy Land's mouth twitched, with a look of doubt about life. Lei Tianyan at the side also looked at Donggong Minjia with a face full of astonishment, and muttered to herself, "This rude and stinking girl is so powerful." Lei Tianyan is still brooding about Donggong Minjia interrupting her communication with Lu Yi. Tianlong Shenzi took it for granted and said, "It is not ordinary to be my sister-in-law. It is normal to have such strength." Shenzi Tai at the side glanced at Shenzi Tianlong, sneered, and said, "Sister-in-law and sister-in-law's name is nice, brother Lu doesn't recognize you as a brother." "What?" Shenzi Tianlong raised his eyebrows, stared at Shenzi Tai next to him, and said coldly, "Brother Lu and I will discuss each other every few years, and brother Lu is even willing to preach for me. Let me explain the true Dragon Dao pattern. How can someone like you understand the friendship between brother Lu and me?" Hearing the words, the son of Tai sneered, "So, brother Lu and I also discussed formations, and brother Lu also explained the principles of formations to me. Why am I not as shameless as you? Lin Zhuyu, are you courting death?" Shenzi Tianlong frowned coldly, with killing intent circulating all over his body. The formation pattern of Tai Shenzi flickered all over his body, and he smiled lightly, "It's just a barbarian, if you have the ability to break into my formation." "Okay." Seeing that the two men were at war, the ancestors of the two sects had black lines all over their heads. Patriarch Longming and Patriarch Deng Zhongxing of Tai Holy Land looked at their best descendants speechlessly. Ancestor Longming said coldly, "It's not too shameful. If you want to follow little friend Lu Yi, you must improve your strength first." Tianlong Shenzi was very wronged and stopped talking. Wang Qifeng, Feng Bumming and other holy sons and saintesses looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong. "Wait. When did Long Aotian and Lin Zhuyu get so close to brother Lu? Why don't we know? Damn it! These two bastards actually got into the relationship with brother Lu without making a sound." "Qifeng, next time we go to Bianzong together, let's talk about swordsmanship with brother Lu." Feng Unknown said. Wang Qifeng smiled slightly, "Junior sister Ruyu is brother Lu's confidant. As junior sister Ruyu's senior brother, I have a good relationship with brother Lu. When I am free, I will also go to junior sister Ruyu to catch up with each other." Shameless! Everyone's heads were full of black lines, and they looked down on Wang Qifeng. Feng Bumming was even more indignant, "Traitor!" Lei Tianyan looked at the power of thunder around Donggong Minjiu, and fell into thought, and then said to herself, "Daoist Donggong has such a deep understanding of the way of thunder, maybe I should also ask her for advice." While the saints were thinking about how to get closer to Lu Yi and even the people around Lu Yi, the battle continued. Donggong Minjiu originally had an arrogant temper, lightning surged all over her body, and an incomparably terrifying coercion escaped. These years of double cultivation, coupled with the understanding of Lei Lingzhu and the constant use of enlightenment tea, Donggong Minjiu's improvement in the field of thunder has been quite smooth, and has already reached the level of perfection. It's a pity that there is a natural moat between the domain of perfection and the law. Even though Donggong Minjiu's domain of thunder has been completed for several years, there is still no progress at all, and the threshold of the way of law cannot be touched. Even so, the perfect level thunder domain is still extremely terrifying. Her black hair turned into dreamy purple hair, and her hair was flying, each hair was entangled with thunder light, and the thunder light all over her body was like pieces of purple gauze, draped on Donggong Minjiu's body. She stepped forward and said angrily, "Of course I am the brother's most beloved junior sister. Want to fight my brother? You are not worthy." A purple orb emerged from her hand, and an incomparably rich thunder emanated from the orb. Donggong Minjiu waved her hand, and the orb turned into a stream of light and shot out, fixed in the air, and several meters thick thunder rays shot out, densely packed with tens of thousands of rays, flooding the sky, and shot towards the demon sun. Young Master Tian Mo's face changed drastically, a top-grade spiritual weapon. This orb is a high-grade spiritual weapon created by Lu Yi for Donggong Minjiu, the purple spirit orb, which has a very powerful effect on improving the power of thunder, and is an extremely precious magic weapon for Donggong Minjiu. Not everyone has such treasures, even the Patriarch Duja, and even if young Master Tianmo is the descendant of Tianmo Palace, there is no magic weapon of this level. Young Master Tianmo roared, "Sky Demon Umbrella!" He opened his mouth and spat out a black umbrella, which hung in the air, and scattered pieces of magic light, protecting the demon boy inside. A streak of thunder light fell on the magic light, and the magic light kept shaking in an instant, and then the black umbrella dimmed, and a few cracks appeared on the handle of the umbrella. This made young Master Tianmo's pupil shrink, and roared again, "The supreme demon body!" The huge black spectre behind him raised his head and roared, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Donggong Minjiu. Donggong Minjiu's purple eyes flashed with thunder, and her hands formed seals, heavenly thunder curse. A series of purple thunder lights condensed into a huge curse mark, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the black phantom. Boom! The roar sounded, the power of the thunder of destruction shot out, the magic light flickered, and the black phantom roared angrily. The next moment, under the heavenly thunder curse, the body of the heavenly demon was shattered, the face of the heavenly demon prince turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the demon umbrella above his head also showed signs of collapsing, and the magic light dimmed. Not good. Seeing this scene, a Mahayana cultivator from the Tianmo Palace changed his face, and stretched out his hand, which turned into a black claw, and plunged into the thunder light, grabbing the Tianmo boy and the Tianmo umbrella. As soon as young Master Tianmo and Tianmo umbrella left Lei Hai, the devil's claws shattered directly. The power of thunder released by the purple Lingzhou far surpassed the imagination of the Mahayana monks of the heavenly demon palace, causing his expression to change. Seeing Lord Tianmo coughing up blood, the monks in Tianmo Palace all had ugly faces. And the monks who had been watching were even more shocked. Defeated. The heavenly demon lord, who is famous in the western regions, lost so quickly. It's only been a few rounds of confrontation. This fairy's strength is too strong. It's only one level of fusion, but it can actually defeat the demon son of the 6th level of fusion. Everyone's discussion made the monks of Tianmo Palace even more embarrassing, their faces were all ugly, and the face of Tianmo's son was even paler. Donggong Minjiu put her hands on her hips, extremely proud. "Humph! I just said that you can't even beat me, and you still want to fight my senior brother? Don't you think highly of yourself?" The Mahayana monk who made the move before had a cold face, looked at the fierce Donggong Minjiu with his hands on his hips, and said coldly, "Young man, you are too harsh. I will discipline you well today." While speaking, the Mahayana cultivator reached out, and a huge black claw reached down from the sky, and grabbed towards Donggong Minjiu. The terrifying coercion caused Donggong Minjiu's face to change slightly. This Mahayana cultivator's cultivation is sufficient for the 6th level of the Mahayana, and his strength is extremely astonishing. Even if Donggong Minjiu has mastered the thunder field of the perfect realm, the gap in cultivation is too huge, and even she feels invincible. At this moment, a Qingyu sword sounded, and a sword light as white as jade flashed across the sky. The next moment, a jade-colored brilliance rushed out of the huge black claw, shattering it. Jianruyu didn't know when she appeared in front of Donggong Minjiu. She had a pretty face with a tinge of heroism and was extremely cold and stern, with a calm aura around her. Looking at the powerful Mahayana who made the move, she said, "What qualifications do you have to discipline me, Sister Minjiu?" The face of the Mahayana power changed, and he felt a chill coming from his back. Obviously Jianruyu didn't have the slightest breath flowing, but he felt a sword fell on his neck. The Mahayana master of Tianmo Palace looked at Jianruyu in disbelief, his eyes full of vigilance. All the great powers and ancestors who were watching around also changed their faces suddenly. It's such a strong sense of oppression. What's the matter with this little girl? She's so powerful? Even the old man feels a little bit of danger. A great power at the peak of Mahayana frowned. Hearing this, many monks were dumbfounded. You must know that this is the pinnacle of Mahayana, and if there are no ancestor-level figures, they are already Tianming's top figures. Jianryu can actually bring a little danger to such a character. One can imagine how powerful Jianryu is now. Ancestor Fang Tianyao and Elder Dingqing of the Divine Sword sect looked at Jianryu in the field, their eyes were shining, and they nodded repeatedly. Dingqing praised, "Girl Ryu's strength is already comparable to the old man's. It's really unimaginable." Ancestor Fang Tianyao smiled and said, "Okay. Okay. Ryu is so lucky to follow little friend Liu Yi, and now she has such strength." Seeing Fang Tianyao's complacent look, the ancestors of the other Eastern Immortal Sect Holy Land gritted their teeth with envy. Long Ming said coldly, "Jianryu's strength is not due to your Divine Sword sect. What are you proud of?" "But girl Ryu is a disciple of our Divine Sword sect." Deng Zhongxing said quietly, "So what if he is a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? I heard that Jianryu hasn't returned to the Divine Sword sect these years. Has he stayed by Liu Yi's side?" "But girl Ryu is a disciple of our Divine Sword sect." "Many ancestors?" They looked at Fang Tianyao with black lines all over their heads. "Fang Tianyao, can't you change the words? But girl Ryu is indeed a disciple of my Divine Sword sect. With her talent, I'm afraid she will be able to ascend in a few years. My Divine Sword sect will have another immortal." Fang Tianyao said with a smile. The faces of the other ancestors were dark and they didn't want to speak. In the direction of Tianmo Palace, all the strong men frowned, and the next moment, another middle-aged man in the Mahayana realm walked out, with a flash of magic light, and with a terrifying magic power, he pressed towards Jianryu. "Junior, the strength is very strong, but my Tianmo Palace is not so easy to talk about." At this moment, wisps of cold mist emerged, and the speaking middle-aged man in the Mahayana realm only felt that his body gradually felt a little stiff. His pupil shrank, and he looked at Lu Ningxuang who was standing beside Jianryu, with a look of shock in his eyes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, and she said, "Minjiu is my junior sister, if you want to discipline, I can only discipline you." Donggong Minjiu's head was full of black lines. But others were startled. "Here comes another one. What a terrifying breath, not weaker than Jianryu." All the monks were shocked. What magic power does little friend Liu Yi have? Why are all his confidant monsters? Patriarch Longming was shocked. And the saintesses in the Holy Land of Xianzong looked at Liu Yi with even hotter eyes at this moment. But in Tianmo Palace, a group of monks had stern faces, frowning, and looked at Lu Ningxuang and Jianryu solemnly. Then, they looked at Liu Yi with even more fear. Even a confidant has such strength, what about Liu Yi himself? How strong is he now? Thank you 202211032309599475 for the reward of 1500 points. Chapter 205, Tianmo Palace, Xianzhen was born. Humph! It seems that my heavenly demon palace has not made a move for a long time, and the world has already forgotten our methods. An icy voice sounded, and in the heavenly demon palace, a transcending tribulation patriarch slowly flew out. There were streaks of mysterious magic light flashing all over his body, and the terrifying coercion slowly dissipated. The expressions of the surrounding monks changed one after another. Patriarch Duja is going to make a move. Patriarch Duja actually wants to participate in the battle between the juniors. The heavenly demon palace is really shameless. At this moment, a ray of sword light crossed the starlight at an extremely fast speed, and slashed towards the ancestor Duja of the Tianmo Palace. The terrifying power caused even the starlight on the mountains to fluctuate violently, making it difficult for the mountains below to maintain their original shape, with tiny cracks appearing one after another. The face of the patriarch of the Tianmo Palace changed slightly, he reached out and slapped out his claws, and greeted Jian Guang. Boom! There was a roar, and the starlight flickered. The patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Palace took a step back, his eyes were filled with dark magic light, and there were streams of black smoke slowly overflowing, looking at the direction of the sword light. It was in the direction of the Divine Sword Sect. Fang Tianyao's face was cold, and he was holding a seemingly ordinary long sword, and the sword intent in his body had not yet dissipated. He sneered and said, "Old man, I haven't seen you for many years, but you are still as shameless as ever. How dare you participate in the fight of the younger generation?" The old man's face was cold. "Fang Tianyao, are you going to stop me?" Fang Tianyao sneered and said, "Ruyu is the successor of my Excalibur sect, and little friend Liu Yi is a distinguished guest of my Excalibur sect. You old bone, do you want to fight my Excalibur sect?" Patriarch Longming also stood up, grinning grinningly, his whole body was filled with energy and blood. "Old man, I haven't fought for many years, why don't we fight one?" The Patriarch Deng Zhongxing of the Holy Land of Tai also had formations flowing all over his body, looking at the elder demon. Not only the three Immortal Sect Holy Lands, Lei Yin Holy Land, Taiwang Sword Sect, and other major Immortal Sect Holy Lands and the ancestors of the Great Sect are all breathing, looking at the elder demon. "Old man, what is it to embarrass the younger generation? Why don't you practice with us?" Yuan Laomo's face changed, and he looked at the ancestors of the Eastern Region sect in disbelief. "You all want to protect this junior. Here are almost all the high-level leaders of the powerful sects in the Eastern Region, and they want to protect Liu Yi. Not only Tianmo Palace, but even Yushan Palace, Buddhist sect, and monks from other major sects all changed their expressions, looking at Liu Yi with a more dignified expression. With such a background, it would be very difficult to move him. Liu Yi's heart warmed when he spoke to the ancestors. Although he didn't need help, judging from the cultivation of the ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Liu Yi himself was sure to defeat him now. It won't even be too difficult if you go all out. But these ancestors don't know. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and the magic light was flowing all over Yuan Laomo's body. He glanced at Liu Yi, who had a calm expression, and said slowly, "Humph. I, Tianmo Palace, have recorded this matter." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and said to himself, "I want to kill all the monks in Tianmo Palace." Task: kill all monks in Tianmo Palace. Rewards: low-grade fairy device Wanmo Bell, body training fairy book 9 turns of heavenly demon body, Xianzhen true demon crystal. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Nice reward. Liu Yi silently accepted the task, and smiled at Fang Tianyao and the others. "Thank you seniors for your concern, the juniors can handle it by themselves." Hearing this, all the monks were taken aback, even Fang Tianyao, Long Ming and the others were stunned. They looked up at Liu Yi, a little inexplicably astonished. "Little friend Liu Yi, are you planning to handle it yourself?" Long Ming asked in disbelief. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "Well, since Tianmo Palace has something to think about us, it's better to solve it on the spot, so as not to be missed." This was a response to what Yuan Laomo said before, which made Yuan Laomo's face darken suddenly, and he stared at Liu Yi firmly. He sneered again and again, well, what a Liu Yi! He is so arrogant, even if he is in the realm of one body, even if he is extremely talented, he is nothing but a genius who died young." Liu Yi's expression was calm, he just smiled, and he stepped out, with formations flowing around his body. The mysterious formations surrounded Liu Yi's body, and then rose into the air, turning into a formation with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. As soon as the formation diagram appeared, terrifying and incomparable sword power escaped, and streaks of silver sword light emerged from the formation diagram, like pieces of silver rivers, extremely terrifying. Even the elder devil's expression changed at this moment, and he watched the formation vigilantly. Crossing Tribulation Formation. Patriarch Long Ming, Patriarch Fang Tianyao and other powerhouses all had complex expressions. The former saint son of Yushan Palace looked at the formation diagram in the distance, with a shocked expression. The great formation of transcending tribulation? How is it possible? In the realm of integration, how can such a great formation of transcending tribulation be depicted out of nothing? Although Yushan Palace itself is not as specialized in fighting Dao as in Tai Holy Land, it is still proficient. At the beginning, Lu Yi obtained the inheritance of Array Dao from the monks of Yushan Palace. As the supreme arrogance of Yushan Palace, the vision of the former holy son of Yushan Palace is naturally extraordinary. Just because of this, he is even more unbelievable. The contemporary son of Yushan Palace also had a stiff expression, and the saintess even opened her mouth and widened her eyes. The arrogance on her face disappeared without a trace. The other monks were equally dumbfounded. No wonder Lu Yi dared to challenge Patriarch Du Ji. He refused the help of all the ancestors of the sect. I thought he was a little ignorant. It seems that I am superficial. This evildoer has really grown up, and now he has the capital to challenge the ancestor Duja. I'm afraid Suxian will not come out, and no one can suppress him. All the monks present, only the monks of the Holy Land of One, had a calm expression. After all, it was Lu Yi who realized the tribulation crossing formation in the Tai diagram at the beginning. Deng Zhongxing, Tai Shenzi, and others had witnessed Lu Yi's deduction of the tribulation crossing formation. Yuan Laomo looked at the surging Jianhe solemnly, with a cold expression, and looked at Lu Yi. No wonder you dare to speak so brazenly. The old man admits that your formation skills are extraordinary, but if you want to rely on this big formation to challenge the old man, it would be a bit too much early. He took a step forward, and the magic mist emerged from his body, transforming into a supreme demon body. This demon was thousands of meters tall, far exceeding the demon body of the previous demon son. The elder demon let out a low cry, and the next moment the demon body roared, and its huge palm slapped towards the formation, intending to shatter the Tianhe sword formation directly. Lu Yi smiled. There were streaks of patterns flowing in his eyes, and endless rivers of swords shot up into the sky, facing the huge palm. Boom boom boom! There was a roar, the demon body collided with the long sword, the aftermath raged, and the starlight fluctuated. The two sides were deadlocked. At this moment, Yuan Laomo sneered, the supreme heavenly demon body is like the old man's incarnation outside his body. Even without the heavenly demon body, the old man's own strength is equally strong, but if there is no sword formation, Junior, what are you? The magic light flowed all over Yuan Laomo's body, disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared in front of Lu Yi, with endless magic lines in his palm, and slapped Lu Yi's head, wanting to slap Lu Yi to death. However, Lu Yi's expression was calm, and the sound of Qing Yu's sword resounded throughout the world. All the monks present only felt that the whole world had changed. Except for the power of the sword, the power of other avenues was excluded and infinitely attenuated. The old man felt the most. He only felt that the power of the magic way between heaven and earth had become extremely weak, and he could hardly perceive it. Even the strength of his shots has weakened a lot. The face of the old man changed, and he screamed in disbelief, the power of the law. Lu Yi smiled, the answer is correct, there is no reward. A silver-white sword light flashed across the body of the elder demon. The old man's body froze in place, and the next moment, endless silver light erupted from his body, twisting the old man's body into a cloud of blood mist, which slowly dissipated. Even the primordial spirit could not escape. The air between the heaven and the earth was dead silent all of a sudden. Everyone stared at the slowly dissipating blood mist, even Fang Tianyao and other ancestors couldn't believe it. Dead? The patriarch of the majestic heavenly demon palace is actually dead? Laws. Lu Yi actually mastered the power of the law of swordsmanship. This is the power that only immortals can master. He actually mastered it in the realm of fusion. What kind of monster is this? Many monks were discussing and horrified. The group of ancestors saw more. Ancestor Longming's eyes flickered, and he said, "The old man underestimated little friend Liu Yi too much. If he wasn't close, even if he was disturbed by the power of law, he could still dodge that sword. However, even so, Yuan Laomo may not be the opponent of little friend Liu Yi. That sword used the power of the law of swordsmanship. If I guessed correctly, it was swordsmanship and immortality." Fang Tianyao, the sword cultivator of the realm, his perception of the way of the sword is far from what other monks can match. The shock in his eyes has not dissipated, and he slowly said this. Many ancestors looked at each other and fell silent. In the state of fusion, mastering the laws of the sword, not to mention, even comprehend the magic of immortality. Little friend Liu Yi is really. In the whole Tianming, there has never been such a character. Deng Zhongxing said slowly. After Liu Yi's ascension, I'm afraid it won't be the limit. With his talent, he may surpass all the strong and evil spirits in Tianming in the future. The eyes of the monks flickered. The ancestor of Yushan Palace looked solemn, looked at Liu Yi in the distance, and fell silent. Shenzi Yushangong asked, "Old ancestor, what should we do?" The corner of Yushan Palace patriarch's mouth twitched. If Xianzhen is born, everyone will fight for it, and we Yushan Palace can't count against him, why not? The holy son in front of Yushan Palace shut himself up. The law of swordsmanship, the great formation of transcending tribulation, is he so powerful? The patriarch of Yushan Palace glanced at him, and slowly said, "A character like Liu Yi, Tianming has never appeared before. Even if you look at the entire Tianluo starfield, he is at the top. Even if it is those immortal stars, he is probably also a monstrous character, you don't have to compare with him." Yushan Palace has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and they have learned more information than many holy places of Xianzong. They all know something outside of Dawn. Only in this way can they understand how strong Liu Yi's talent is. Perhaps only those powerful immortal star families have such characters. The eyes of the ancestor of Yushan Palace flickered, and he said, "Perhaps he also has the support of powerful immortals behind him." As the sacred place of Xianzong, although Yushan Palace is domineering, it is not without brains. Faced with Liu Yi's performance, even the ancestors of the transcending tribulation realm can hardly be calm, let alone deliberately hostile. In the direction of the Buddhist sect, the eminent monk in the realm of crossing the catastrophe folded his hands together. "Amitabha, Liu Yi's benefactor kills the devil, and there is great merit." His voice was not calm, but also tinged with shock. Monk Huiming's golden pupils fluctuated, and he clasped his hands together. "Amitabha, the strength of Liu Yi's benefactor, even the little monk's Buddha eyes can't see through him. He seems to be in a fog. Even now, I'm afraid he may not be at his full strength." This shocked all the Buddhist monks and looked at Liu Yi. The eminent monk who crossed the catastrophe said, "The benefactor Liu Yi is a person with the root of great wisdom, and he has a predestined relationship with my Buddha." The other monks also chanted Buddhist words and bowed their heads in agreement. In the direction of Tianmo Palace, seeing that their ancestor had died unexpectedly, all the powerful people in Tianmo Palace were horrified, filled with grief and indignation, and stared at Liu Yi. "Liu Yi! You killed my ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Palace. My Heavenly Demon Palace will never let you go." The monk of the Heavenly Demon Palace at the peak of Mahayana roared fiercely. While speaking, the cultivator of the Heavenly Demon Palace took out a black token and planned to use it, and the surrounding space distorted accordingly. This is the secret treasure of space teleportation. At this moment, a series of mysterious and complex patterns emerged, covering the Heavenly Demon Palace. The originally distorted space calmed down, and the token lost its power. This shocked all the monks of the Heavenly Demon Palace, and looked at the formation in the sky in astonishment. How is it possible? How could the transfer order of my Heavenly Demon Palace be invalid? All the monks of the Heavenly Demon Palace showed horror on their faces. This is not an ordinary teleportation talisman. Even if it blocks the space, this teleportation order has enough power to break it. Liu Yi smiled and said calmly, maybe your secret treasure is not weak, but it would be a bit of a dream to walk in front of me. Liu Yi has mastered the small void technique, and starting from the small void technique, he has a deeper understanding of the ancient space patterns that he observed from the Donglan historical site. The current Liu Yi can create an extremely powerful space formation. Since he can break through the space, he can naturally block it. In addition, this area is very abnormal. Under the shroud of starlight, even the battle of transcending tribulation realm cannot destroy the entire mountain range. It is conceivable how strong the space here is. As long as Liu Yi interferes casually, it will easily let that secret treasure failed. Afterwards, with the thought in Liu Yi's mind, a large number of long swords rushed out from the Tianhe sword formation, turning into streamers of light, engulfing all the monks in the Heavenly Demon Palace, including the Heavenly Demon Lord. The power of the Tribulation formation was hard to resist even the monks at the peak of the Mahayana. There were only a few screams, and then all the monks were twisted into fly ash by the sword light. All the monks in Tianmo Palace died. All the monks stared blankly at the location of the disappeared monk from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Something has happened. Fang Tianyao said slowly. The other monks also nodded. Liu Yi killed the ancestor of Tianmo Palace and so many powerful people, and even the future successor of Tianmo Palace died. Tianmo Palace will never let it go. Little friend Liu Yi's talent is unmatched, and his combat power is so powerful, but the Elder Demon is only the fourth floor of the Tribulation Transcendence. The Heavenly Demon Palace definitely has a more powerful ancestor of the Tribulation Transcendence, and there may even be old immortals in the virtual fairyland. It may not be able to stop it. Patriarch Longming also had a serious expression. Deng Zhongxing snorted coldly, what happened this time is that the Heavenly Demon Palace did something wrong. The demon sect from the western regions dared to be so arrogant when they came to our eastern region. They deserved to be beheaded if they wanted to attack my talented junior from the eastern region. If Tianmo Palace dares to make a fuss about it, no one in the sect in the eastern region will succeed. Old Ghost Deng is right. Little friend Liu Yi is a distinguished guest of my divine sword sect. If the Heavenly Demon Palace dares to embarrass little friend Liu Yi, my divine sword sect will never agree. Fang Tianyao also nodded. All the Immortal Sect Holy Lands in the eastern region spoke out one after another, which made the powerful forces in other great regions look at each other in blank amazement. No one expected that Liu Yi would have such a big face. Liu Yi also heard these words, but he wasn't really worried. Even if it is a boss of the Heavenly Demon Palace in the Immortal Realm, if he dares to come to the Baiyun sect, he will be killed? My master wouldn't let his handsome and suave disciple be bullied, would he? If the master does it, what is Suxian? Even if the immortal behind the Tianmo Palace came out, Liu Yi didn't panic at all. In the worst case, I would hide in the Baiyun sect and not come out. I will talk to the immortals of the Heavenly Demon Palace after I ascend to immortality. However, with so many sects in the eastern region standing by his side, Liu Yi was still a little moved. He smiled at Fang Tianyao and other ancestors. Thank you for your care, seniors. Liu Yi is very grateful. Ha ha ha, this is something wrong with the Heavenly Demon Palace. Don't worry, little friend Liu Yi, my sect in the eastern region is not easy to bully. Fang Tianyao said with a smile. A crowd of Immortal Sect Holy Land expressed their opinion, so that the monks around did not dare to say much. At this moment, the surrounding starlight suddenly became much more intense, and an incomparably mysterious aura appeared from this mountain range area. All the monks were taken aback for a moment, and the next moment, all the monks widened their eyes and exclaimed again and again. Is it Xianzhen? Xianzhen is about to be born. Where? It seems to be in this area. All the monks became restless. This is Xianzhen. If you get it, not to mention anything else, it is enough to turn an ordinary person into a cultivation genius. If you were originally a genius, you could even go one step further. Ascension to immortality would no longer be a dream. Even in the holy lands of the great immortal sects, at this moment, every strong man is full of energy, and his eyes are sharp. If it is obtained by the holy land of Xianzong, with the background of the holy land of Xianzong, it is very likely to create an immortal. The next moment, the brilliance of the stars flowed, and an incomparably bright starlight descended from the sky. Even in a piece of starlight, it was extremely dazzling. This starlight stayed on an inconspicuous small peak, which happened to be not far from where Luyi was before. Luyi's head was full of black lines, so meow, he had just deduced the location of Xianzhen, but he didn't expect the monks from Tianmo Palace to come over, and then greeted all the monks. If it wasn't for the monks of Tianmo Palace, he might have found Xianzhen and ran away with Xianzhen. Blame the disciples of the heavenly demon palace. Looking at the ray of starlight, Luyi only felt a pang in his heart. With so many strong people, even Luyi dare not say that he can securely snatch Xianzhen. As the starlight fell, the void at the top of the small peak fluctuated, as if a star was shining in it. Xianzhen is about to be born. Chapter 206 Immortal Deer Cubs, and then Beheaded Ancestors. Everyone was staring at that mountain peak. Above the mountain peak, the star was shining, as if it had turned from nothingness to reality from another time and space, rising from above the mountain peak. When Xianzhen rose into the air, turned into a star, and completely transformed into a real entity, everyone was restless. The ancestor of Yushan Palace's body was full of aura, and the breath of crossing the 8th floor of the tribulation emerged. He seemed to pass through the void, and rushed towards the star in an instant, and said in a low voice, "This fairy treasure belongs to Yushan Palace." The patriarch of Yushan Palace reached out with one hand, turned into a giant white hand and grabbed the stars. However, when the giant white hand just touched the star vibrated slightly, and the next moment, the expression of the ancestor of Yushan Palace changed drastically. The giant white hand crumbled, and a terrifying force emerged. The body of the ancestor of Yushan Palace was cracked, and he flew upside down on the spot, blood spilling all over the sky. The faces of the ancestors of the Immortal Sect Holy Land behind them changed drastically, they stopped their rushing movements, and looked at the star in astonishment. "This thing is alive!" Ancestor Fang Tianyao said in surprise, his eyes flickering. At this time, everyone also felt an incomparably exuberant vitality emerge from that star. The brilliance of the stars became brighter and brighter, and a terrifying aura emerged, almost suppressing all the monks. The monks under the hole coughed up blood again and again, and the weaker ones couldn't even maintain the flight, so they landed directly from the air and fell limply on the ground, trembling constantly. Comparable to Suxian. The ancestors were inexplicably horrified. Even Luyi felt the terrible coercion, his chest was heavy, he took Lu Ningxuang and the other three back again and again, looking at the star vigilantly. Everyone didn't dare to go forward, after all, this Xianzhen seemed to have life, and her strength was extremely terrifying. The ancestor of the Yushan Palace before was a lesson from the past. At this moment, the star suddenly shone brightly, and a more terrifying aura emerged, causing all the monks to retreat. The next moment, a roar sounded. The stars bloomed with incomparably dazzling light, and then a crisp humming sound resounded through the world, and the avenue of heaven and earth was in turmoil, as if congratulating the birth of some powerful life. All the monks were terrified, staring at the direction of the dazzling light. The next moment, the starlight gradually dimmed, and at the position where the original star was, a creature appeared at this moment. Everyone stared at the creature with wide eyes, even Luyi was no exception. It was a very young and cute deer. The whole body of this little deer was shining with the brilliance of stars, and there were mysterious and incomparable Dao patterns flowing. Its eyes are very bright, like two stars shining. It raised its head, the Dao lines on its skin flickered, strands of starlight were drawn by it, and slowly merged into its body. As the starlight was absorbed, the little deer's aura became more powerful and terrifying, causing even the void to turbulent. This is a fairy beast. The cub of a fairy beast. Long Ming stared wide-eyed, extremely shocked. Birth is comparable to a virtual fairy. What kind of fairy beast has a cub so powerful? Ancestor Fang Tianyao was also terrified. Fairy deer? It seems that the rumors about Tianluo Mountain are true. In ancient times, there really was a fairy deer that fell from the sky and destroyed the Qinzhou demon sect. Could it be that the fairy deer fell in Tianming to give birth? Many monks who knew the origin of Tianluo Mountain they exclaimed again and again. Such a cub, if it can be tamed, it will become a guardian fairy beast and protect the sect for millions of years. The injured ancestor of Yue Shanggong coughed up blood, but at this moment his eyes were flickering, looking at the star-studded beast. Fawn. As soon as these words came out, many ancestors of the Holy Land of Xianzong and Dejiao were shocked, and then looked at the little deer with flickering eyes. What the patriarch of Yushan Palace said was not wrong. If he could subdue the cubs of fairy beasts, it would be even more useful than obtaining Xianzhen directly. After all, a fairy beast cub that is comparable to a virtual fairy at birth has unlimited potential, and no one can guarantee how strong it will be in the future. Even Liu Yi's heart is moved. Now that he is Su Xian, how strong will he be in the future? If it can be subdued, it will be equivalent to having a powerful fairy beast guarding it in the future. Liu Yi was thinking about the problem in his heart. Donggong Minjiu, Lu Ningxuang, and Jian Ruyu were all looking at the little deer with sparkling eyes. What a cute little deer! Donggong Minjiu exclaimed. Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang also nodded, looking at the fairy deer with love. Liu Yi glanced at the appearance of the three of them, with black lines all over their heads, and said speechlessly, "This is a fairy beast cub comparable to Suxian. You three just saw it cute?" The three of Donggong Minjiu looked at Liu Yi with dissatisfaction. Jian Ruyu said, "Isn't it cute? Such a beautiful deer, I really want to hug it." Lu Ningxuang also had a look of longing on her cold face, looked at the little deer, and asked, "Can we catch it?" "Liu Yi," he said without words, "how do you catch a fairy beast cub that is comparable to Su Xian? You can't do anything, junior brother?" Lu Ningxuang looked at Liu Yi expectantly. The same is true for Donggong Minjiu and Jian Ruyu. Liu Yi rolled his eyes, unable to understand what the three of them were thinking. He looked at the fairy deer cub who was still swallowing the starlight, and thought, forcibly arresting it is definitely not enough. We have to see if there is any soft way. Not only Liu Yi, but Patriarch Long Ming and others are also discussing at the moment. The fairy beast cub that is comparable to Suxian, even if they are all present together, they are not opponents, and it is simply unrealistic to catch it. The only thing that can be done is to abduct the fairy beast cub when it is still young, and make it take the Holy Land of Xianzong as its own home, so that it can be truly subdued. Of course, there are also Immortal Sect Holy Land's eyes flickering, secretly sending people to send voices to inform the real background of the sect, the powerhouse of the Suxian level. He even asked Zongmen to come here with Zhenzong immortal artifact. For the Holy Land of Xianzong, such a fairy beast cub is rare and cannot be missed. However, when the fairy deer was born, it swallowed up the starlight at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long for the starlight in the sky to be swallowed up by it. The entire Tianluo Mountains turned into darkness again, and the stars in the sky no longer shed starlight. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, looking at the fairy deer cub, full of nervousness, not knowing what it would do next. After the fairy deer cub absorbed the starlight, its body was still only about half a meter long, and it looked petite and exquisite. It lowered its head, and its star-like light swept over everyone present. Then, it seemed to sense something, its ears trembled suddenly, and it looked up in one direction. The next moment, its body suddenly disappeared. Even Liu Yi and the ancestors of the Immortal Sect Holy Land couldn't see how it disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened, and then they all shouted. "Let's go! That fairy beast cub just left like this." Yushan Palace Patriarch's eyes almost popped out, his face flushed red with anger. Even Fang Tianyao, Long Ming, Deng Zhongxing and other ancestors jumped their feet one after another. Even the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect twitched their faces, clasped their hands tremblingly, and chanted Amitabha repeatedly. "Look! We must find the fairy beast cub." "Not yet a fairy, this fairy beast cub can't pass through the void, it's probably always in Tianming, and it's absolutely impossible to leave Tianming. Must find it. By the way, where was it looking in the direction before it left?" Someone thought of something and asked. "That's the direction to the east, look for it there, maybe it went there." A group of monks talked a lot, even those weak monks were eager to try. "This is a fairy beast cub, everyone can't use their strength to forcefully subdue it, so we can only see who is lucky enough to get the favor of this fairy beast cub. If they can get the favor of the fairy beast cubs, even if it is just a cultivator of Dongxiu, they will jump up and become the most unprovoked existence in Tianming." Little Lu just left like this. The three of Donggong Minjiao were very disappointed. Where did it come from? I must find it. Jian Ruya cried unwillingly. That direction seems to be the direction of Qingzhou? Lu Ningshuang asked. Hearing this, the eyes of Lu Yi and the others lit up. If the master finds out, she should take action to intercept it. No, maybe that little thing is attracted by the master? The more Lu Yi and the others thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. After all, the master is also a fairy-level figure, and perhaps it is normal for fairy beast cubs to be attracted. Let's look all the way there and see if we can find it. Lu Yi said. Lu Ningshuang and the other three also nodded. The four of them turned into streamers and flew towards the direction in front of the fairy deer cub. Not only the four of Lu Yi, but most of the monks thought of looking in the direction where the fairy deer cub was looking before leaving. A large number of monks turned into streamers and flew in that direction. Among them are a group of ancestor-level figures in the Holy Land of Xianzong. A group of people flew across the sky, mighty and mighty, like an army. When passing through many big cities, many weak monks looked at the monks flying in the sky in amazement and inexplicable. Where is this going to fight again? Could it be that the Sea clan has started to invade again? Many monks were a little terrified. Along the way, everyone searched almost all the areas, and their spiritual sense swept the world, not letting go of a single corner. However, none of the monks found out where the fairy deer cub was. Many monks swept across the land like a swarm of locusts, and soon came to Qingzhou. They flew over mountains and rivers, and soon approached the direction of Bianzong. However, when approaching Bianzong, the monks of Shenjianzong and Tianlong Holy Land were taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Lu Yi. Naturally, Lu Yi didn't want a group of monks to explore the Baiyun sect without any scruples. In this way, where is the dignity of the Baiyun sect? He stepped out and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. The monks of Yushan Palace and other sects frowned. The patriarch of Yushan Palace patiently said, Lu Yi, why did you stop me? Lu Yi smiled and said, the front is the territory of my Bianzong. If you want to investigate the fairy deer cubs, we will not stop them, but please bypass my Bianzong's territory. Hearing this, many monks frowned. Many monks from other territories stared at Lu Yi with flickering eyes, without saying a word. And the monks from the Holy Land of Xianzong in the eastern region stepped forward one after another and came to Lu Yi's side. Ancestor Fang Tianyao said, the territory of the Zongmen is the place of dignity for the Zongmen. You are all from the Zongmen. You should understand it after thinking about it. The eyes of the ancestors of Yushan Palace and other sects flickered, and they couldn't say much. At this time, a loud laugh sounded. This is true, but the old man is a casual cultivator and has no sect. An extremely powerful breath emerged, and an old man in a yellow robe flew out. His eyes are sharp, and his cultivation base is extremely powerful and terrifying, even surpassing Wan Laomo. It's Huang Yuanfeng. He's here too. I heard that he obtained the inheritance of the immortal by chance in the past, and he was promoted all the way to the realm of crossing the tribulation, and his strength is extremely powerful. Many monks' expressions changed, and even many ancestors were afraid to look at Huang Yuanfeng. He looked at Lu Yi and said, Lu Yi, you are extremely talented, I appreciate you very much, but it's about fairy beast cubs, even if it's your sect, I have to check it out. Hearing this, Lu Yi's expression became a bit cold, and he said, I hope that seniors will respect my Baiyun sect. If there are no fairy beast cubs, I will apologize to you, but now I have to check everything I say. Huang Yuanfeng said with a smile. As he spoke, he stepped out and rushed towards Bai Yunzong at an extremely fast speed. However, when he was just approaching Bai Yunzong, formation patterns suddenly appeared from the air. The dense formations emerged with terrifying coercion, covering the sky with a radius of thousands of miles. Endless silver sword lights emerged from the array, like a sea of swords surging in the sky. The Guardian Array. Such a powerful Guardian Array. That's right, little friend Lu Yi is a master of formation, so naturally he won't leave the sect alone, and must arrange a very powerful formation for the sect. There was a lot of discussion. Then all the monks looked at Huang Yuanfeng with some sympathy. Almost everyone has seen Lu Yi's Dao formation realm, but he can draw a large formation in the void. The Guardian Array is completely different from the void engraved array. With a strong enough carrier, the engraved array can be formed one after another, and it can even raise the array to a higher level. With Lu Yi's formation skills, one can imagine how powerful Baiyunzong's sect protection formation is. Even if it can't compare with the sect protection formation in the Holy Land of Xianzong, I'm afraid it's not too far behind. It is definitely not something that the monks who cross the catastrophe can easily attack. This is the great formation of protecting the sect. Even Huang Yuanfeng's face changed drastically, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Afterwards, he only felt that a basin of cold water was splashed on his head. He immediately woke up and backed away slowly. Lu Yi's expression was cold, and he said, Before I talked with you in a good voice, since you dared to forcibly attack my Baiyunzong territory, it's too late if you want to leave now. Lu Yi took a step forward, with mysterious formations passing by in his eyes. The next moment, endless silver sword light surged in the sky, instantly engulfing Huang Yuanfeng. Ah! Huang Yuanfeng roared again and again, and there were streaks of cocky brilliance flowing around his body. He sacrificed a cocky bead, and his aura surged, releasing a thick cocky shield, which wrapped him up and resisted the attack of the silver sword light. This is the Earth Spirit Orb. I heard that Huang Yuanfeng has been passed down from an immortal, but I didn't expect that there is even such a treasure as the Earth Spirit Bead. This made many people's eyes turn green, looking at the Earth Spirit Bead. Even Lu Yi was a little surprised. Lingzhu is an extremely rare treasure of heaven, material, and earth. At the beginning, Lu Yi gave Lei Lingzhu and Ice Lingzhu to his junior sisters and senior sisters, which greatly increased their speed of domain awareness. Of course, this has a lot to do with them being innate spirit bodies in the first place. And Huang Yuanfeng's talent must be far inferior to that of his senior sisters and junior sisters. With the help of the Earth Spirit Beads, he has cultivated to the realm of transcending tribulations. It is conceivable how precious this Earth Spirit Beads are. Now, Huang Yuanfeng has refined the Earth Spirit Bead into a natal magic weapon, which has an extremely powerful defensive ability, and even blocked the attack for a while. Lu Yi's expression was very calm, because although the Earth Spirit Beads blocked the attack, endless sword energy emerged from the formation, and he was suppressed in place by a series of forces, and it was even difficult to escape. Huang Yuanfeng naturally knew his current situation, his face changed drastically, and he quickly said, Little friend Lu Yi, it's old man Meng Lang, please be merciful. With a calm expression, Lu Yi said to himself, I want to kill Huang Yuanfeng. Task: Kill Huang Yuan Feng. Rewards: the essence of Xian Zhen Dai Yuan, the immortal art Meteor Art, the immortal scripture Earth Emperor's Sutra, and 1 Earth Core Fruit Tree Species. Whether to accept the reward, yes/no. Liu Yi accepted the task directly, and said coldly, "Is it begging for mercy now? It's too late. This is a matter of Bai Yunzong's dignity, how could Liu Yi let him go?" He squeezed the formation seal with his hands, and the clear and crisp sword sounds resounded through the sky and the earth, and even wisps of star brilliance flowed, slowly dyeing the sword light. After Liu Yi completed the task of deducing the grand formation of crossing the catastrophe, he absorbed the task rewards, and his perception of the formation has reached the level of laws, and now he can use the laws to arrange the formation. Although it is less powerful than the real fairy array. However, the tribulation transcending formation that contains laws, and it is also a multiple protecting sect formation, the power is naturally extremely terrifying. Sword lights containing the star-slashing immortal technique emerged one after another, making Huang Yuan Feng's face pale as snow. With a ferocious expression on his face, he roared angrily, "Little Liu Yi! Since you want to kill me, I will let your sect be buried with me." Scary cocky rays of light flickered all over his body, and he planned to launch a terrifying attack on the Baiyun sect below regardless of the consequences. Liu Yi's expression was fierce, the formation changed, and a sword curtain containing the law of immortality emerged, completely isolating the space around Huang Yuan Feng. A large number of star-slaying sword lights shone in it, covering Huang Yuan Feng. Boom! In the golden sword curtain, silver light and yellow light are as dazzling as the sun, making many monks squint their eyes and dare not look directly. When the brilliance dissipated, everyone looked into the golden sword curtain. At this moment, Huang Yuan Feng was no longer seen in the sword screen, only an earth spirit bead and a space ring floating in the air. Liu Yi reached out and took the earth spirit orb and the space ring into his hands. There was a dead silence in the sky, and everyone looked at the space crack that was gradually calming down in horror, terrified. Dead. Another Duja patriarch died in Liu Yi's hands. My God! In just one night, 2 Duja patriarchs died in Liu Yi's hands. After tonight, Liu Yi's name may cause a sensation in the whole Tianming. All the monks were dumbfounded and terrified. Even the ancestors of the Xianzong Holy Land seemed to be in a dream. Fang Tianyao, Long Ming, and the others looked at each other and smiled wryly. Originally, I wanted to rescue little friend Liu Yi, but now it seems that he doesn't need us to rescue him? Deng Zhongxing sighed. The shock in the eyes of the ancestor of Yushan Palace subsided slowly. He took a deep look at Liu Yi, and then said, "Since it is the sect of little friend Liu Yi, we naturally want to give face to little friend Liu Yi, so we will take a detour." The other monks also nodded and followed the detour. The former holy son of Yushan Palace glanced at Liu Yi before leaving, with frustration in his eyes. The contemporary holy son was even more silent. And the pretty face of the contemporary saint is no longer arrogant, looking at Liu Yi's eyes full of splendor, and her face is full of spring breeze. This made the 3 of Donggong Minjia frown. Jian Ruya glanced coldly at the saintess of Yushan Palace, suppressed a sword intent. The saintess trembled, and quickly looked away, not daring to look any further. Humph! Senior brother is really good at attracting bees and attracting butterflies. Donggong Minjia pouted and said. Liu Yi felt innocent, "It's not what I thought. I obviously didn't do anything." Lu Ningshuang smiled lightly, and then shook her head helplessly. Let's go back to the sect first, and then go to see the master." Everyone's eyes lit up, they all nodded, and flew towards Bianzong. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the Qinyu document boss, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 207 Sticky Starlight Deer, Rich Rewards. After passing through the protective formation, Liu Yi saw Wu Qingfeng and other strong men standing in the air, and there were many Bianzong monks below. The monks of the Baiyun sect naturally couldn't fail to sense the movement of killing Huang Yuanfeng before. If it was in other areas, the great battle of the Duja Patriarch could destroy the entire area, but because it was in the Guardian formation, with the protection of the formation, the Baiyun sect would be safe and sound. Seeing the four of Luyi entering the sect, Wu Qingfeng and the others hurriedly greeted them. Wu Qingfeng asked, "Nephew Luyi, what happened outside?" Luyi smiled, and said, "It's nothing serious, it's been resolved, the head teacher and the elders don't have to worry." Hearing Luyi's assurance, the group was relieved. Then Elder Ming thought of something, and asked curiously, "By the way, Luyi, didn't you say that a fairy was born in Tianluo Mountain? What's the matter?" When other people heard the words, they also looked at Luyi one after another, very curious. Luyi laughed and said, "Xianzhen was born, but it was just a baby fairy beast. The baby fairy beast has already run away, and now everyone is looking for it." Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. No one expected that the so-called Xianzhen would be a fairy beast. After that, Luyi and the others bid farewell to everyone and returned to Lingluo Peak. When they came to the top of Lingluo Peak, the door of the bamboo house was closed, everything looked very normal, and they didn't see the fawn. This made the four of Luyi look at each other, a little disappointed. But Luyi still opened his mouth and said, "Master, disciple, please see me." After a while, no one answered. Luyi was not surprised, and continued, "Master, this disciple brought you fine wine." But still no one answered. This surprised Luyi, Donggong Minjiu, and Lu Ningxuang. "Strange, Master didn't come out?" Donggong Minjiu asked in surprise. At this moment, a voice sounded in Luyi's mind, "The teacher is outside your cave, come here by yourself." Hearing this, Luyi froze for a moment, a little shocked. What is Shizun doing outside his cave? Not only Luyi, Lu Ningxuang, Jian Ruyu, and Donggong Minjiu also seemed to have received the sound transmission, and they were also very surprised. Afterwards, the four of Luyi returned to the outside of Luyi's cave. Luyi saw that Lingluo Peak Master and Yuan Ling's mother-in-law were both there. Peak Lord Lingluo squatted on the ground without any image, while Granny Yuan Ling stood aside. Both of them were looking in the same direction with surprise in their eyes. The four of Luyi flew over, and Luyi said, "Hello, Master." Peak Lord Lingluo quickly patted Luyi's forehead, and glared at him, "Keep your voice down." "Luyi?" He covered his forehead, grinned in pain, his mind full of question marks. Before he had time to say anything, Peak Master Lingluo pointed in the direction of the star tree. The heavenly star tree has grown to a height of almost 1 meter at this moment, there are stars flowing around it, and the incomparably mysterious Dao patterns flicker and disappear in the sky. If it is night, it will also absorb the power of the stars in the sky, and it has already begun to look like a fairy tree. What surprised Luyi and the others was not the sky star tree, but the little creature at the bottom of the sky star tree. The fairy deer cub with stars shining all over it was leaning against the tree trunk at this moment, with its eyes closed, sleeping soundly. The four of Luyi stared wide-eyed in shock. "It's that little deer! It actually came to us!" Donggong Minjiu exclaimed again and again. Junior brother's heavenly star tree has the law of the stars. This fairy deer seems to be related to the stars. No wonder it is attracted to it. I am afraid that this fairy deer felt the breath of the heavenly star tree when it was first born. Lu Ningxuang thought of the reason, opened the mouth. Luyi and Jian Ruyu also nodded. Peak Master Lingluo looked at the little deer, with obvious shock in his eyes, turned to look at Luyi, and said strangely, "Your boy's luck is really good. Do you know what kind of fairy beast this is?" Luyi was at a loss and shook his head. Jian Ruyu and the others beside him were also curious. Lingluo Peak Master was still a little startled, and said, "This is the starlight deer, even among the fairy beasts, it is an extremely powerful existence." The starlight deer is very rare in the entire star universe, and the number of groups is very small, but each one is extremely powerful. At birth, it is comparable to a virtual fairy. If it is an adult, it is far more than an ordinary fairy. It can reach the realm of a fairy king, and there are even starlight deer at the level of a fairy. Even if the fairy sees it, it will be tempted. Granny Yuanling was also shocked, and said, "This starlight deer has just been born, so it can only stay in Tianming for the time being, absorbing the power of stars through Xingyu to grow. I didn't expect Tianming to still have Tianxing tree. Take this starlight deer. The starlight deer has attracted you. Mr. Liu Yi, your luck is indeed very good." Hearing this, Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang next to him looked at each other in blank dismay. Liu Yi asked with some doubts, "Master, are Xianjun and Xianzun very strong?" Hearing this, Grandma Yuanling widened her eyes and glared at Liu Yi, "Young Master Liu Yi, you are too rude. The immortal venerable is..." Before she finished speaking, Peak Master Ling Luo glared at her, "Grandma, don't say what you shouldn't." Granny Yuanling froze, lowered her head slightly, "Yes, miss." Peak Master Ling Luo smiled and said, "Immortal Venerable is the controller of the entire star field, including Tianming and the endless galaxy. Do you think he is strong or not?" Hearing this, Liu Yi had a general idea, and was also surprised, "This little thing will be so strong in the future." Liu Yi pointed to the little deer who was sleeping soundly. "What little thing?" Peak Master Ling Luo's head was full of black lines. He glanced at Liu Yi speechlessly, flicked his forehead repeatedly, and said, "It's the starlight deer." Lu Ningxuang and the other three on the side were also very shocked, staring blankly at Xing Guanglu. "This little deer will be so powerful in the future." The three couldn't believe it. Peak Lord Ling Luo smiled and said, "That's why I said that you are very lucky, brat. The Tianxing tree is an extremely rare immortal tree that contains the power of stars. There are not many stars in the entire star field. It is already a piece of cake for you to get it at dawn. I was lucky, I didn't expect the starlight deer to exist in Tianming, and it was just a newborn starlight deer. It was attracted by the sky star tree just like that." Liu Yi also understood that his luck was indeed good. He looked at the starlight deer with a smile, and said, "So, this little guy wants to practice under the star tree in the future? Then can't we establish a good relationship with it, raise it and wait for it to become stronger? Don't we have big bosses at the level of immortals as our backers?" The more Liu Yi thought about it, the better he felt, and his smile gradually became presumptuous. "In this way, can we walk sideways in the entire star field?" Granny Yuanling next to her was covered in black lines. She was about to speak, but when she thought of what Peak Lord Ling Luo said, she didn't say any more. Peak Master Ling Luo smiled and nodded, "It's true, with this starlight deer, if it can grow up, it can really dominate a star field. However, when it becomes a fairy, it will enter the star universe, roam in the star universe, and absorb more. The powerful star power, if you want to keep it, you have to cultivate the heavenly star tree well and turn it into a real fairy tree." Hearing this, Liu Yi felt a little pressure in his heart. In order to hug his thigh, he nodded seriously, "I understand." At this moment, the Xing Guang Lu who was sleeping on his stomach moved his ears, and slowly opened his star-like eyes. Xing Guang Lu raised his head, glanced over, and looked at Liu Yi and the others. Everyone smiled kindly at the first time, so as not to scare Xing Guanglu away. Even Granny Yuanling, who usually has a bitter expression, is smiling brightly at the moment, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Starlight deer shook its ears, yo-yo honked twice, the sound was crisp. Liu Yi squatted down with a smile, "Little guy, hello, call me dad." Jump! Liu Yi was hit hard on the head. Ling Luo Peak Master withdrew his fist with black lines all over his head, glared at Liu Yi, and said via voice transmission, "Starlight deer are not ordinary beasts, they are vigilant by nature. This one, even if the starlight deer is only a newborn, its intelligence is not low, you can scare it away. Liu Yi covered his head, very speechless. I don't know. Master, you didn't say it earlier. At this moment, the starlight deer stood up slowly, which surprised everyone, and Granny Yuanling even had a flash of light in her eyes, planning to grab it. However, Xing Guanglu's next movement made everyone's eyes widen with astonishment. I saw Xing Guang Lu Xiaodia running towards Liu Yi, and then walked around Liu Yi. It raised its head and looked at Liu Yi with its star-like eyes. Afterwards, it even lowered its head to smell Liu Yi's body, and its ears kept shaking. The next moment, it yelled at Liu Yi twice, and lay down directly by Liu Yi's feet. Ling Luo Peak Master? Granny Yuanling? Lu Ningxuang and the others? Everyone looked at the starlight deer lying at Liu Yi's feet in astonishment. Even Liu Yi himself was very deceived. Liu Yi looked innocently at Peak Master Ling Luo. Master, didn't you say that it is vigilant by nature? What's going on? Peak Master Ling Luo's head was full of black lines. She also had question marks in her mind, and then muttered, this is impossible. Xing Guanglu is not like this. Even Granny Yuanling had a look of doubt about life. She looked at the starlight deer lying at Liu Yi's feet, and then at Liu Yi, as if she saw something magical. Peak Master Ling Luo said, perhaps there is something different about this starlight deer? Brat, be careful, don't scare it away, or I will beat you for the teacher. Hearing such cold words from his master's gentle tone, Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, then I'll stay away from it. Can't afford to offend Lao Tzu or hide. Liu Yi stepped forward and walked to the side. However, just as Liu Yi was walking, Xing Guanglu, who was lying on the ground, raised his head and glanced at Liu Yi who was leaving. He yelled twice, then got up and followed, and then lay down at Liu Yi's feet. Liu Yi? Ling Luo Peak Master and others? Everyone was full of question marks. Looking at the Xing Guanglu lying at Liu Yi's feet again, everyone was shocked. Donggong Minjiao shouted, what's going on? Why is this little deer clinging to senior brother? Others also looked puzzled. Jian Ruyu's eyes were shining. She looked at the little deer, and said, could it be that it's really clingy? Isn't it afraid of life? As Jian Ruyu said, she squatted down slowly, and touched the starlight deer, wanting to touch it. However, just as Jian Ruyu stretched out his hand, the Xing Guanglu raised his head, looking at Jian Ruyu, his star-like eyes were full of vigilance. This made Jian Ruyu very embarrassed, and his hands froze in place for a moment. Peak Master Ling Luo didn't believe it, and also squatted down, wanting to touch the starlight deer, but the starlight deer was also looking at it vigilantly. Not clingy. Ling Luo Peak Master was puzzled, why are you getting close to this brat? It was difficult for everyone to understand, even Liu Yi was at a loss. Why is this starlight deer so clinging to him? Does he have something to attract starlight deer? Liu Yi thought for a while, and walked a few steps to the side again, but sure enough, Xing Guang Lu got up again and walked towards Liu Yi, leaning on Liu Yi to sleep. Everyone else doubted life. He was really attached to Liu Yi. Liu Yi thought for a while, then slowly squatted down, and reached out to Xing Guanglu. Xing Guanglu didn't move at all, unlike before, he looked up at Liu Yi vigilantly. Liu Yi's palm easily landed on Xing Guanglu's body, and there was a soft touch of fur on his palm, as well as a trace of warm body temperature. Liu Yi smiled cheerfully, it feels pretty good. Liu Yi smiled and stroked Xing Guanglu's skin. When the others saw this, their eyes turned green. Damn it, how could it be like this, why can't we touch it? Donggong Minjiao looked at Liu Yi enviously. Even a cold person like Lu Ningxuang squatted on the ground with a look of envy at the moment, and moved closer to Liu Yi. However, as soon as she approached, Xing Guang Lu looked up at her, very vigilant. This made Lu Ningxuang froze all of a sudden, her expression full of frustration. Lu Yi cheerfully reached out and hugged Xing Guanglu. Xing Guanglu didn't struggle, but hugged Lu Yi's arms, and called out twice to Lu Yi, very close. This made Ling Luo Fengzhi break his defense on the spot, his eyes turned green. How is this possible? Brat, why are you the only one who can hug? This is unreasonable. Lu Ningxuang and the others at the side all looked envious. Even a person as cold as Granny Yuan Ling looked at Lu Yi enviously at this moment. Lu Yi is also very innocent, I don't know either. It seems to be very clingy to me. Could it be that it really treats me as a father? Hearing this, Ling Luo Peak Master and the others thought of what Lu Yi said before, calling him dad. Jian Ruyu immediately said, Xiaolu Xiaolu, mother is here, call her mother. Then she leaned over, wanting to reach out and touch the starlight deer. The result was the same as before, Xing Guanglu was still extremely vigilant. This frustrated Jian Ruyu very much. It seems that this method does not work. Others don't believe in evil and keep trying. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't make Xing Guanglu let go of their wariness. This made Ling Luo Peak Master half dead with anger, even the sleepiness was gone. Lu Yi hugged the Xing Guang deer very awkwardly, and looked at their angry and helpless look with joy, feeling happy. After that, everyone really couldn't think of a way, so they had no choice but to give up. Anyway, Xing Guanglu seems to be here, and it won't run away. We will slowly communicate with it in the future. Jian Ruyu waved his fists, making up his mind that in the future, he will often communicate with Xing Guanglu so that it can accept her, hugged by her. The others also nodded, even Ling Luo Peak Master was gearing up. Afterwards, several people chose a name for Xing Guanglu. After intense discussions, many names were chosen. As a result, Peak Master Ling Luo suppressed others with his own strength, and named Xing Guanglu a little star. This made Lu Yi and the others dare not speak out. As for Granny Yuan Ling, she was naturally on the side of Peak Lord Ling Luo. Peak Master Ling Luo was very satisfied with the name, and smiled happily. Afterwards, Peak Master Ling Luo and Granny Yuan Ling returned to the peak. Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu also returned to their cave, and Jian Ruyu also returned to the cave. Because Jian Ruyu has often come to Ling Luo Peak these years, he also asked for a cave from Ling Luo Peak Master. To Ling Luo Peak Master, it doesn't matter, so he just gave it to him. In front of Lu Yi's cave, only Lu Yi and Xing Guanglu were left. Lu Yi looked down at Xing Guanglu, and Xing Guanglu was also looking at him with innocent eyes. Peak Master Ling Luo and others had been arguing about naming it before, so much that it didn't fall asleep. Lu Yi stroked the starlight deer's hair containing star brilliance, and said, Little Xing Xing, Little Xing Xing, I'm going to practice, you should also stay and practice under the heavenly star tree. Saying that, Lu Yi put the starlight deer under the sky star tree. The starlight deer looked up at Lu Yi, and seemed to understand Lu Yi's words. Yo-Yo chirped twice, and lay down beside the trunk of the sky star tree. It closed its eyes and fell asleep, swallowing the power of the stars. Lu Yi sighed in his heart, as expected of a fairy beast. He was able to understand his words just after he was born, and he was quite wise. Lu Yi returned to the cave and began to check the harvest of this trip. It has to be said that even though it was only for one night, accidentally killing two patriarchs who were in the transcending tribulation realm was quite rewarding. There are two tasks in total. One is to kill all the monks in Tianmo Palace, and the other is to kill Huang Yuan Feng. Because it involves the ancestors in the realm of crossing the catastrophe, the rewards are all at the immortal level. Lu Yi checked the rewards one by one. The low-grade fairy artifact, the Wanmo Bell, is a magic fairy artifact. The Wanmo Canyon is sealed inside. When activated, the Wanmo Canyon rushes out and can tear the enemy into pieces. The power is extremely terrifying. Of course, as a magical fairy weapon, if the cultivator who uses the 10,000 demon clock is not strong enough, it is extremely easy to be backlashed, and the 10,000 demon will devour the owner. Lui raised his eyebrows and sealed the 10,000 magic clock. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he felt that he should use it as little as possible. In addition, the Immortal Body Refining Sutra 9 Revolutions Heavenly Demon Body made Lui's eyes shine. Lui himself planned to deduce his own body training fairy scripture. However, Lui has never seen the real body refining fairy scripture. If he can refer to the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Demon Body, it will be enough for him to further understand the body training fairy scripture, and it will be of great help to him to deduce the most suitable fairy scripture for him. What's more, he can also practice 9 Revolutions Heavenly Demon Physique now to improve his own strength. The last fairy treasure, the true demon crystal, is also extremely precious. If you have a very powerful talent for magic, if you use this fairy treasure, you may be able to achieve the same fairy body as your senior sister and the others. Even if it is an ordinary physique, using this kind of fairy treasure is enough to greatly improve the talent. Even if it cannot achieve an immortal physique, it will surpass the average innate spirit physique. This can change the fate of almost any monk. For Lui, his own talent is strong enough. Using this true magic crystal has no other use except to comprehend the laws of magic, and the price-performance ratio is not very high. Lui thought, maybe he can consider giving Xianzhen to his relatives and friends, and when the relatives and friends' talents and strengths improve, then he can get rewards through the task of learning, and the harvest will be even more. It's like an investment. Invest in excellent resources, and then recover the principal through task rewards. In addition, as his cultivation base is getting higher and higher, he has obtained fairy treasures before becoming a fairy, and there will only be more and more rewards in the future. If you don't use it, it would be too wasteful. Maybe you can consider using these resources to cultivate your relatives and friends. Chapter 208 The Fox Contract Battle. The task rewards for killing Huang Yuanfeng were also extremely high. Xianzhen Dai Yuan Essence is the same Xianzhen as True Demon Crystal. It is also precious and suitable for Earth Element monks. If the innate Earth Spirit body is obtained, there is also a great hope of becoming a fairy body. Lui planned to put it away first, and then see how to use it. The fairy art meteor art is also extremely powerful. It is the fairy art of the earth element monks, practiced to the extreme, and can even summon powerful stars to bombard the enemy, which is extremely terrifying. The immortal scripture Earth Emperor's Sutra is also the immortal scripture cultivated by earth element monks, and the earth core fruit tree can bear earth core fruit, which is also a powerful fairy fruit related to the law of the earth. The mission rewards for killing Huang Yuanfeng are all treasures such as fairy treasures related to the law of the earth. Perhaps it was because Huang Yuanfeng himself was a monk practicing the law of the earth. Lui thought of something, and took out a Kaki orb, which was the earth spirit orb. This earth spirit bead was refined into a magic weapon by Huang Yuanfeng. It was so powerful that he could even resist the sect protection formation comparable to Su Xian for a moment. Lui suddenly thought of something and took out 2 spirit beads. One faint blue, one dark green. They are water spirit orb and wind spirit orb. This is the reward that Lui got a long time ago. Originally there were Lei Lingzu, Ice Lingzu, and Wood Lingzu. These 3 kinds of Lingzu were given to his junior sister by Lui before. Yi thought about giving the Shui Lingzu to senior brother Zhang Fan, but senior brother Zhang Fan, senior brother Timan and senior brother Bai Yulong went out to practice. Later, Lui forgot about it. After all, there are too many treasures in his hands, such as heaven, material, and earth treasures, and it is too easy to forget them. Now there happened to be an earth spirit bead, and these 3 kinds were just suitable for Zhang Fan's 3 senior brothers. Brother Zhang Fan and Lui went from the outer door to the inner door together, and they had a very good relationship along the way. Now just give these Lingzu to the 3 of them. Lui thought of the essence of earth element again, thinking whether to give it to brother Timan as well. But Liu thought about it, and shook his head. Xianzhen is too precious, even if it is Liu, there are not many now, so let's think about it again. Giving them spirit beads first should be enough for them to practice. Liu received all the rewards, and then went to plant the core fruit tree outside the cave. Seeing Liu coming out of the cave, little Xing woke up immediately, leaned close to Liu, and rubbed against Liu's feet, very clingy. Until Liu returned to the cave to practice, little Xing lay down next to the Tianxing tree to practice again. For the next few days, when Liu went out every morning, he saw either Lu Ningxuang, Jian Ruyu, or Donggong Minjiahu secretly taking out all kinds of spiritual food, wine, and treasures of heaven and earth to feed the little star, to have a good relationship with little Xing. The things they took out were all powerful treasures of the combined state, and some of the combined powers were reluctant to eat them. It's a pity that little Xing completely dismissed it. After all, although little Xing was just born, as a fairy beast cub, he was comparable to a virtual fairy when he was born, so he naturally looked down on things in the realm of fusion. This frustrates all three of them. Even Lu Ningxuang, who has always been cold, has a pretty face of disappointment, which makes Liu feel a little funny. Then, the story about the Tianlu mountain Xianzhen was spread again. The news that Xianzhen turned out to be a fairy beast cub, and it was a fairy beast cub who was comparable to a virtual fairy at birth, quickly spread like a strong wind, spreading throughout Tianming. More and more monks are going crazy, wanting to find fairy beast cubs. After all, the fairy beast cub is still young, and it is hoped to establish a good relationship with it. If you can subdue the cubs of fairy beasts, no matter what, it will be an excellent thing. Even the holy places of the great fairy sects will be crazy. In addition to the news about the cubs of the fairy beast, Liu showed the law of swordsmanship in the Tianlu mountains that day, beheading the old demon Dujia in the Tianmo palace with one sword, and killing the famous demon with a large array of guardians in the Bianzong. The news of Huang Yuanfeng also spread, like an earthquake, shaking the entire Tianming cultivation world. Liu is only in the state of fusion, but he has mastered the laws of swordsmanship, and even beheaded the ancestor of Dujia. No one can stop this kid, and in a few hundred years, maybe he will be invincible. A group of monks expressed their opinions one after another. There are even many strong people who don't believe it. After all, the news that the fit monk beheaded the ancestor of Dujia is too dreamy. If it weren't for the fact that there were a large number of ancestor-level figures in the Holy Land of Xianzong at that time, and everyone admitted this, not many people would believe it. Naturally, the Heavenly Demon Palace also received this message. This time, the Heavenly Demon Palace directly lost an ancestor who had crossed the Tribulation Realm, and also lost the most outstanding successor of the Heavenly Demon Palace, and immediately became furious. According to insiders, after hearing the news, there was a surge of terrifying aura in the Tianmo Palace, which shattered the surrounding mountains, and even the palaces of the Tianmo Palace collapsed several times. Then, the owner of the Heavenly Demon Palace spoke up, "Child Liu is too bullying. Kill my ancestor and successor of the Heavenly Demon Palace, and I, the Heavenly Demon Palace, will never die with you forever. I will definitely take your head." The Tianmo Palace is the holy land of the Immortal Sect, a colossus in the western regions, and the palace owner's voice was almost equivalent to a death order. The whole Tianming cast his eyes on it, knowing that there might be great turmoil. And on the day when the Lord of Heavenly Demon Palace spoke, an eminent monk from the Buddhist school of the western regions also spoke, "Little friend Liu has a kind heart and has quite the roots of my Buddha's wisdom. Slaying demons and demons has great merit, and you will be blessed by my Buddha." And all the holy lands of Xianzong in the eastern region had a good relationship with Liu, and when they heard the voice of the Tianmo Palace, they rioted one by one. Ancestor Longming of Tianlong Holy Land is still looking for fairy beast cubs. After hearing this, he immediately sneered, "The eastern region is not a place where the Heavenly Demon Palace can be unrestrained. If the monks of the Heavenly Demon Palace dare to come to the eastern region, I, Tianlong Holy Land, will kill you without mercy." The ancestor Fang Tianyao of the Excalibur sect also said, "Young friend Lu Yi is a distinguished guest of my Excalibur sect. If you want to deal with Lu Yi, you must deal with my Excalibur sect. I hope that Tianmo Palace will take care of itself." Tai Holy Land, Lei Yin Holy Land, Tai Wang Sword Sect, and other powerful Immortal Sect Holy Lands and great religions spoke one after another, making the entire Tianming monks dumbfounded. Even Tianmo Palace lost its voice for a moment. No one expected that Lu Yi could make so many holy places of Xianzong speak for him. My God! What did Lu Yi do? All the powerful sects in the entire eastern region are willing to support him. Many monks were extremely shocked and also full of doubts. An insider also said, Lu Yi's talent is too powerful, he has mastered the laws of the sword, and even deduced the great formation of crossing tribulation. It is conceivable how terrifying such a talent is, and he will definitely become a fairy in the future. The relationship between the major sects in the eastern region and Lu Yi is already good, so they are naturally more willing to invest in him at this moment. Hearing this, many people were taken aback. Could each of the holy lands of Xianzong be fools? Are you willing to offend a behemoth like the Heavenly Demon Palace for a seeking monk? Obviously not. Lu Yi can almost be called a universal response in the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect in the eastern region. Naturally, Lu Yi has such value. Lu Yi himself deserves to be supported by the Holy Land of Xianzong in the eastern territory. For a while, the name of Lu Yi caused a sensation in the whole Tianming, and all the monks knew that this young monk who was in the realm of fusion might have become the hottest figure in the whole Tianming. If you really want to say that there is no one in the younger generation who can compare with Lu Yi, the only one in King Kaiyu is right. King Kaiyu, young master King Kaiyu Hua. It is rumored that she has been in seclusion for decades, and when she comes out, she may be a cultivator who crosses the tribulation. With her talent, Lu Yi may not be able to match her. Many monks discussed and compared Tianjiao and Lu Yi one by one, and found that the only one comparable was the young master of the King Kaiyu clan who accepted the Nine Tails Demon Emperor. Everyone was looking forward to whether King Kaiyu would have an earth-shattering decisive battle with Lu Yi after King Kaiyu's painting was completed, to see who would be the number one person in Tianming's younger generation. Maybe Lu Yi's cultivation base is low, but King Kaiyu Hua himself is also young, and the difference in cultivation base can only be said to be due to different circumstances. When Brother Tianming was crazy about the cubs of the fairy beasts, and was shocked by Lu Yi's strength and talent, Lu Yi was currently practicing in Ling Luo Peak safely. On this day, Lu Yi went to Baiyun Peak and found Wu Qingfeng. "Nephew Lu Yi, why are you looking for me when you have time?" Wu Qingfeng joked with a smile. Lu Yi was practicing all day, so he would not go to him at all. Lu Yi smiled and said, "These days, I got a copy of the immortal scripture by chance, and I plan to give it to the sect." Wu Qingfeng? He looked at Lu Yi in a daze, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. "Nephew Lu Yi, what did you say?" Lu Yi smiled and took out the Nine Heavens sword collection. "Uncle Master Zhang, I said I got a book of immortality, and this is it." Numbly, Wu Qingfeng took the Nine Heavens sword collection from Lu Yi's hand, flipped through it a few times, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Then he showed ecstasy, "It's really the fairy scripture. Nephew Lu Yi, this. The head teacher Wu Qingfeng was a little incoherent for a while, excitedly saying that he didn't know what to say. Naturally, Lu Yi could also understand Wu Qingfeng's mood. After all, this is the fairy scripture that allows monks to directly cultivate to the realm of immortals. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Bianzong is also my family, the better Bianzong is, the more at ease I will be." Wu Qingfeng looked at Lu Yi, opened his mouth, and said with a bitter smile, "Nephew Lu Yi, are you really unwilling to take over as the head teacher? If you are willing, the old man will give you the seal of the head teacher now." Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, "The things that the head teacher has to do every day are too cumbersome and too much, and I don't want to, I just practice quietly." Wu Qingfeng and a group of elders had told Liu Yi many times about this matter, and even persuaded Lao Liu and his mother to persuade him, hoping that he would be the head teacher of Baiyun sect. Liu Yi naturally refused. "What's so good about being a teacher?" Wu Qingfeng said helplessly, "We will handle everything, you just need to practice hard, isn't that okay?" Liu Yi said speechlessly, "Uncle Zhang teacher, you are now at the peak of your age, and your cultivation level is getting higher and higher. If you have nothing to say to someone, can't you just do it yourself?" Because of the immortal tree planted by Liu Yi, the concentration of aura in the entire Baiyun sect is getting higher and higher, even comparable to the holy places of the immortal sects. In addition, the Daoguang released by Liu Yi every time he crosses the tribulation has the effect of enlightenment. This made the original elders of Baiyunzong rejuvenate one by one, and their cultivation bases broke through one after another. Wu Qingfeng is naturally no exception. He broke through to the realm of Dongxiu a long time ago. According to this rhythm, I am afraid that the state of integration is not impossible. In addition, there are more and more fairy trees in Liu Yi, and the concentration of aura is getting higher and higher, and even the state of fusion is not the limit. Hearing this, Wu Qingfeng smiled bitterly, and then sighed helplessly, "The old man also wants to take a rest, that's all. Since my nephew is not willing to be the head teacher, then forget it." Liu Yi nodded, then thought of something, and said, "By the way, I have a few other exercises here, which are also handed over to the sect." Liu Yi just took out a book of immortals this time. After all, if he took out too many, it would be a bit too exaggerated. And this celestial scripture is from the sword cultivator, and other monks practiced it, but the effect was not very good. By the way, Liu Yi also took out some other skills, which were rewarded by Liu Yi for completing various tasks over the years. After giving everything to Wu Qingfeng, Liu Yi went back. Afterwards, when Zhang Fan and the others came to drink and chat with him, Liu Yi gave them 3 lingzhu. The cultivation bases of Zhang Fan and the others have also improved rapidly over the years, and now they are almost at the realm of transforming gods. Of course, compared with Liu Yi's cultivation base, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Liu Yi was very helpless. He could only hope that after they obtained the lingzhu, their cultivation could improve faster, and it didn't require much speed. It would be nice to break through to the realm of the void. After that, Liu Yi practiced peacefully every day. On weekdays, I just comprehend various fairy scriptures, improve my cultivation, and at the same time comprehend fairy arts and secret arts, and also delve into the skills of comprehension. And Lu Ningxuang and the others still brushed their faces at little Xing Xing from time to time, and after Yungzi left the customs and saw little Xing Xing, they also joined their team. In addition, Liu Yi even saw his master secretly trying to touch the little star at night, but the master disappeared in the blink of an eye. At first, Liu Yi thought he had seen a ghost. Heavenly Demon Palace. In a deep hall, there are powerful monks surrounded by magic light sitting opposite each other. The leader is a handsome middle-aged man, who is the owner of Tianmo Palace. At this moment, the face of the Heavenly Demon Palace Master was extremely ugly, and the magic light flowed around him, distorting the space, and cracks appeared one after another. Several other powerful monks are also ancestor-level figures, and they also have gloomy expressions. The atmosphere in the palace was tense. Then the lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace patted the table, and cracks appeared on the pitch-black stone table. He stood up abruptly, and said, "Those sects in the eastern region are too much. Liu Yi killed my ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Palace. I, the descendant of the Heavenly Demon Palace, actually want my Heavenly Demon Palace not to take revenge. How unreasonable!" The other ancestors also frowned. An old man said, "That kid Liu Yi, there are so many sects willing to stand up for him, it's really troublesome." Another old woman sneered, and said, "Isn't it because the child is so talented that he can ascend to immortality in the future and form a good relationship in advance? Then what should we do? Could it be that we don't do anything?" A white-haired young ancestor said. "Then how? If we don't do anything, where will the majesty of my heavenly demon palace go? In the future, who will listen to the orders of my heavenly demon palace?" The owner of the heavenly demon palace said coldly. "Then what to do? Not to mention anything else, Lui is a powerful formation cultivator. The protection formation of the Baiun sect can't last long even for Huang Yuan Feng. I'm afraid it already has the power of the Suxian level." An ancestor frowned. "It's hard to say. Invite me to come out of the mountain with the celestial artifact?" An old ancestor said slowly. "It's not safe." The heavenly demon palace master's eyes were cold. "Isn't it safe to have a fairy weapon?" Several Duja ancestors were stunned. "I have studied Lui carefully. Not only is his talent extremely strong, but he still has a lot of cards. Even if he encounters a stronger existence, he has never really been in danger, which shows that his cards are extremely strong. Many. And now Lui is already in the state of integration, and his strength is extremely powerful. We need to think of his whole cards as high as possible, and kill him with one blow. If such a genius is run away by him, the future must be me, the enemy of the palace. We must not let him go." The heavenly demon palace master said slowly. Hearing the words, the others thought for a while and nodded slightly. The palace lord is right. An arrogant monster like Lui must be favored by luck. If you want to kill him, you need to crush him thoroughly. We must not give him the slightest chance. If he runs away, it will be a huge blow to us. The heavenly demon palace will be a disaster. Then what should we do? The lord of the heavenly demon palace's eyes flickered, and he said, "I have already thought about it. In 100 years, Patriarch Yuan will be able to leave the customs. At that time, his strength will be stronger, and he will not be weak among Su Xian. Bringing the fairy weapon to the Baiun school will bring out most of the power of the fairy weapon, and even if Lui has all kinds of supernatural powers, there will be no way out." Hearing this, all the ancestors also showed smiles. "Ha ha ha, it's better for the palace master to be cautious. Patriarch Yuan is already a 3 tribulations void immortal, and if you bring the fairy artifact, even if Lui breaks through to the Mahayana realm, he will definitely die. This is a great deal. Then let Lui be proud for a while." The ancestors of many heavenly demon palaces relaxed a lot and smiled. They seemed to have seen the scene of Lui being beheaded. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 10 years later, Lui's cultivation base has been steadily improved, reaching the 8th level of integration. On this day, Lui was practicing, when suddenly Zhang Fan's voice came from outside the door. "Junior brother Lui, are you there? Something important has happened." Lui slowly opened his eyes, and the vision of cultivation around him dissipated. Lui stepped out, disappeared in place in an instant, and came to the entrance of the cave. He opened the door of the cave, and saw Zhang Fan, Tai Man, and Bai Yulong outside the cave. All 3 of them looked a little nervous, and Tai Man was even more anxious. Lui raised his eyebrows, and asked with some doubts, "3 senior brothers, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Fan smiled wryly, and said, "The young master of the King Kaihu clan in the Northern Territory has left the customs and broke through to the realm of crossing the tribulation." When Lui heard this, he was also shocked, that Vixen really survived the catastrophe. But it has been more than 100 years since the Donglan historic site, so the Vixen should have forgotten about him long ago, right? Lui didn't panic at all, and said with a smile, "That young master is extremely talented, and breakthroughs are normal, but what does this have to do with me?" Bai Yulong next to him looked at Lui with a weird expression and said, "The problem is, the young master heard about you after he left the customs and asked you to fight." Lui? Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 209 Followers of Liu Yi, King Kaihu Palace. When Liu Yi heard this, he became numb and his mind was full of question marks. He was a little speechless and said, "The young lady of King Kaihu is shameless, but she has gone through the tribulation, and she even wants to fight me, a little fit monk." Zhang Fan and the others. They looked at Liu Yi with speechless expressions. Bai Yulong complained, "Junior brother Liu, you killed the patriarch of transitional tribulation, and this is still a small body monk?" Liu Yi was confident, "Even if I can kill Duja patriarch, I'm still a fit cultivator." Tai Man grinned, and said, "But that young master King Kaihu probably doesn't think so, otherwise he wouldn't have made an appointment with you." Even Zhang Fan nodded slightly, and said, "King Kaihu's appointment has spread all over Tianming, and all Tianming monks are discussing it. Many people think that King Kaihu is not even more than 500 years old. You are also a younger generation, but because you have absorbed the inheritance of the nine-tailed demon emperor, your cultivation has reached the peak of the younger generation, and your combat power, junior brother Liu, is also extremely terrifying. This battle is not considered bullying." Liu Yi was speechless. "If you say that, I'm only over 200 years old. The old woman painted by King Kaihu is 200 years older than me. Isn't that much older than me?" Zhang Fan and the others. The three of them were silent at the same time, feeling pierced in the heart. Bai Yulong glanced at Liu Yi resentfully, "Junior brother Liu Yi, you don't need to emphasize that you are already a superhuman being over 200 years old, and you can even kill Duja Patriarch." Tai Man scratched his head, "Fortunately, we entered the inner door together with junior brother Liu Yi from the outer door. We watched junior brother Liu Yi grow up, and got used to being hit by junior brother Liu Yi. Most monks would be heartbroken when they heard this." "Gone." Even Zhang Fan nodded with a wry smile. Liu Yi coughed dryly, and said, "The three senior brothers think too much, I actually didn't mean it." The three of them all had helpless expressions, and then Zhang Fan said, "To be honest, even if you don't want to fight, I'm afraid no one will say anything. It depends on you, junior brother. I think the young master of the King Kaihu clan should not. Will you be so careful?" Liu Yi thought for a while, and then said to himself, "I want to defeat King Kaihu. Task: defeat King Kaihu. Rewards: 10 drops of star marrow, a picture of all things in the middle grade immortal artifact, and the immortal technique, the art of ascending immortals." Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi was surprised. The mission rewards were much richer than the rewards of ordinary monks. You know, the mission rewards for killing are more than the mission rewards for defeating, but the mission rewards for defeating King Kaihu can even reward middle-grade immortal artifacts, which is better than the mission rewards for killing a strong man like Huang Yuanfeng. Much richer. The reward is generous, but Liu Yi is not sure if he can defeat King Kaihu. After all, when he was in the Mahayana realm, King Kaihu could also fight against the ancestor of Duja. Now that he has broken through to the realm of Duja, he may be considered an extremely powerful existence among the monks of Duja, but he doesn't know how to fight against Suxian. Then how? Although Liu Yi could kill Duja Patriarch, it was only Duja Patriarch with relatively low cultivation level. Facing the high-level Duja, if you don't use your whole cards and just use your own strength, it is still difficult to deal with it. What's more, King Kaihu still has a fairy weapon. Even if he also has a fairy weapon, he may not be able to beat it in a real fight. If it's just an ordinary match, for Liu Yi, a fight is nothing. No matter whether he wins or loses, it doesn't matter to Liu Yi. It's just that Liu Yi is a little worried that the Vixen still remembers the Donglan historic site until now, so he might not be able to let it go. Although Liu Yi is not afraid, one more thing is worse than one less thing. When his cultivation level breaks through to the realm of transcending robbery, he can suppress even a Vixen like King Kaihu. Hearing this, Zhang Fan and the others were not surprised. Zhang Fan said with a smile, "Junior brother made the right choice. The young master King Kaiyu is extremely powerful, so there is no need for junior brother to argue with her." So, the three of them bid farewell to Lui and spread the news. Although King Kaiyu paintings are considered to be of the younger generation, after all they are 200 years older than my junior brother Lui. With the speed of progress of junior brother Lui, he may become a fairy in 200 years. King Kaiyu paintings are based on Big Bully. The three of Bai Yulong left Bianzong and went to a big city in Qingzhou, they yelled, which attracted many monks to look sideways. Tai Man's body was like a giant tower, and with his arms folded across his chest, he also opened his mouth and said, "Junior brother Lui is extremely talented. After 200 years, the young master of the King Kaiyu clan will definitely not be my opponent." Zhang Fan smiled slightly, "Maybe it won't take 200 years, even after 100 years, junior brother Lui can suppress that King Kaiyu painting. The nine-tailed demon fox of the King Kaiyu clan in the Northern Territory is handsome and beautiful, and King Kaiyu Hua is even more glamorous. Her peerless beauty is famous throughout Tianming, and naturally she has many followers. In this big city, there are also monks who regard King Kaiyu Hua as the lover of their dreams. This is especially true for young and energetic monks." A young man in the nascent soul realm smiled and said, "After all, isn't Lui afraid? Why is Tianming the strongest young generation in history? It's just a waste of fame." These words made the three of Zhang Fan's eyes turn cold, and turned to look at the young man who spoke. Bai Yulong narrowed his eyes, shook the folding fan lightly in his hand, and asked, "Who are you?" "Biu Mountain, Qi Yueling." The young man sneered. "The arrogance of Biu Mountain? This is the arrogance of the great cult of the western regions. How could he appear in Qingzhou?" Some monks had heard of the young man's name, their expressions changed, and there were many discussions. "Isn't that the fairy beast cub making trouble? Now the entire Tianming Immortal Sect Holy Land and Daijiao, who doesn't want to find the fairy beast cub, and the younger generation of monks under their sect are all running to our eastern region to look for it. Where are the fairy beast cubs?" someone said. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Now there are many more monks in the eastern region than before, especially in Qingzhou. After all, the fairy deer cub looked this way before leaving, which also attracted a large number of monks. However, because of the presence of Bianzong and Lui in Qingzhou, even those monks from the Holy Land of Xianzong and the Great Religion would not dare to be too presumptuous when they came to Qingzhou. Qingzhou is not as chaotic as before. "A mere nascent soul, how dare you insult me, junior brother Lui? You are courting death." Bai Yulong stepped out with a cold expression on his face, with murderous intent circulating. Even Timan and Zhang Fan looked at Qi Yueling coldly. The three of them received too much favor from Lui. Without the various resources Lui gave them, even if they were not dead, they would never have the strength of their current cultivation. In their hearts, Lui was even more important than their own lives. Seeing that someone dared to insult Lui, the three of them were naturally unwilling to agree. "It's up to you?" Qi Yueling sneered and said, "Apart from Lui, who else is there in the Biun sect? And am I not telling the truth? When will it not work?" Although Bai Yulong was also in the nascent soul realm, Qi Yueling didn't panic at all. Bai Yulong's expression was cold. "Who else is there, you will find out later." While speaking, Bai Yulong had gusts of wind blowing around his body. The next moment, he stepped forward, his whole body seemed to turn into a ray of breeze, disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared behind Qi Yueling. The long sword in his hand was whirling with a sharp storm. He cut towards Qi Yueling. The terrifying wind blade split Qi Yueling's skin, blood spilled out, and his face changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. The next moment, he let out a low shout, and a phantom of a mountain range appeared around him, enveloping him. Boom! The storm sword light slashed on the phantom of the mountain range, and the roar resounded through the sky and the earth immediately. However, in just an instant, the phantom of the mountain range collapsed. The storm sword flashed across, cutting Qi Yueling in two, and blood gushed out. Qi Yueling's nascent soul flew out, with a frightened expression, and flew towards the sky, trying to escape. However, as soon as Bai Yulong reached out his hand, the wind blew up, bound Qi Yueling's nascent soul, and caught it back in an instant. Bai Yulong looked at Qi Yueling's nascent soul, and sneered, "Want to run? How dare you insult me, junior brother Liu Yi, I won't let you die so easily." While speaking, Bai Yulong directly sealed Yuanying's Yuanying. The monks in the entire city watched all this dumbfounded. The battle ended so quickly that they didn't even react. Then everyone was shocked. Although Biao Mountain is not an immortal sect, it is also a great sect that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Qi Yueling is a proud figure of Biao Mountain. He has a great reputation in the entire western region. He was defeated by a sword like this. This is the artistic conception of wind. The mere nascent soul realm has mastered such a high-level artistic conception of wind. Even if this person is in the holy land of Xianzong, he is definitely a first-class genius. Judging from his words, I'm afraid he is a follower of Liu Yi. As expected of that monstrous character, even a follower has such strength. A group of monks discussed and looked at Bai Yulong with fear in their eyes. Even a few of the cultivators who transformed themselves into gods had serious expressions on their faces. This kid is so strong that even I feel the danger. A cultivator who transformed himself into a god said so. This shocked the monks even more. Hearing everyone's comments, Bai Yulong's eyes sparkled, but he smiled a little. "Hey, I didn't expect to be regarded as a follower of junior brother Liu after making a move. I'm rather honored." Zhang Fan shook his head, and smiled helplessly. "Even Saint Sun Tianlong and Saint Tai want to be junior brother Liu's followers. If they know about this, they may come to trouble you." Hearing this, Bai Yulong's smug smile froze. Tai Man smiled honestly, and looked around. "I don't know who else dares to say junior brother Liu. I'll make a move later." However, there are not many monks like Qi Yueling. Even if many monks have thoughts in their hearts, they will not say them out. After all, Liu Yi himself is extremely talented, how can they talk about it? Except for the followers of King Kaihua, ordinary monks would not speak at all, and would only eat melons quietly and not cause trouble. Everything that happened in this big city spread at an extremely fast speed. After all, this matter involves the news of Liu Yi. As Liu Yi beheaded the two Duja patriarchs in one night 10 years ago, any news about him can make the whole Tianming look sideways. Liu Yi rejected the young Master King Kaihu's challenge. He said he was more than 200 years younger, and the young Master King Kaihu used the big to bully the small. In a big city in Qingzhou, followers of King Kaihu's paintings publicly humiliated Liu Yi and were afraid. Young Master King Kaihu was killed by one of Liu Yi's followers. In this way, with Liu Yi's talent, 200 years is indeed a lot of time. These geniuses are different from ordinary people like us. Yet, for us, 200 years is just a snap of our fingers. For geniuses like Liu Yi and King Kaihua, I'm afraid they can break through several realms. It seems that this battle is impossible to watch. However, what is surprising is that Liu Yi actually has followers, and his strength is so powerful. I heard that he is only in the nascent soul realm, but he has mastered the extremely high artistic conception of wind. He is worthy of Liu Yi's followers. The talent of this follower is so powerful, I am afraid it will not be difficult to achieve greatness in the future. This old man is not even qualified to be a follower, this damn world. Some monks were talking about the two's appointment, and some monks were surprised that Liu Yi's followers were so powerful. However, the Tianlong Shenzi and Tai Shenzi who heard this frowned. Followers? Where did brother Liu get his followers? The nascent soul realm, what qualifications do you have to be Brother Lu's follower? The angry voice of Tianlong Shenzi came out, which caused an uproar among the monks and Bai Yulong. Terrified. Interesting, how dare you insult Brother Lu? You deserve it if you die. But it's a bit shameless to call yourself a follower. The son of Tai also spoke. Bai Yulong was very innocent, I obviously don't claim to be myself, it's what they say. However, the matter was not over yet. When they heard that King Kaihua's followers were beheaded just because they said that Lu Yi was not as good as King Kaihua, King Kaihua's followers were immediately unhappy. You must know that the original King Kaihu paintings had already covered the entire northern territory when they were in the Mahayana realm, and even traveled and competed in other great realms, and had a large number of followers. Both. At this moment, these talented figures also spoke out one after another. Humph! Lu Yi's talent is indeed not weak, but he is still far behind Fairy King Kaihu. The young master of the Wild Sky Tiger clan in the Northern Territory is a powerful Wild Sky Tiger in the combined state, and he roared angrily in the forest, shattered a mountain range. Afterwards, he flew directly towards the Eastern Territory, wanting to give King Kaihua an explanation. Sister King Kaihu is peerless, she is the strongest in Tianming's younger generation. Lu Yi is not as good as Sister King Kaihu. Using 200 years as an excuse is just a guilty conscience. The princess of the Ming Guanghe clan also turned into a streamer and turned to Lu Guang. The Eastern Territory flew over. This caused the younger generation of Tianjiao in the Eastern Territory to blow up one after another. What are King Kai's paintings? Brother Lu has lost his practice for 200 years. If he is given 200 years, he will definitely reach the realm of crossing the catastrophe, and may even become an immortal. Tianlong Shenzi heard King Kaihu's painting. The news from the followers made him so angry that he couldn't even practice well. Brother Lu has mastered the power of the law in the state of fusion, and deduced the great formation of crossing the catastrophe in the state of fusion. Can King Kaihu painting do it? King Kaihu painting is just the inheritance of the nine-tailed demon emperor, isn't it? Can you compare with Brother Lu? Lei Tianyan, the saint of Lei Yan, was very disgusted with King Kaihu's paintings. She is also in Qingzhou these days, and even wants to join the Baiyun sect and practice the Dao of Thunder with Donggong Minjiu. As for the specific purpose, anyone with a discerning eye will know it at a glance. But Donggong Minjiu was naturally not happy, and even saw her. Followers on both sides shouted at each other. In the end, some monks even fought. The young master of the Huangtian Tiger clan and the son of the Heavenly Dragon had a fight in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and directly smashed the mountains with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and the ground was sunk. No one knows the final victory or defeat, only that both of them were seriously injured. If they were not accompanied by big shots from their respective forces, both of them would have been seriously injured in this battle. This also made the crowd of onlookers so horrified. Even the followers are so powerful, they are all such terrifying figures. How strong are King Kaihua and Lu Yi? Generally speaking, geniuses and monsters like Huang Tianhu and Tianlong Shenzi have extremely high aspirations. Unless they are far beyond them, it is impossible to convince them, let alone make them have the idea of worship. It is conceivable that the strength of Lu Yi and King Kaihua should be two-dimensional existence compared with the young master Huang Tianhu and the son of Tianlong. A few days later, the saintess of Lei Yan and the princess of the Ming Guanghe clan also fought. That day, the thunder roared in the sky, the sounds of immortals lingered, and the light shone for tens of thousands of miles. The two sides fought for nearly a whole day, and finally both sides were equally exhausted, with almost no strength left. According to insiders, even in the end, both sides stared at each other, unwilling to admit defeat. In the end, the strong men behind the two forces pulled them away, otherwise the two might have to fight hand to hand. This made all the monks feel cold, and the battle between the female nuns was even more terrifying. North Territory, King Kaihu Mountain. On the top of a mountain surrounded by fairy mist and magnificent peaks, a figure shrouded in sunlight stood on an attic. In front of the figure, there was still a flash of spiritual light, condensing Luyi's handsome appearance. Looking at the phantom in front of him, King Kaiuhua said with a voice of gnashing his teeth, "He, so your name is Luyi. I finally found it." King Kaiuhua still remembers the bastard's provocation to her. Her soft voice sounded, "Sure enough, my feeling at the beginning was correct. The talent is indeed earth-shattering. After only 200 years, I have cultivated to the state of fusion." Afterwards, the glow around King Kaiuhua's body surged, and the phantom of Luyi disappeared in front of her eyes. She looked up at the sky and said, "Now I have to fulfill my original promise and bring you back to my King Kaiu clan land." At this time, a middle-aged beautiful woman suddenly appeared, looked at King Kaiuhua in front of her, and said, "Hua, are you going to Qingzhou?" King Kaiuhua nodded slightly, and said with a light smile, "Well, Patriarch Xinyu, Hua is going to capture that person back." King Kaiu Xinyu heard the words, chuckled and said, "You mean Luyi? I have often heard about him. He is indeed a peerless genius. If Hua can bring him back, he can match you. Even if it is phase hung now, the two of you can take care of each other." Facing King Kaiu Xinyu's teasing, King Kaiuhua just smiled softly, "The ancestor Xinyu is teasing Hua again, I'm leaving now. Well, be careful along the way. Don't worry, I have broken through to cross the catastrophe, and with King Kaiuhua in my body, the world is so big that no one can keep me." King Kaiuhua's soft voice sounded, and the figure had disappeared. Chapter 210 Shocked King Kaiu Painting, Luyi and number 039, S. Lace News. Luyi and Bianzong also heard about the followers. Luyi was full of black lines. He didn't expect that there would be someone who claimed to be a follower. However, Luyi was still very touched that Tianlong Shenzi and others were willing to stand up for him. Especially Lei Tianyan, Luyi had very little contact with her. She didn't expect that she would fight the princess of the Ming Guanghe clan for Luyi's reputation. Luyi still felt a little emotional. Luyi also knew that Lei Tianyan practiced the Dao of Thunder, and often wanted to discuss the Dao with his junior sister. After thinking about it, he thought it was better to talk to his junior sister, so that his junior sister could also give her a lecture occasionally, which would be better for her. After hearing Luyi's words, Donggong Minjia frowned, pouted, and said softly, "Humph. For the sake of what that woman did, I should have time to chat with her. However, that woman it can only be a follower of the senior brother." Luyi smiled, this way, he could feel more at ease. As for Tianlong Shenzi and Tai Shenzi, Luyi himself would occasionally discuss with them, and get various rewards from the real dragon, as well as the enlightenment of the Dao. At worst, he would just explain the Taoism to them. A month later, King Kaiuhua came to the mountains outside Outer Sect. She turned into a snow-white fox, her eyes were full of sunshine, with a hint of softness, standing on the top of a mountain, looking at the Outer Sect in the distance. With the development of the Outer Sect over the years, the entire sect has naturally become more and more magnificent. There are magnificent palaces, carved railings, and painted buildings on the large mountain peaks, coupled with the spiritual mist transformed by the rich aura, it is so beautiful and extraordinary. Between this Outer section, isn't it as unbearable as the rumors say? King Kaiu's painting turned into a ray of white light, and quickly approached Outer Sect. When approaching the periphery of Outer Sect, King Kaiuhua stopped suddenly, with an incomparably mysterious light flashing in her eyes. In her line of sight, there were a series of mysterious and extremely complicated formations flowing, and these formations condensed one by one. Arrays are connected together. Even King Kaiuhua felt extremely dangerous. She was extremely shocked, and exclaimed to herself, "I heard that Luyi has an extremely powerful formation talent, and he has already deduced his own tribulation formation. It seems that the rumors are true. If this guardian formation is really Lui relying on if he builds it by himself, then his formation talent may exceed my imagination. The next moment, King Kaiuhua smiled softly, however, such an array can't stop me, void crossing. There are strands of mysterious rays of light flowing between her brows. The next moment, Xiaoguang enveloped her body, and like a phantom, she passed through the mysterious pattern and entered the White Cloud sect. After entering the Baiun sect, King Kaiuhua was not in a hurry, but walked comfortably among the mountain peaks, like an ordinary white fox, watching the monks of the Baiun sect flying with their swords, and also watching the monks of the Baiun sect discussing Taoism. The more I wandered around, the more surprised King Kaiuhua was. Because she found that the concentration of aura in Baiun sect was too strong. This kind of aura concentration almost catches up with the clan of my King Kaiu clan. Doesn't it mean that Bianzong has no great power except Lui? Why is Bianzong such a blessed place? King Kaiuhua couldn't believe it. King Kaiu swept across the disciple who was passing by Yujian, and sighed in his heart, in such a blessed place, the disciple is not weak. King Kaiuhua passed through several mountain peaks, and found that his disciples were basically Jindan, even in the nascent soul realm, and there were also some Huashan. At this moment, the entire Baiun sect seemed to be bustling, and many monks rose into the air and flew in one direction. Let's go! Senior brother Zhang Fan and senior brother Timan seem to be competing. Watching them compete is good for us to understand the mood. In the central square of Fangxi, go there quickly. Naturally, King Kaiuhua also heard their conversation, soared into the sky with some curiosity, and flew towards Fangxi together with the disciples who were flying with Yujian. However, even the disciples next to King Kaiu's painting, none of them noticed the figure of King Kaiu's painting. Soon, King Kaiu paintings came to the central Fangxi square. There was a tall tower in the square. She took a look at the tower and recognized it as a magic weapon at a glance. It might even be of a high level. Ancient magic weapon. King Kaiuhua muttered. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunzong had such a magic weapon. Then she looked at the arena next to the pagoda. The arena was huge and pitch black. King Kaiuhua looked shocked. It's made of Heiwen stone? Bianzong actually has such a big hand? Heiwen stone is a material for the realm of fusion. Such a huge arena requires a lot of black abyss stones. Even if King Kaiu took them out, it would be a bit painful. Unexpectedly, this arena was actually made of Heiwen stone. Naturally, King Kaiuhua didn't know that this was a natural talent and earthly treasure obtained by Lui. Since he couldn't use it anymore, he simply built a ring in Bianzong. After all, the strength of monks in Baiun sect is getting stronger and stronger, and the previous arena is no longer enough. For this reason, Lui even arranged a large formation on the ring to weaken all the aftermath of the battle so as not to cause any harm to Bai Yunzong. On the ring, Zhang Fan and Tai Man stood facing each other. The auras of both of them are at the peak of nascent soul, and they are only one step away from the realm of transforming gods. In just 200 years, from the breakthrough of Qi training to the peak of nascent soul, he can be regarded as a rather monstrous figure in the entire eastern region. At this moment, the spiritual light was flowing around the two of them, and the aura surged, which was extremely powerful. Of course, for King Kaiuhua, it can be seen through at a glance. She glanced at it, and then showed a surprised expression, the artistic conception of water, and the artistic conception of the earth. And they have already reached the level of Dacheng. Bianzong still has such a genius? Zhang Fan smiled slightly and said, Junior brother Timan, let's start. Tai Man clenched his fists and hammered hard, okay. I won't lose this time. The spiritual energy surged around the two of them, and their spells and magic weapons were released together, fighting together. The disciples below looked at it and exclaimed again and again, but King Kaiu's painting lost interest after just looking at it for a while. Although Zhang Fan and Tai Man are not weak in strength, the gap is too big for her. King Kaiu's painting turned into streamer and disappeared in place. Soon, at night, King Kaiuhua learned the location of Liu Yi from the conversation among his disciples, which was Lingluo Peak. King Kaiuhua heard that Liu Yi's cave was located near the top of Lingluo Peak. So, she turned into a streamer and came to the top of Lingluo Peak, intending to search a little bit further down. As soon as he arrived at the top of Lingluo Peak, King Kaiuhua suddenly felt something, and looked at the Lingqi on the side with some astonishment, and was extremely surprised. It's so rich in aura, this Lingqi is very unusual. Even if it is the young master King Kaiu, the King Kaiu clan is an extremely powerful force, and King Kaiuhua has never felt such a strong spiritual energy, and has never seen such a spiritual pool. King Kaiuhua approached curiously, and entered the bamboo wall surrounding the Lingqi. She looked down at the spirit pool and saw the yin and yang dao pattern surging in the spirit pool, showing a look of shock. The yin and yang dao pattern? This spirit pool actually involves the power of the law of yin and yang? What kind of spirit pool is this? At this moment, through the reflection of Lingqi, King Kaiuhua suddenly saw a figure in white standing behind him. King Kaiu painted? What the hell? The hair on her whole body exploded, and the rays of light burst out from her body. However, in just a short time, King Kaiuhua suddenly found that the aura in his body had fallen into dead silence, and the glow around him also dissipated. Her pupils constricted, her heart was horrified, and she decided to activate the King Kaiu Hall in the Sea of Consciousness. However, what makes King Kaiuhua unbelievable is that the King Kaiu Hall in her consciousness sea only shook for a while, and then seemed to be disturbed by an unknown force and could not be activated. King Kaiuhua is numb all over. What level of powerhouse is this? Before she had time to think about it, someone grabbed the back of her fate and picked her up. A lazy voice sounded, "It's weird, Tianming actually has a nine-tailed fairy fox? Are you a little guy from King Kaiu? Your bloodline has transformed? It's a rare chance." King Kaiu's painted limbs kept staring at the air, extremely ashamed and indignant, and saw himself holding his hand in front of a woman. This woman is beautiful in appearance, but she has a sleepy face and looks a little listless. King Kaiuhua was so shocked, she didn't notice how this woman appeared at all. With the peripheral vision in King Kaiuhua's eyes, he saw that there was an old woman standing not far from this woman. This old woman stood respectfully by the side. If she hadn't seen it, she wouldn't even be able to perceive that there is still someone there. And after hearing the woman reveal her identity, her heart was even colder, and she looked at the woman in disbelief. "Who is senior? Why are you in a place like Bianzong?" Ling Lufeng yawned, and glanced sideways at King Kaiuhua. "I should be asking you this, right? You came to my door in the middle of the night, and you still want to take a bath in my spiritual pool?" King Kaiu's painter was numb, and said in shame and indignation, "I didn't want to take a bath." "Then what do you want to do?" Peak Master Ling Luo looked at King Kaiuhua with a half-smile. "Could it be that you want to find my apprentice?" "Apprentice?" King Kaiuhua thought of something, looked at Ling Luo Peak Master with some uncertainty, and said in surprise, "Senior, you are the Peak Master of Ling Luo Peak? Liu Yi's master?" The master of Ling Luo Peak smiled and shook the white fox in his hand, and said, "That's right, I am the master of that brat. You came to Ling Luo Peak in the middle of the night to find my disciples, right?" Naturally, King Kaiuhua didn't dare to say that he actually wanted to capture Liu Yi and return to King Kaiu Mountain, but he just said, "The younger generation heard that Liu Yi's talent and strength are amazing, and he is the #1 person in Tianming's younger generation. I plan to come and see for myself. I don't mean to offend seniors." Ling Luo Peak Master yawned and said, "Is that so?" "Yes. Yes. Senior Mingjian." King Kaiuhua nodded with difficulty while being grabbed by the back of Destiny's neck. "If that's the case, then you go, don't disturb my sleep anymore." Ling Lufeng said lazily. "Sleep?" King Kaiuhua looked bewildered, unable to understand why he needed to sleep even after reaching such a state. However, she naturally didn't dare to refute, she just nodded, yes, this junior doesn't dare. Peak Master Ling Luo threw her on the ground, and King Kaihu painted her in a human form with a flash of sunlight. This time, she was not surrounded by sunlight. She had black hair past her buttocks, and her appearance was both soft and pure, with a peerless elegance. She cupped her hands and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior, for your understanding." Ling Luo Peak Master yawned, and suddenly disappeared, only a voice sounded, "Go." The one who left with Peak Master Ling Luo was also the old woman who stood aside. Seeing that the two were gone, King Kaiuhua's body softened and he sat down on the ground, realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Too strong. Whether it is Ling Luo Peak Master or the old woman, they are too strong. Not to mention that he has just broken through to the realm of crossing the catastrophe. Even if he has reached the peak of crossing the catastrophe, King Kaiuhua will not think there is any difference from now. King Kaiu Palace is an immortal artifact left by the fairy fox of the King Kaiu clan. It is extremely powerful. I didn't expect that even the immortal artifact can be suppressed. What kind of strength is this? King Kaiuhua couldn't believe it, but he was glad that his life was not worth dying. This Ling Luo Peak Master was not a bloodthirsty person. She exhaled slightly, calmed down her palpitations, and was extremely shocked. I never thought that Liu Yi's master would be a peerless immortal who lives here in seclusion. It's no wonder that with his talent, even if it is immortals are probably also moved, right? Now she naturally does not dare to bring Liu Yi back to the King Kaiu clan. She got up, left the bamboo wall of the spirit pool, glanced at the direction of the bamboo house, saluted respectfully, and then walked away from Ling Luo Peak, not even daring to fly. King Kaiuhua didn't know where Liu Yi's cave was, but soon, King Kaiuhua noticed that the concentration of aura around him was a bit strange. There is a particularly strong aura in one direction, which is shocking. What's the matter with the concentration of spiritual energy? The concentration of my King Kaiu clan is not so high. King Kaiuhua muttered to himself in shock. The astonishment received today is almost as much as it was 100 years ago. King Kaiuhua instinctively walked towards the direction with high concentration of aura. Not long after, King Kaiuhua arrived outside a cave. She stared wide-eyed, looking out of the cave in astonishment. There are a few small trees outside the cave, some of which have a strong sword light all over them, and the small silver swords seem to swim around the small trees like life. On a small tree, wisps of cocky yellow streamer flickered indefinitely, extremely thick, with mysterious cocky yellow streaks. There is also a small tree that contains starlight, causing the stars to fall and sprinkle around the small tree. What shocked King Kaiu's painting the most was an extremely cute little deer leaning against the root of a small tree. The fawn's skin shone like starlight, it closed its eyes and fell asleep, breathing starlight. Fairy tree. Cub of fairy beast. King Kaiuhua was extremely shocked. The cub of fairy beast that I have been looking for all day is here. Then King Kaiuhua thought of Ling Luo Peak Master and the old woman again, and said bitterly, "That's right, I'm afraid only that kind of fairy can subdue this fairy beast cub, right? The world has underestimated the Baiun sect. How can this be an ordinary small sect?" King Kaiuhua looked at the little star under the star tree that day, and sighed. Then, King Kaiuhua thought of something, looked at the gate of the cave, and thought that if the peak of Ling Luo Peak was not Liu Yi's cave, then where would the cave be in Liu Yi's identity? There is no doubt that nature is the place with the strongest aura. I'm afraid this is Liu Yi's cave, right? King Kaiuhua's eyes flashed, the corners of his mouth raised, and he walked over, and a soft voice came into the cave, "Liu Yi, come out and see you." Liu Yi, who was practicing, heard the voice from outside the door, and slowly opened his eyes with a hint of doubt in them. Who? He didn't seem to have heard this voice. Could it be the junior sister who admired him? Lu Yi stood up suspiciously, came to the entrance of the cave, and opened it. After seeing the King Kaihu painting outside the cave, Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then thought of something, his pupils shrank slightly, and he asked vigilantly, "It's you? King Kaihu painting?" King Kaihu raised her red lips, with a soft smile, "It seems that you still remember me." The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched, feeling a little startled. He never expected that King Kaihu would dare to enter the Baiun sect alone. What kind of secret technique did she master to pass through the Guardian formation? Lu Yi was a little curious, but he didn't panic at all. This is his base camp, with Master here, even if King Kaihu is very strong, Lu Yi does not believe that he will be in danger. Thinking of this, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Of course I still remember, the young master of the King Kaihu clan, but I didn't expect you to come to my Baiun sect?" King Kaihu's soft and lively eyes contained a trace of resentment. He approached Lu Yi, exhaled like a blue, and said, "Have you forgotten, Lu Lang? You said at the beginning that I'm welcome to marry into the Lu family. Now I'm here, Lu has Lang changed his mind? Lu Yi?" His mind was full of question marks, and he was stunned when he saw the somewhat resentful King Kaihu painting. "When did I say such a bastard? Fairy King Kaihu, don't ruin my reputation." Hearing this, King Kaihu's eyes became more resentful, and he said, "Lu Lang is really like all men in the world, is he a heartless man?" Fortunately, Huaer still remembers the original picture. King Kaihu painted a little on his forehead, and the next moment, streamers of light emerged in the air, turning into a picture and appearing in the air. It was at the exit square of the Donglan historic site. Lu Yi looked at the painting of King Kaihu approaching in the distance, laughed and said, "Deist King Kaihu, my words are still valid, you are welcome to marry into my Lu family." Lu Yi's voice came out from the screen, as if it had been enlarged, spreading throughout the entire Baiun sect. Playing it once was not enough, the screen started to play in a loop again, and the words that Lu Yi shouted were always in the sky. "Disciples of the Baiun sect? Wu Qingfeng and others who are practicing? Old Lu and his mother at the outer gate?" A loud voice resounded over the sky of Bianzong, and almost everyone raised their heads in bewilderment, looking at the picture in the sky. Some monks were still retreating, but when they heard Lu Yi's voice, they even ended the retreat, rushed out of the cave, and looked up at the sky. For a moment, everyone's expression was very strange. "Senior brother Lu Yi? Wait, who is brother Lu Yi talking to? Welcome to the Lu family. Who is fellow Deist King Kaihu? Wait, this picture, I have the impression, isn't this in the Donglan historic site? I remember it was the location of the exit." Zhang Fan widened his eyes and exclaimed. The monks nearby all looked at Zhang Fan blankly and rushed over. "Senior brother Zhang Fan, tell me in detail what's going on." "Zhang Fan, you kid, there are such gossip about junior brother Lu. Why don't you share it with us? Are you still human?" Bai Yulong was very angry. "Thank you Lun 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 for the 600 points rewarded, and thank you 08A for the 100 points. Chapter 211 Dawn and number 039, T-Bully Poor Girls, the pride of the Raksha clan. At the top of Ling Luo Peak, Ling Luo Peak Master and Grandma Yuan Ling were also alarmed and left the bamboo house. Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at the picture in the sky, and his face was extremely strange. "That brat, is there such a thing?" Lu Ningshuang, Donggong Minjiu and Jian Ruya were also alarmed and walked out of the cave. The three came outside Lu Yi's cave, and after seeing King Kaihu's painting, they all had gloomy and cold expressions. The young master of the King Kaihu clan actually came to my Baiun sect to do this kind of thing? Could it be that there is no one in my Baiun sect? Lu Ningshuang said with a cold pretty face. Donggong Minjiu glanced at the picture in the sky, and her face was full of indignation. "Humph! This is the picture of senior brother helping various monks escape at the Donglan ancient site, right? Foxy, you actually distorted the right and wrong, senior brother obviously didn't mean that. Sword Ryu circulated the sword light all over her body, and said, King Kaiu Hua, your King Kaiu clan wants to become the common enemy of the eastern region. Liu Yi also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, King Kaiu painted this picture, and Liu Yi was a little worried that Lu Ningxuang and the others would misunderstand it. It seems that the three of them are still very caring. King Kaiu Hua raised his eyebrows, put away the picture in the sky, with a soft smile on his face, his eyes swept across. The three are Liu Lang's Taoist couples, right? I'm the first one. Liu Lang wants to marry people, the three are younger sisters. The expressions of the three turned cold, and they all looked at King Kaiu's painting. Liu Yi also frowned, and said, Fairy King Kaiu, you and I know exactly what the previous words mean, and it's useless to say them now. Liu Yi didn't believe that King Kaiu Hua would really want to marry into the Liu family just because of this. Hearing this, King Kaiu Hua showed a weeping expression, and glanced at Liu Yi resentfully, as if Liu Yi had done something excessive. Liu Lang is too indifferent. Liu Yi said, Stop pretending, tell me your purpose for coming here. King Kaiu Hua thought of the two immortals before, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, and the expression on his face became serious. I came here, naturally, to make an appointment with you, Liu Lang. After all, you refused. What about my challenge? Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and said, Didn't I say that you and I are 200 years apart, and you are much older than me? With our talents, the gap between these 200 years is too big. Such an appointment, the war is not fair. When King Kaiu Hua heard this, he immediately became angry. What do you mean by being 200 years older? I'm still very young. Liu Yi, pay attention to what you say. Liu Yi looked confused. I didn't say you were old, why are you so angry? King Kaiu Hua snorted coldly, there must be an explanation for what you and I did at the Donglan ancient site before. If that's the case, I'll wait for you for 100 years. After 100 years, you and I will fight. Hearing this, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and looked at King Kaiu Hua with a half smile. Why didn't you wait for me for 200 years? Could it be that Fairy King Kaiu thinks that after 200 years, you will no longer be my opponent? King Kaiu froze, and hummed softly, 200 years is too long, I'm afraid I'll have ascended by then. Liu Yi shrugged, if that's the case, let's say 100 years. Liu Yi didn't think he could beat King Kaiu Hua after 100 years, he still had some confidence in himself. Seeing that Liu Yi agreed, King Kaiu Hua snorted softly, then turned around and glanced at Lu Ningxuang and the other three with pretty cold faces, raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were soft. Three sisters, Liu Lang will leave it to you first. The three of you are looking for care, and when I pass the door, the three younger sisters have to call me older sister. Murderous look appeared in the eyes of the three of them, they looked at King Kaiu Hua coldly. Between Jian Ruo's eyebrows was a white jade sword pattern condensed, and his aura surged, as if he wanted to make a move. Lu Ningxuang on the side also had snow patterns appearing between her brows, looking at King Kaiu's painting coldly. Donggong Minjiu's pretty face was full of anger, and thunder light flowed all over her body, her aura was extremely powerful. A flash of surprise flashed in King Kaiu Hua's eyes, he glanced over the three of them, and said in astonishment, 2 fairy bodies? Jian Ruyu said coldly, King Kaiu Hua, don't think that your talent is higher than ours. You just absorbed the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. In a few years, we will definitely surpass you. Lu Ningxuang also said coldly, at that time, you and I will have a battle. That's right. There's me. Donggong Minjiu echoed and clamored. There was a gleam of solemnity in King Kaiu Hua's glowing eyes, and then he smiled softly, I didn't expect that Liu Lang would have such good fortune. The 2 younger sisters are immortal, but this younger sister is a little worse. Oh, it's not a fairy body yet. King Kaiu Hua looked at Donggong Minjiu. Donggong Minjiu? The angry expression on her face froze, and then she became even more angrily. Thunder surged all over her body, and she said angrily, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully girls to be poor. Wait, fox spirit, I must let you know how powerful it is. King Kaiuhua chuckled lightly, not paying attention. At this moment, there was a humming sound, causing everyone present to look over. The previous movement woke up the little Sing Sing who was cultivating. It stood up and looked at everyone innocently with star-like eyes, as if asking, what are you doing? Afterwards, little Sing Sing seemed to sense something, and looked at King Kaiuhua. Yo-Yo called the two of them, and under the astonished eyes of Lu Yi and the others, it actually walked towards King Kaiu's painting and circled around King Kaiu's painting. Lu Ningshuang, Jian Ruyu, and Donggong Minjiu all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. It's impossible. Little Sing Sing is obviously serious about life. Why did he get close to this vixen? Donggong Minjiu exclaimed. As a female cultivator, King Kaiuhua naturally loves such a cute little star, not to mention that this is a fairy beast cub, and King Kaiuhua will naturally not let go of such an opportunity if they can build a good relationship. Her eyes were shining, then she squatted down with a chuckle, and stretched out her slender jade hand to touch little Sing Sing. Jian Ruyu, Lu Ningshuang, and Donggong Minjiu stared at little Sing Sing, and then they found that little Sing Sing didn't dodge and let King Kaiuhua caress her. King Kaiuhua raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "It's so cute." At this moment, the three of them felt that the string of reason in their hearts was broken. Donggong Minjiu's eyes were red, little white-eyed wolf. I have been feeding you all kinds of good things for 10 years, but you won't let me touch them. Now you let a vixen from outside touch them. Jian Ruyu gritted her teeth, as if she had been robbed of something. Her sword intent circulated all over her body, wishing she could slash through it with a single blow. Lu Ningshuang's pretty face was cold, and she glanced coldly at little Sing Sing. It's just a fairy beast cub, I don't care about it. Even Lu Yi looked at little Sing Sing in surprise. He didn't expect little Sing Sing to get close to King Kaiuhua. What's the reason? Not far from Lu Yi's cave mansion, Ling Luo Peak Master and Yuan Ling's mother-in-law naturally also saw this scene, and Ling Luo Peak Master was also very happy. Even if the old lady wants to hug this little thing, it will struggle. It is so close to that little fox. Granny Yuan Ling looked at King Kaiu's painting and said, "This little girl in King Kaiu is a nine-tailed fairy fox, and also of the blood of fairy beasts. I'm afraid it's the connection between fairy beasts." Little Sing Sing has a good impression of her, right? Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded, and then she asked, "Then what's the matter with Lu Yi, that brat? Why has this little guy been sticking to him since we first met?" "This? I don't know." Grandma Yuan Ling shook her head. King Kaiuhua raised his eyebrows when he heard what the three of Donggong Minjiu said, and understood something, and looked at the three of them with a half-smile. "Why, that little guy doesn't get close to you? It seems that he accepts me more." The three of them were boiling with murderous intent. They looked at King Kaiuhua coldly. King Kaiu's face remained unchanged. He looked at Lu Yi with a smile on his face, and said, "Since we have already made an appointment, then I'm leaving. Lu Lang, don't forget about our direct decision." As King Kaiuhua said, he winked at Lu Yi charmingly. After finishing speaking, she turned into a streamer, soared into the sky, and flew towards the outside of Outer Sect. Little Sing Sing looked up and watched King Kaiuhua leave. Yo-Yo called twice. Seeing that King Kaiuhua hadn't come back, it ran to Lu Yi's feet and lay down. This looked at the eyes of Lu Ningshuang and the three of them. Little white-eyed wolf. Donggong Minjiu was still indignant and chattered endlessly. Seeing the cold expressions of the three of them, Lu Yi smiled helplessly. "I'm afraid this little guy is getting close because King Kaiuhua is not a human being, but belongs to the lineage of fairy beasts, right? You are different from her." This is a possibility that Lu Yi only thought of later, and only this possibility is the greatest. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and the others looked a little better. Jian Ruya glanced at little Xing Xing who was lying there sleeping, and snorted coldly, even so, to be so close to our enemy, little Xing Xing is too much. Donggong Minjiao clenched her fists even more, and said, that vixen dares to look down on Miss Ben. Brother, you must deal with her properly when the time comes. Lu Yi did not refuse, and nodded with a smile. The vixen came to my Baiun school and made such a big commotion, I will naturally remember it. What made Lu Yi a little puzzled was why Master and Grandma Yuan Ling didn't move at all when King Kaihu painted Baiun sect. Then Lu Yi thought again, is King Kaihu so easy to talk to? When I was at the Donglan ancient site last time, that vixen was not so easy to talk, and the reason why he is easy to talk this time may not be because of him. Then the only possibility is Master and Granny Yuan Ling. Lu Yi knew it in his heart. Because of the matter of King Kaihu's painting and the matter of Xiao Xing Xing, the three of them held their breath, bid farewell to Lu Yi, and went back to practice. Then, Lu Yi saw Zhang Fan and others flying up. When they flew over, Lu Yi heard Bai Yulong's excited voice, Junior brother Lu, you and young Master King Kaihu still have such a charming past. If it wasn't for senior brother Zhang Fan, I wouldn't know about it. Lu Yi? He looked at Zhang Fan in a daze. Good guy, this bastard looks thick, but he said these words behind his back? Lu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, don't think too much, it's just an excuse made up by King Kaihu. I have already promised her, and I will fight her in 100 years. After Lu Yi talked about it, he drove away those who were curious about his romantic past with King Kaihu, and he went back to practice in seclusion. Soon, King Kaihu appeared in Bianzong, and word spread that he planned to marry into the Lu family. It was almost an earthquake. Who is King Kaihu? The young master of the King Kaihu clan, the descendant of the Nine Tails Demon Emperor, one of the strongest members of Tianming's younger generation, the proud daughter of heaven who is almost certain to become a fairy, such a person wants to marry? And marry Lu Yi? Who is Lu Yi? The most talented monk in Tianming's history, mastered the law in the state of fusion, and the monk who deduces the great formation of the catastrophe, the future is almost certain, the peerless evildoer who can ascend to immortality. Didn't expect the two of them to have such a past? Almost all the monks in Tianming were shocked, even the followers of the two were no exception. The followers of King Kaihu were the most angry. The young master Huangtian roared, impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Fairy King Kaihu is pure and unparalleled in the world, how could she fall in love with Lu Yi? This young master doesn't believe it. Princess Ming Guanghe was also angry, Sister King Kaihu is a hero among my girls, she must be the first person in Tianming, how could she marry a male cultivator? I don't believe it. On the contrary, Lu Yi's followers were extremely happy. Tianlong Shenzi laughed loudly, you have to fight that my brother Lu is not as good as King Kaihu, now it's over, King Kaihu wants to join the Lu family, and she will become my sister-in-law soon, how do you fight? Shenzi Tai also laughed, it turned out to be sister-in-law, but the flood rushed into the Dragon King temple. On the contrary, Saintess Lei Yin was very dissatisfied, this vixen also said that he wanted to ask brother Lu for an appointment to fight, but now he wants to be brother Lu's Taoist companion, it is really shameless. Apart from the Lei Yin Saintess, many Saintesses from the Immortal Sect Holy Land in Tianming complained one after another, and anyone with a discerning eye could see their thoughts. But soon, there was news that the battle between Lu Yi and King Kaihu had been confirmed. King Kaihu would wait for Lu Yi for 100 years, and after 100 years, the two would have a battle. But because of the fact that King Kaihu wanted to marry into the Lu family first, this matter was not so exciting. However, even so, the matter still attracts attention. For ordinary monks, 100 years is actually not long. Even a foundation building monk can live for more than 200 years. For Daning, there is only one time for retreat. This kind of battle is a battle between the strongest of the younger generation, and the level is still at the level of the ancestors of Duzha. Even the ancestors of Tianming all looked sideways, let alone other monks. Almost all monks are discussing this matter, and at the same time guessing who will win after 100 years. The old man is more optimistic about Liu Yi. This son is extremely talented. He has mastered the law of swordsmanship in the state of fusion, even if it has never been done before in the entire history of Tianming. An ancestor of the Immortal Sect Duji said. The old man thinks that the young master of the King Kaihu family is more likely to win. Although Liu Yi's talent is extraordinary, if he is in the same realm, Liu Yi may win without any suspense. But after all, there is a big gap between their cultivation bases, and King Kaihu itself is also a peerless talent. Even if Liu Yi's combat power is stronger, so many realm gaps are not so easy to smooth out. Another Duzha patriarch also expressed his opinion. It's just a young couple fighting, what opinions do we outsiders have to express? A monk complained. However, because the war will take 100 years, the matter about the two of them gradually subsided. Even the followers of the two stopped arguing, and just waited for the time to decide the outcome of the battle. The universe is incomparably vast, and in a star field extremely far away from Tianming, there is a crimson-red planet. The surface of this planet is covered with thick blood water, and the whole planet seems to be covered by a sea of blood, with only a few pieces of land. On one of the barren dark red lands, there are tall and luxurious palaces standing. In one of the palaces, a tall Rakshasa monk sat cross-legged. He had an incomparably terrifying aura. Just sitting there was like a black hole, absorbing all the light around him, making it hard for people to see him clearly. Looks. Below this monk, there are more than a dozen monks of the Raksha tribe. All of these monks of the Raksha tribe are in the realm of crossing the catastrophe, but at this moment they are standing on the ground in fear. The tall Raksha monk's eyes were dark red, he looked at the group of Raksha monks coldly, and said slowly, Swafeng and Swemu went to avenge Linger, and they haven't come back until now, I'm afraid something happened. Go to that planet, find the murderer who killed the blood spirit, and bring him back. Yes. A group of monks from the Raksha clan responded respectfully. At this moment, a stream of bloody light flew from a distance and landed in the main hall. It was a young man of the Raksha tribe with a handsome appearance and a single horn like a blood jade on his forehead. As soon as he appeared, there seemed to be a sea of blood surging in the entire palace, and the terrifying power of blood was shocking. Young Master Xue Luming. A group of Raksha monks hurriedly bowed. Even the Raksha monks on the high platform had a gentle voice, Liu Ming, why are you here? Xue Luming said, Ancestor, I have heard about Lingdi. Lingdi died on a low-level planet. As an elder brother, I should avenge him. Just let me go. Hearing this, the Raksha monk on the high platform was silent for a while, and then slowly said, Linger died in the Tianluo starfield. The Yu family and my Raksha clan are fighting. It is dangerous for you to go. With a firm expression on his face, Xue Luming said, Ancestor, I will be careful, just let me go. I am already at the peak of crossing the catastrophe, and I am only one step away from ascending. I just need an experience to help me ascend. The Raksha monk on the high platform was silent again, and after a long time, he said, If that's the case, then you go. As he said that, he looked at the monks who had crossed the robbery once, and said, You go with the young master. If he dies, you don't have to live. Yes. We will swear to protect the young master to the death. A group of monks from the Raksha clan who had crossed the tribulation realm shouted in a low voice. In that case, let's go. The Raksha monk waved his hand. Xue Luming nodded, bowed to leave, and then turned into a streamer, leaving the hall, and the other ancestors of Duzha hurriedly followed. 12 years later. In Liu Yi's cave, Liu Yi sat cross-legged, with a flash of light in his eyes. He broke through to the 10th floor of the combined body, only one step away from the 11th floor of the combined body. Just in time, Liu Yi planned to see what kind of mission rewards would be for breaking through to the 11th floor of the combined body. After all, the core of the Dao was already rewarded before. This time, will there be any treasures beyond the core of the Dao? I spent a day running for decoration materials today, and it wasn't long before I came back. I just finished writing a piece, and the update tonight will be as usual. Chapter 212 The Qi of Chaos, The Roar of the Nine Nether Abyss. I want to break through to the 11th floor of the body. Liu Yi said to himself. Task. Break through to the 11th floor of the body. Reward, a wisp of chaos air. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, a little shocked. The air of chaos? Chaos is born and all things are born, this is the original power that is older than the Dao. Unexpectedly, the mission reward this time was to reward the Qi of Chaos. If one absorbs the energy of chaos, wouldn't one be able to transcend the great Dao and swim in chaos? Liu Yi was overjoyed and quickly accepted the task. The rewards for this mission are really generous. With such a mission reward, Liu Yi naturally worked harder to cultivate. Enter closed state again. Of course, from time to time, he will also practice double cultivation with Jian Ruyu, Donggong Minjiu, and Yun Xi, and his cultivation speed will not be slowed down. However, every time Jian Ruyu wanted to find Liu Yi, she had to sneak around. Lu Ningxuang became more and more suspicious that Jian Ruyu and Donggong Minjiu seemed to be doing something behind her back, which made Lu Ningxuang stare closely. It was only when Lu Ningxuang was in seclusion that Jian Ruyu and Donggong Minjiu dared to come to Liu Yi. Liu Yi felt very helpless. Not only Liu Yi was helpless, even Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu were also helpless. As Liu Yi's strength became stronger and stronger, coupled with these years of studying the 9 revolutions heavenly demon physique, he gained a deeper understanding of body training techniques, and his physical body became stronger and stronger. As for Liu Yi's physical strength, the most direct situation is that the 3 of Jian Ruyu are becoming more and more unable to withstand it. Even though the 3 of them practiced together with Liu Yi every time, in the end the 3 of them couldn't take it anymore and passed out, and Liu Yi became more and more unsatisfied. This made Liu Yi ask for more and more. On this day, after the double cultivation, Jian Ruyu, Donggong Minjiu, and Yun Xi woke up one after another. They were lying on the bed like salted fish, their faces were exhausted, and even their bodies were trembling slightly instinctively. Donggong Minjiu said to Jian Ruyu with a sad face, "Sister Ruyu, I beg you, why don't we go talk to senior sister Xiao about this?" Yun Xi's face was numb, and there was a tired look in her smart eyes. She also looked at Jian Ruyu, "Sister Ruyu, Sister Ningxuang, she shouldn't kill us, right? Is it better than now?" Jian Ruyu rubbed her sore waist, her tired pretty face was full of tangles, but... Stop it! If this continues, the 3 of us won't be able to hold on anymore. Senior brother's physical body is becoming more and more perverted. How can the 3 of us stand up? Donggong Minjiu looked desperate. Jian Ruyu couldn't help shivering when she thought of the double cultivation experience in the past few days. She thought for a while in silence, then gritted her teeth, with an expression of death, "Okay then. Let's talk to Ningxuang together later." Donggong Minjiu? Yun Xi? Hearing this, both of them were dumbfounded. Donggong Minjiu didn't want to go, so she said, "Why do we have to go too? Isn't this Sister Ruyu, you should talk about it." Yun Xi nodded again and again, "Well, I won't go." Jian Ruyu's head was full of black lines, and he said, "How can that be done? Obviously the 3 of us have already double cultivated with the perverted junior brother, how can I bear all this alone? We have to work together." Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi's pretty faces collapsed, and they were both a little reluctant. Jian Ruyu gritted her teeth, and said, if I'm only allowed to go alone, then I won't do it. At worst, the three of us will be like this. Jianruo's look of dying together made both Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi numb. The two looked at each other, and then they also showed expressions of looking at death as if they were at home. All right then, let's go together. The two can only submit. After a short rest, the three of them felt a little stronger. The three of them left the room. They saw that the door of Liu Yi's practice room was closed, and they understood that Liu Yi was practicing. The three looked at each other, and Jianruo whispered, "Let's go directly." Both Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi nodded. Afterwards, the three of them slipped out of Liu Yi's cave. All three of them forgot about the little Xingxing's closeness to King Kai's paintings, and went to the little Xing Xing every day to increase their favorability, but unfortunately, the little Xing Xing still didn't answer, and let them three people are outraged. Afterwards, the three of them soon arrived outside Lu Ningxuang's cave. Jianruo and the three looked at each other, then Jianruo coughed lightly, and said softly, "Ningxuang, are you there? We came to talk to you." Soon, Lu Ningxuang, who was dressed in white, opened the door of the cave, and her cold and pretty face was full of doubts. "The last time I discussed the Tao was not long ago, why did you suddenly come to me to discuss the Tao again?" "Ha ha ha ha. Let's go in and talk about it." Jianruo felt a little guilty and said with a dry smile. Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi also nodded beside them. Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows, stepped aside and let the three of them in. Entering the hall, the four of them sat down. Lu Ningxuang glanced at the guilty expressions of the three of them, and said, "Do you have something you want to talk to me about?" Jianruo laughed dryly and said, "Yes." "What's the matter?" Lu Ningxuang narrowed her eyes, her pretty face was cold and expressionless. Jianruo scratched her head, said with a dry smile, "That's right, the three of us have double cultivated with the perverted junior brother." Lu Ningxuang? Her expression was calm and calm. She looked at Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi, "You two want to talk about this too?" Both Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi nodded, shrinking their necks, not daring to speak. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Afterwards, strands of extreme chill came from inside Lu Ningxuang's cave, and the entire cave was frozen. There was a terrible chill escaping from the entire Ling Luo peak. All the monks of the Baiyun sect were alarmed and looked at Ling Lufeng with a dazed expression, not understanding what happened. The next moment, Jianruo, Yun Xi, and Donggong Minjiu all rushed out. Their bodies were still covered with ice scum, their delicate bodies were still trembling slightly, and a look of fear appeared on their faces. Jianruo glanced at the cave behind her in fear. The cave was filled with cold. She shivered. "I knew, with Ningxuang's temperament, we must be miserable. Now is the time to talk about this." Donggong Minjiu thought of the scene of being suppressed by Sister Smelly before. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she said, "Hurry up and find a way. I don't want to be suppressed by her for 100 years. Let's run first. How about we go to Wanhuazong? Even if he is as straightforward as Yongzi, he is a little scared now." Jianruo and Donggong Minjiu nodded at the same time. "Let's go, hurry to Wanhuazong." The three turned into streamers and rushed out quickly. And Liu Yi, who was practicing, also felt Lu Ningxuang's terrifying chill. He was startled awake, stunned for a moment, left the cave with a blank face, and looked towards Lu Ningxuang's cave. In the direction of Lu Ningxuang's cave, a faint blue cold air rose into the sky like a beam of light, which means that Lu Ningxuang deliberately controlled it, otherwise the entire Baiyun sect would be frozen. Even so, the temperature in the Baiyun sect still dropped significantly, and it was snowing heavily in the sky. Many weak monks were shivering with horror on their faces. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched. "What's the matter, senior sister? She seems very angry." Liu Yi turned into a streamer and came outside Lu Ningxuang's cave. Seeing that the door of the cave was open, he walked in. Then Liu Yi saw Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, there was a snowflake imprint between her brows, and her black hair turned into snow. Lu Ningxuang noticed Lu Yi's arrival. Her pretty face was still cold. She looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked blank. Senior sister, what's wrong? Are you okay? On Lu Ningxuang's icy pretty face, there was a smile that was not a smile. Her blue eyes were like a dull icy lake, and her voice was like a cold wind blowing. Junior brother, have you and Ryu practiced? Lu Yi? His heart skipped a beat, and he had some bad thoughts. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he nodded slightly, yet. Lu Ningxuang's smile became brighter. You're also practicing double cultivation with your junior sister? Lu Yi knew that his premonition was right. It must be senior sister Ryu and the three of them. Those three guys didn't tell him, but went to tell senior sister directly. How can anyone sell teammates like this? He wasn't even prepared. Lu Yi could only bite the bullet and nod, yes. So is Yun Xi? Lu Ningxuang's smile became brighter. Lu Yi's scalp was numb. Without thinking, he hugged Lu Ningxuang, lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Lu Ningxuang's eyes widened. She looked at Lu Yi with blue eyes. After a long time, the two parted their lips, and there were traces of crystal lines at the corners of their mouths. Lu Yi looked at Lu Ningxuang seriously, and said, Senior sister, I love you. Lu Ningxuang's eyes were bigger, and her blue eyes fluctuated violently, as if a stone had been thrown into the icy lake. She sneered, You think I can forgive you? Well. After another moment, the two parted. Lu Yi looked at Lu Ningxuang seriously, and said, Senior sister, you have always been extremely important in my heart, and I hope you can always be with me. Lu Ningxuang's body was stiff, her eyes softened a little, and she said coldly, You and the three of them have double cultivated, but I don't. If they didn't tell me, I still don't know. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi hugged Lu Ningxuang and walked towards the room. Lu Ningxuang was taken aback for a moment, a little confused. Junior brother, what are you doing? Lu Yi said seriously, Shuangziu. Lu Ningxuang? She looked confused, and then exclaimed, Wait. Wait. I'm not ready yet. Junior brother don't want it. Lu Yi said with a serious face, I think what senior sister said is right. The three of them have double cultivated, and I can't leave senior sister alone. If others have it, senior sister must also have it. Lu Ningxuang's chest heaved in anger, What are you talking about? Lu Yi looked at Lu Ningxuang with both eyes, and said seriously, Sister, don't you want to? Lu Ningxuang's tender body froze, and then slowly softened. She looked at Lu Yi, and said, For the next 6 months, you have to stay with me alone. You can't go to Ryu and the other three bastards. When Lu Yi heard it, he nodded immediately, Of course there is no problem. He walked towards the room with Lu Ningxuang in his arms, and said cheerfully, Come on, senior sister, I'll teach you the double cultivation technique. Although Lu Ningxuang said to let Lu Yi accompany her for half a year, but only 2 months later, Lu Yi was kicked out of the cave by Lu Ningxuang. Senior sister, you clearly said that it will take half a year. How can you drive me away? Before Lu Yi left, he was very sad. Senior sister, why don't you say nothing? Lu Ningxuang's delicate body was weak. She stretched out her hand to support the wall. Her cold and pretty face had a blush that couldn't dissipate. She looked at Lu Yi coldly, Go. Or I won't see you again. Lu Yi had no choice but to leave. After leaving, Lu Yi went to the caves of his junior sister and senior sister Ryu to find someone, but found that none of them were there. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he was angry in his heart. These three guys must have escaped. Don't get caught by him, or they will not be able to get out of bed for a year. Lu Yi secretly made up his mind. With a depressed mood, he returned to his cave and continued to practice. It has to be said that 2 months of double cultivation with his senior sister has made great progress for him. His cultivation base has improved a lot, and his yin and yang power has finally been raised to the realm of law. After raising the power of yin and yang to the realm of law, Liu Yi has a deeper understanding of the dual cultivation of yin and yang, and the speed of dual cultivation has also increased faster. His cultivation speed has also been greatly improved, which can be compared with his normal cultivation for 4 months. Liu Yi smacked his lips, feeling a little disappointed, but it's a pity that the senior sister didn't want him to continue his double cultivation. Otherwise, he might be able to break through to the 11th floor in a short time. Liu Yi shook his head and continued to practice. After another 10 years, Liu Yi successfully broke through to the 11th floor of the body and completed the mission reward. Liu Yi showed that ray of chaotic air. It was a misty aura. Although it was just a ray of aura, it was extremely heavy. Even if Liu Yi's physical body was extremely powerful at the moment, his strength was equally terrifying, and he was a little helpless. Holding on to this ray of breath, tiny cracks appeared on his body, so he had to use the law of indestructibility to recover. If this ray of breath falls on a small star, it is enough to crush the star. Liu Yi was terrified in his heart. Fortunately, his strength was strong enough. If he was a general fit power, his body would be shattered just by touching this ray of chaos. This wisp of aura has an incomparably mysterious flow of light. Even if Liu Yi carved a mysterious and incomparably large shielding formation in the cave, he can still feel a wisp of aura slowly escaping. This made Liu Yi quickly integrate this ray of chaos into his space ring. Fortunately, his interspatial ring is a low-grade immortal artifact green wheel ring, which can store this ray of chaotic energy. Otherwise, even the interspatial ring, which is a top-grade spiritual weapon, would probably be directly crushed by this ray of chaotic pressure. After obtaining such a treasure, Liu Yi was naturally overjoyed. After that, he continued to practice, hoping to break through to the peak of the 13th level of integration soon, and use the energy of chaos to break through to the Mahayana realm. East China Sea. The original location of Misty Island has now turned into a pitch-black hollow, and deep and strange black flames are burning inside the hollow. The flame has no temperature at all, and any monk will feel cold in his heart just by looking at it. This is the flame from Jiu. Around the 9 nether abyss, there are incomparably mysterious Dao patterns circulating. These Dao patterns are connected together to form an extremely mysterious and complex formation. And outside the big formation, there are wisps of white mist floating, as if the mist is at the junction of void and reality, isolating the 9 nether abyss from the waters of the East China Sea. Even so, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers where the 9 nether abyss is located, there is not even a single fish, and all creatures retreat instinctively, not to mention the sea people who originally lived here have already migrated to other places up. On this day, inside the 9 nether abyss, the 9 nether fire, which had been burning peacefully, suddenly became violent. The terrifying 9 nether fire shot up into the sky, as if a black waterfall rushed out of the 9 nether abyss and crashed heavily into the incomparably mysterious formation. The Dao pattern on the big formation flickered, and a golden light flowed. All the fires of the 9 nethernesses were immediately dispersed and turned into black smoke, filling the sky above the 9 netherness abyss. Soon, the entire inside of the formation was filled with darkness, and the formation emitted an incomparably dazzling light, like a golden sun appearing above the East China Sea. The terrifying, strange and awe-inspiring aura appeared at the same time, permeating millions of miles. The monks in the entire East China Sea area were horrified, and turned their heads to look in the direction of the 9 nether abyss. It's that ominous place. What happened there? It's such a terrible breath. The big formation arranged by the immortal has been touched. Incomparably powerful monks soared into the sky one by one, approaching the 9 nether abyss, including the Sea Clan and Eastern Region monks. Everyone saw the golden light in the mist, and the deep darkness surging under the golden light. It seemed that the power that the world could not tolerate just appeared, and even the monks who were at least at the powerful level shuddered. Roar! At this moment, an incomparably terrifying roar sounded from the deep darkness. The black mist billowed, the black smoke burned, and the entire array of light flickered. Among the monks who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, there was a weaker fusion power who coughed up a big mouthful of blood on the spot, and his face was extremely pale. The other monks also stared wide-eyed, their faces full of horror, and they retreated one after another, like avoiding snakes and scorpions. They looked terrified. The formation pattern can't hold up anymore, the fairy formation is about to collapse. What kind of terrifying monster is inside? With a roar, even across the fairy formation, it makes the old man's blood boil. A Duja ancestor couldn't believe it. No, if the fairy array collapses, the monsters inside will rush out, and the whole day will be over. Some monks were pale and full of panic. At this moment, a void crack appeared above the white mist. An old woman stepped out of the crack. The white-haired old woman looked at the tumbling fire and air of the 9 nethers below, her face was cold, and she said in a low voice, "Presumptuous! This place is not the 9 nethers, go back." She stretched out her hand and stretched out to the 9 nether abyss. The next moment, a misty breath emerged, and the white mist outside the fairy formation rolled, as if with incredible power. The black mist and flames inside the formation seemed to be disturbed by some strange force, and they subsided slowly. The black mist dissipated, the flames subsided, and the terrifying creatures below seemed to calm down. The white-haired old woman glanced at the peaceful 9 nether abyss, and exhaled slightly. Then she noticed a broken corner of the fairy formation, and her face changed dramatically. "Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the Plain Gourmet Master, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A Master." Chapter 213 The Greatest Enemy of Hundreds of Millions of Galaxies. Damn it, a corner of the immortal formation shattered, and the Qi of 9 Serenities escaped. As soon as she stretched out her hand, terrifying power surged and enveloped the entire East China Sea area. At this moment, the day over the East region turned into night, with streaks of mysterious light flickering, and endless fog swirled above the sky. All the monks in the entire eastern region raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Inside the Baiyun sect, Lu Yi and the others were also alarmed and flew out of the cave and into the sky with horrified expressions. "This is the power of a fairy?" Lu Ningxuang exhaled with an expression of disbelief on her cold and pretty face. Beside Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiu, Jian Ruyu, and Yun Xi were also there, also full of shock. After the three of them had a showdown with Lu Ningxuang last time, they hid in Wanhuazong for several years before returning. After returning, the three were caught by Lu Yi. Naturally, Lu Yi did not let the three go easily, and locked them in the cave for a full year. The three almost never got out of bed. Seeing Lu Yi, their legs went limp. Up. After that, the three of them brought Lu Ningxuang in again, and the four of them resisted the great demon king Lu Yi together. Of course, with Lu Yi's strength, even if four people resist together, it will only be the result of defeat. Donggong Minjiu widened her eyes, and said, "This aura seems familiar?" Lu Yi looked solemnly, looked at the direction of the East China Sea, and said, "It's Granny Yuanling's breath." "What happened over there?" "Granny Yuanling actually passed by." "Grandma Yuanling is so powerful? Although I know she is an immortal, but the entire eastern region plus the East China Sea, such a vast and boundless region, has been changed by her. Such a thing, even the immortal sword sect, even the sword fairy can't do it." Jian Ruya was extremely shocked. Lu Yi and the others were equally shocked. Even Lu Yi never thought that Granny Yuanling was so powerful. "However, I don't know who can make Grandma Yuanling burst out with such power?" Yun Xi asked with a puzzled face. Hearing this, the expressions of the others also changed. East China Sea, above the 9 nether abyss. Grandma Yuanling turned her hands into clouds and rain, covering a piece of heaven and earth, and the surging terrifying power shocked all the nearby powerful people. Then, when she reached out her hand, wisps of strange Juyu Qi were attracted back from all directions. These 9 nether Qis seem to have self-awareness, and there are evil and cold evil thoughts coming out of them, which makes people's hearts jump. These 9 secluded Qi twisted, trying to break free from the shackles of the immortal, but it was of no use. Soon, streams of 9 nether Qi condensed in front of Granny Yuanling, turning into a black ball made of black mist. The black ball was distorted and restless, as if it contained an evil will. Mo Ming's strange voice rang in the ears of all the powerful monks nearby. This voice made people manic and excited. Ah! One by one, the combined powers with relatively weak cultivation bases screamed, their faces were pale, and wisps of black mist slowly emerged from their bodies. The powerhouses of the Mahayana realm and the transcending tribulation realm also looked horrified and retreated one after another. Rewind. This black air is unusual. A Duja patriarch yelled, this mist can corrode the mind and give birth to demons. At this moment, Granny Yuanling snorted softly, and an incomparably mysterious power surged and swept across the surroundings. The screaming fit master felt as if his body was swept by an illusory power, and the whispers disappeared. The restlessness in my heart also subsided. The power of the law. Some ancestors exclaimed again and again. It is the power of the law that can destroy such a spirit of the 9 serenities. Grandma Yuanling looked at the distorted 9 nether Qi collection in front of her, with a cold expression, and shouted, "Me!" She squeezed the formula in her hands, and a strange power between illusion and reality emerged, covering the aura of the 9 serenities. The next moment, the 9 nether Qi seemed to be completely emptied, turned invisible, and completely wiped out. After eliminating this piece of 9 nether Qi, Grandma Yuanling also heaved a sigh of relief, and glanced around, it should all be wiped out. Feng Tian formation has been shattered. It seems that this 9 nether abyss has attracted the extremely powerful 9 nether demons. Thinking of this, Granny Yuanling showed a look of worry on her face, and then she shook her head, it seems that the family must be notified. Gradually, the strange immortal power covering the entire eastern region dissipated slowly, and the sky returned to light again, but the entire eastern region, including the East Sea area, all the monks and mortals were still looking at the sky in shock. Whether it is for monks or ordinary people, today's immortal came to the world and changed the world, I am afraid that I will never forget it in this life. Inside the Baiyun sect, Lui looked at the recovered sky, then came back to his senses, and said, "Go to Master and see what's going on with Granny Yuanling." Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiahu also recovered. The two also nodded. Donggong Minjiahu said, "That's right, Master must know that something big must have happened, otherwise how could there be immortal power activated like this?" A group of people turned into streamers and came to the top of Lingluo Peak. Lingluo Peak was no different from the past, the door of the bamboo house was closed, and it was very peaceful. Lui shouted, "Master, Disciple Lui is asking to see you." However, this time, the door of the bamboo house opened quickly, and Peak Master Lingluo's lazy voice sounded, "Come in." When Lui and the others walked in, they saw Peak Master Lingluo sitting on the bamboo couch with a lazy expression, but Lui was keenly aware of the seriousness in his master's eyes. Lui didn't go around in circles, and asked directly, "Master, what did Granny Yuanling do before? Why is there such a big movement?" Lu Ningshuang and the others also looked at Peak Master Lingluo curiously. Peak Lord Lingluo glanced at a few people, and said speechlessly, "You guys are not strong, but you are very curious." She was still angry when she said that. She stretched out her hand and flicked Lui's forehead, causing Lui to cover his forehead in pain. He was very dissatisfied, and he was not the only one who was curious, why did he hit him? Damn, someone Lu wrote down this hatred. "Master, this must be a big matter, right? We are really curious, why don't you tell us?" Donggong Minjiahu was very good at acting like a baby, she hugged Peak Master Lingluo's arm and kept shaking it. When? Then Donggong Minjiahu's forehead was also knocked, and she squatted with Lui covering her forehead, and Lui immediately felt balanced. Ling Luo Peak Master said quietly, "This matter is related to the 9 Netherland that you met last time." Lu Ningshuang's pretty face was cold, and she asked curiously, "Master, what is there in the 9 Netherland?" Last time the Immortal Sword Immortal said that the 9 Nether Qi is dangerous, but he didn't elaborate. Ling Luo Peak Master lazily said, "Wang Jianyuan is right, Jiu and the present world are two opposite sides, like the two sides of a mirror. You understand it, it also understands you, you look at it, and it will also understand you. Look at you, the weaker the cultivator, the more he understands, it will only bring you disaster." Hearing this, Lui and the others looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling a little chill in their hearts. So scary? Jianruya was extremely shocked. Then aren't we also being watched by Jiu now? Lui was shocked. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Lui, nodded slightly, "Well, but with the protection of the Dao of the present world, there is no need to worry too much, as long as you don't understand Jiu deeply." Lui and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then this time? Lui asked in astonishment. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Lui, and said, "Although Jiu and the present world are two opposites, there are always loopholes in the entire Xingyu, connecting the two together. Tianming's Jiu land, it is the connection place between Jiu and the present world. Before the change of Jiu land, it was the Jiu demon who wanted to break into the present world and disturbed the sealing formation, so Granny Yuan Ling did it." Hiss! Isn't the 9 nether demons very strong? Even a strong person like Granny Yuan Ling can do it. Lui was extremely shocked. "It's really strong." Peak Master Ling Luo's expression became more solemn, and he said, "The universe of stars is endless, and there are billions of galaxies. Among them, there are countless powerful immortals, and tens of thousands of powerful races, but even no matter how powerful the race is, the biggest enemy will always be Jiu." When Lui and the others heard this, they were extremely shocked. "If according to my master's intention, wouldn't all races in the entire universe be under the threat of Jiu? Just how powerful Jiu is, it can even threaten the safety of all races in the entire universe. According to master, the immortal is probably extremely powerful, and even an even more powerful immortal, covering the sky with one hand is probably not a dream. Does such a powerful existence feel dangerous in the face of Jiu?" Lui was shocked. Just when Lui was thinking about this question, strange whispers suddenly sounded in his ears. The whisper was extremely slight, but it was very chaotic and restless, which made people feel uncomfortable. But just for a moment, the Dao pattern in Lui's body flickered, dispelling the whispers. Lui was startled, but felt his body was cold. "When I was in the land of 9 Serenity last time, I heard Yun Xi's whispers like this. Is this the power of Jiu?" Lui was shocked. He was affected by just knowing such a little information. Terrible! Not only Lui, but also Lu Ningshuang, Donggong Minjiu, Jianruyu, and Yun Xi who were beside him also changed their expressions. There were streaks of aura flowing around them, and the incomparably mysterious Dao patterns flickered indefinitely. The next moment, lingering fear appeared on the faces of the four of them, especially Donggong Minjiu, whose face was slightly pale, and exclaimed, "I heard whispers from my ears just now." Peak Lord Ling Luo frowned slightly, "Okay, you don't have to worry about this matter, let's talk about it when you become immortals." Lui and the other 5 looked at each other, they all understood the seriousness of the situation, and they also nodded slightly. Yes. This Jiu was indeed extremely dangerous, and Lui and the other 5 didn't dare to inquire further. Afterwards, the 5 left the bamboo house of Ling Luo Peak Master, and each returned to practice in their own caves. In the next few days, shocking news came out. There was a change in the land of 9 seclusions in the East China Sea, and there was a deafening roar, and the roar hurt the power of the body through the fairy formation. Lui was shocked when he heard the news. Sure enough, there was a powerful and unparalleled existence in the 9 Netherlands. The entire monks in Tianming were shocked by this incident, and each monk was talking about it, wondering what is that place? Why do immortals value it so much? You must know that the Nine Netherland was the place where the immortal sword Immortal descended and fought an unknown strong man. It was that battle that brought the Sea Clan invasion to an early end. Unexpectedly, after so many years, there is another news coming from the same place, and another fairy has descended. This is what all Tianming cultivators were horrified about. Some monks believed that Immortal Sword Immortal failed to kill the unknown immortal, but sealed him there. The unknown immortal's devilish energy had not dissipated, and finally turned into such an ominous place. That roar was the unwilling roar of the immortal. Some people also said that it was actually a demon tomb, with a large number of demon heads buried there, just like the old headmaster of the Divine Sword sect suppressed the demons in the past, and there were also a large number of demons suppressed there. All kinds of theories are clamoring, but no one can verify the truth. The monks who really understand the situation will not really tell other monks about the Nine Nethers. After all, this is not a good thing. While many monks were discussing, there was a wisp of black mist floating slowly at a hidden mountain peak in the eastern region at this moment. This wisp of black mist seems to be an illusion and reality. From time to time, it passes through the void and appears in an area hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, which cannot be perceived by people. In the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there is a silver moon demon wolf crouching on the top of the mountain to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. The aura around him is horrified, and the terrifying coercion of the Mahayana realm makes all the beasts around dare not make a sound. At this moment, a wisp of black mist seemed to come through the void, and landed on the body of the silver moon demon wolf. The body of the silver moon demon wolf twitched, and wisps of strange black mist emerged from its body. Its face was painful and ferocious, wisps of silver light flashed, and it wanted to struggle, but only for a moment. The silver light dissipated, and one after another evil magic patterns slowly emerged from the body of the silver moon wolf. The silvery moon pattern on its forehead also had black mist flowing and turned into a black moon pattern. Afterwards, the silver moon demon wolf opened his eyes, which were full of thick and deep black, cold and evil. It raised its head and roared, turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and the direction it left was in the direction of the forbidden area deep in the 10,000 Beast mountain range. After the change in the Nine Nether Abyss, Tianming calmed down again. Although there were fights between monks from time to time, this was just a daily routine and would not have any impact on Tianming as a whole. In this way, time passed, and another 13 years passed in a blink of an eye. Liu Yi successfully broke through to the 12th floor of the body. He just got excited and started to practice. 15 years later, Liu Yi broke through to the 13th floor of the body, and 20 years later, Liu Yi reached the peak of the 13th floor of the body. He began to break through the Mahayana realm. At this moment, Liu Yi has mastered many laws, including the law of swordsmanship, the law of water, the law of strength, the law of ice, the law of thunder, the law of nature, the law of yin and yang, and the law of immortality. The Dao patterns of these laws circulated in Liu Yi's body and aura, making Liu Yi's aura extremely powerful and terrifying. In addition, Liu Yi has been comprehending and practicing the Juxiao Immortal Sword Collection and Yuma Huazheng Jing these days, merging the two kinds of immortal scriptures with the Immortal Sword Scripture. Liu Yi has mastered all the three celestial scriptures to the limit level of the fusion realm, and the quality of his aura is extremely high, even compared to the powerful monks in the Transcendence Tribulation realm. Such a powerful spiritual quality coupled with the power of law, seems to carry the entire world when it is running, and it is extremely turbulent. Even so, when hitting the realm barrier, it is no longer possible to break it directly. It took a full half a month, and with the continuous impact of spiritual energy, a slight crisp sound resounded, and a tiny crack appeared in the barrier of the realm. Liu Yi's calm spirit shook, and a look of joy appeared in his heart. Finally to break through. Liu Yi made a decisive decision, took out a wisp of primal chaos qi, and directly absorbed it into his body. The primal chaos chi was as heavy as a star, and as soon as it was absorbed into the body, Liu Yi let out a muffled snort, his face paled slightly. On his clear and flawless body, there were actually a few cracks. You know, at this moment, Liu Yi has reached the 13th level of the body, and coupled with the cultivation of the indestructible Thunder Dragon art and the 9-turn heavenly demon body, Liu Yi's body refining realm is also not low, even compared to the monks who crossed the robbery. Difference. With such a level of body refining, it is still so difficult to absorb the energy of chaos. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Liu Yi only felt excruciating pain all over his body. Then he felt that ray of chaotic energy entered his body, and it turned into a terrifying and thick force, which slowly spread in Liu Yi's body. As the power of chaos spread, Liu Yi's cells trembling, flesh and bones moaning, the whole body seemed to be crushed by some mighty force and gathered again. A series of mysterious and incomparable lights of chaos lit up in Liu Yi's body, reflecting Liu Yi's fragmented body. Then, the endless Dao patterns engraved in Liu Yi's body lit up. These Dao patterns are extremely complicated and mysterious. Generally, weak monks will only be addicted to them when they see such mysterious Dao patterns, and they will transform themselves on the spot. And such Dao pattern began to vibrate violently under the scour of the light of chaos, and began to change. One after another streaks rushed out of Liu Yi's body, spinning around Liu Yi's body continuously. The power of various laws also roared, and also emerged on the surface of Liu Yi's body, turning into small worlds condensed by laws. In some small worlds, the interior is extremely cold, and it is a 10,000-year ice field. Some small worlds are filled with endless destructive thunders. Some small worlds are filled with the power of yin and yang transform without distinguishing each other. The only thing these small worlds have in common is that each of them exudes a power that makes the monks of the transition tribulation feel a little palpitating. These are the achievements of Liu Yi in the past few years. Over the years, including double cultivation, and various methods such as sparring, Liu Yi's law power has become stronger and stronger, and the law of the sword has even approached 20%. This is the power of law. Even an immortal needs to spend a lot of energy to improve. Liu Yi is not in the state of integration, and he has improved so much in 100 years. One can imagine how fast the improvement is. As the energy of chaos was gradually absorbed, the Dao patterns in Liu Yi's body emerged, and even greater changes followed. Chapter 214 The Sky Collapses, Creating the Immortal Scripture. What is Mahayana? This is a state that embraces everything and is boundless. When Liu Yi was still in the state of body integration, with the improvement of each level of cultivation, Liu Yi's physical body, aura, and spirit would gradually merge. This is a gradual process. And when Liu Yi reached the Mahayana realm, this gradual change produced a metamorphosis. After reaching this state, Liu Yi's physical body, spiritual energy, and spirit are completely integrated into one, no longer just a rough fusion, but a real separation of each other. This is the all-inclusive self. Liu Yi seemed to have gained a new life. With his mental transformation, he can perceive his own state at all times, and has reached a fine-grained level of mastery of himself. He can even control his blood flow at will and change his musculoskeletal structure. And his aura is no longer just stored in the danshan, each of his cells is like a world, which can store enough aura. Moreover, his physical body is more closely connected with the outside world, and his spiritual energy has formed a strange cycle inside and outside his body, which makes his spiritual energy recover faster and the battle can last longer. And his physical body was nourished by spiritual power and spiritual energy, and also transformed. The strength of his physical body was greatly improved, and his blood was purified. It was like being forged into steel, constantly transforming. It can be said that Liu Yi's state and state of fusion are completely different. This is a transformation and sublimation, and all aspects are greatly improved. Liu Yi continued to absorb the primal chaos rewards from missions. In the process of transformation and sublimation, in the process of forming the self, the light of chaos merged into Luyi's body. Luyi's ID seems to grow in the chaos, as if it existed before the Dao and was conceived by the chaos. The space around him has become different, the entire space is intertwined with chaotic air currents, forming an independent world. This world is like a big cocoon, wrapping Luyi inside. Strange rhythms emanated from the cocoon, and outside the cocoon, the Dao pattern of the avenue circulated, surrounded by the world formed by the power of law. In the end, no matter the Dao pattern or the law world, all slowly merged into the chaotic cocoon, and everything seemed to return to calm. Luyi's training room fell into dead silence, only the cocoon in the center stood, and there were slight fluctuations inside. After a long time, suddenly the chaotic cocoon in the center vibrated violently, as if the chaos had just opened. A majestic light came from the center, terrifying power emerged, and rays of light shot out, falling in all directions. On the wall of the training room, mysterious array patterns appeared, blocking these rays of light. These days, Luyi's cultivation base of the formation has not fallen, he has already set up a large formation before breaking through. This big formation is based on the Guardian Big Formation as a template, which incorporates various laws mastered by Luyi, such as the law of the formation, the law of indestructibility, etc. Although it is slightly worse than the fairy formation, the gap is not enough big. Even so, Hao Guang still kept the formation pattern oscillating, and the formation seemed to be shattered at any time. Soon the chaotic cocoon dissipated, revealing Luyi inside. Luyi floated in the air, his whole body was crystal clear, and there were wisps of misty chaotic brilliance inside. On the surface of his body, a series of mysterious patterns intertwined and merged into his body. Luyi seemed to be born from the chaos, accompanied by the Dao. The Dao Yun surged, and the Dao sound came out from the endless void. All these seemed to celebrate Luyi's new life. Luyi slowly opened his eyes, as if worlds intertwined and flickered in his eyes, and endless chaos was circulating. He has a handsome appearance and a mysterious temperament, as if he has some kind of unique charm, which is hard to ignore. After a while, everything returned to its original state. Luyi's eyes were deep and dark, and his temperament gradually became less unique. It's just that the original handsome appearance has not changed in the slightest. He landed from the air, exhaled slightly, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Finally, I have broken through to the Mahayana realm. The next moment, there was an extremely terrifying coercion descending from the sky. This kind of coercion was extremely terrifying, and it was as irresistible as the sky falling. Thunder tribulation is here. Luyi has long been used to it. He took one step, directly across the space, and left the cave. The next moment, Luyi appeared in the sky thousands of kilometers away from Bianzong. This is different from the immortal who uses his own powerful power to directly tear the space and travel through the space. After reaching the Mahayana realm, under the blessing of endless Dao Guang and Chaos Qi, Luyi deduced the small void technique of the limit realm, and even mastered a trace of space power. Although it is only a trace, it is still unbelievable. The way of space is one of the highest avenues, and it is extremely powerful. Luyi didn't even become a fairy, but he had mastered a little power of space, and no one believed it when he said it. This also gave Luyi the ability to travel through space like a fairy. As Luyi appeared thousands of kilometers away, the coercion from the Baiun sect instantly shifted to Luyi's head. In the Baiun sect, all the monks were awakened by the terrible coercion. Although the coercion of heaven was aimed at Luyi, the nearby monks were affected, and the weak monks had already collapsed to the ground, frail and horrified. All the monks recovered after the coercion of the heavenly Dao was transferred. What was that just now? Why is there such a terrifying coercion? Each of the monks still had lingering fear on their expressions. On Lingluo Peak, Lu Ningxuang and other women who were practicing in closed doors were also awakened. They left the cave and came to the sky. They looked at each other and looked in the direction of the breath. In that direction, the sky with a radius of thousands of kilometers seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, and the sky collapsed. Its junior brother. Lu Ningshuang's cold eyes were full of shock. It's a terrible breath. The perverted junior brother has broken through? Is this the Mahayana realm? Jianruyu's expression was equally horrified. Both of them are immortal physiques, plus Liu Yi's dual cultivation can make them absorb spiritual energy at a speed similar to Liu Yi's, and their cultivation bases also improved very fast. Just 2 years ago, the two broke through one after the other. Reached the realm of Mahayana. As a fairy body, the momentum of breaking through to the Mahayana realm was naturally extremely huge, and it almost shocked the entire eastern region at that time. Even so, compared with the current Liu Yi, the gap is still huge. Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu hadn't broken through yet, and seeing Liu Yi's breakthrough at this moment, they were equally terrified. Why did senior brother break through and make the sky collapse? Donggong Minjiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yun Xi shook his head slowly, and then said, as expected of Liu Yi, such a movement is really unimaginable. Peak Lord Ling Luo and Granny Yuan Ling were also alarmed. Both of them are immortals, so naturally they noticed the situation immediately. Looking at the collapsing sky in the distance, the corner of Ling Luo Peak Master's mouth twitched. That brat, the thunder tribulation during the breakthrough is getting more and more exaggerated. Then she turned her head to look at Granny Yuan Ling, and said with some pride, how is it? Such a breakthrough, my disciple is not bad, right? Peak Lord Ling Luo knew very well that Granny Yuan Ling didn't like Liu Yi very much. Even Granny Yuan Ling had a look of astonishment in her eyes, but she quickly recovered her composure and said, although such a vision is unusual, it can be regarded as the pride of heaven in the Tianluo starfield, but it can only be regarded as it's not bad, it can't be matched with Miss. Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, looked towards the sky, and then said quietly, but the vision is not over yet. In the distance, the collapse of the sky is like a chain reaction, spreading continuously. Almost in a short moment, they came to the sky above Bianzong, and even the sky above Bianzong collapsed. The space in the sky is distorted, as if an invisible terrifying force appeared in the air, making everyone feel suffocated. Many monks looked horrified. Is nephew Liu Yi breaking through? No, if this continues, it won't affect the sect, right? Headmaster Wu Qingfeng and others watched the sky continue to collapse, and they were numb. Now the sky is getting lower and lower, if this continues, it may even collapse the Baiyun Mountains. Liu Yi in the distance also noticed this, his face darkened. He didn't expect that the movement of crossing the tribulation this time would be so exaggerated. Then Liu Yi thought, maybe it has something to do with him absorbing the energy of chaos? Liu Yi had no time to think about it, he turned into a streamer and flew higher and farther in an instant. Seen from a distance, it seemed that Liu Yi was pushing against the collapsed sky, continuously soaring into the air, pushing the collapsed sky back. Although the collapsed sky followed Liu Yi's ascension into the sky, the scope became wider and wider. It quickly exceeded tens of thousands of miles away, and it was still spreading at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, some mortals in the territory of the Baiyun sect in the eastern region fell to their knees in fear. The sky is falling. Immortals have descended into the world. And monks are naturally not mortals, they understand that they are not immortals. That's what makes them even more unbelievable. Liu Yi has made a breakthrough. He is about to break through to the Mahayana realm. The vision of this child's breakthrough is too terrifying, it seems like the sky is about to collapse. The scope is not over yet? Still expanding. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky with horror. As the sky collapsed, the thunderclouds finally slowly condensed. This time the thundercloud was not black, but a piece of purple. The purple thundercloud carried an unimaginably terrifying aura, with streaks of thunder flashing on it. This thundercloud seems to be completely condensed by thunder. Everyone understood that the collapse of the sky was caused by the condensation of these purple thunderclouds. Just the condensation of thunderclouds has caused such a large-scale collapse of the sky. It is conceivable how terrifying such a thunderstorm is. The range of the thundercloud is not large, only a few hundred kilometers in radius, but the range of the sky collapse continues, and soon exceeds 100,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers. In the end, nearly 500,000 kilometers of sky were collapsing. The entire Eastern Territory saw such a horrifying scene. The monks, including the monks in the Holy Land of Xianzong, looked up at the sky with extremely numb expressions. Little friend Luyi is about to break through? Is this really breaking through to the Mahayana realm? Even if I break through to the realm of crossing the catastrophe, I have never seen such a thunder catastrophe. The ancestor Long Ming was stunned and stared at him. Seeing that a large area of the sky collapsed, his expression was stiff. Next to Patriarch Long Ming was Tian Long Shenzi, who also had an unbelievable expression on his face. Then his eyes sparkled, and with enthusiasm, he laughed loudly, as expected of Brother Lu. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, there will be such a terrible thunder calamity. I will not be wronged if I lose to such a person. In the Holy Land of One, Deng Zhongxing, Lin Yunfan, and the Holy Son of the One also stood in the sky, and together with all the monks of the Holy Land of the One, looked at the collapsing sky in the distance with bewildered expressions. Deng Zhongxing was speechless. Little friend Luyi's thunder calamity is too terrifying, even this old man may not be able to survive it. The corner of Lin Yunfan's mouth twitched even more. Unexpectedly, in just 100 years, fellow Taoist Luyi has grown to such a level? Even if I just stand there, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand the coercion of heaven. Tai Shenzi was dressed in a white robe, with a gentle smile on his face, and said firmly, Brother Lu is extremely talented, he must be able to survive such a thunderstorm. The Divine Sword Sect, the Lei in Holy Land, the Taiwang Sword Sect, etc., and the monks from the Immortal Sect Holy Land and the great cult of the eastern region all soared into the sky at this moment, looking at the collapsed sky. Not only the great sect, but almost all the monks in the eastern region were all staring at the thunder calamity at this moment. The monks were amazed or unbelievable. Some people thought that even Luyi couldn't survive such a catastrophe, while others thought that Luyi's talent was so powerful that the law of heaven would not tolerate it. A large number of young monks looked at Luyi with admiration in their eyes, and even many female cultivators from the Holy Land of Xianzong and the Great Religion looked at Tian Li's direction with brilliant eyes, including the Saint Lei Yan. No matter what, all the monks in the eastern region are paying attention to Luyi Deja at this moment. Bianzong, Ling Luo Peak Master and Yuan Ling Granny stood in the air. Ling Lufeng's small mouth was slightly opened, with a shocked expression, she stared blankly at the purple thunderclouds in the distance, and the collapsed sky of 500,000 kilometers, then she came back to her senses, and turned her head to look at Grandma Yuan Ling, with a half smile but not a smile. Grandma Yuan Ling, how are you doing now? Granny Yuan Ling's expression was also unbelievable. She muttered to herself, how is it possible? This is impossible, why is there such a large-scale thunder disaster in the Mahayana realm? Xiang thunder disaster, that is only the real Tianjiao evildoer can encounter it. Under the eyes of all the monks, Luyi raised his head to look at the purple Lei Ji, and his expression became more dignified. The thunder tribulation this time seemed very unusual, and Luyi naturally felt the difference. The power of thunder inside is too strong, and even has a destructive aura like the sun. However, Luyi's heart did not fluctuate too much. After absorbing the energy of chaos, coupled with the complete transformation of the Mahayana realm, Luyi knew how terrifying his current physical body was. Boom! A thunderclap sounded. In the purple thundercloud, it seemed as if the sun was shining. A purple gold thunder turned into a long sword, and fell with an unpredictable posture. Wherever it passed, the space was completely shattered, tearing out terrifying black crack. The purple gold thunder landed on Liu Yi's body, and Liu Yi felt tingling pain all over his body, and there were scorched black marks on his skin, as if he had been roasted by the fire of the sun. Liu Yi? He grinned. It seemed that the thunder tribulation was stronger than he thought, and it actually hurt him. Fortunately, his current physical body is strong enough. Almost instantly, the scorched black marks dissipated, and his skin returned to fairness. After the first thunderbolt, purple gold thunderbolts surged and fell from the sky, drowning Liu Yi in an instant. The area where Liu Yi was located seemed to be shrouded in a purple gold sea of thunder, and the palpitating power of destruction spread. The entire eastern region felt a terrifying aura, and many monks were terrified. Even if there is only a small amount of lightning calamity like this, I will be turned into calamity ashes. Can Liu Yi really survive? A fit expert was horrified. Seriously? Is this really not the Ascension Tribulation? Is this the Thunder Tribulation of the Mahayana realm? A Mahayana ancestor yelled in disbelief. All the monks were staring at Lei Hai, and at this moment, Liu Yi was in the purple gold thunder calamity, closed his eyes, and used the saved number of epiphanies. The Thunder Tribulation this time is very powerful. He wants to take advantage of this opportunity to deduce the body training method. After Liu Yi comprehended the mystery of the 9 revolving heaven demon physique, he sublimated the indestructible thunder dragon art once again. The 9-turn heavenly demon body is designed to transform demons. Heavenly demons are an extraterrestrial race with extremely powerful physical bodies. They even invaded Tianming back then, but were suppressed by the old headmaster of the Divine Sword sect with the Sword of Heaven. Even so, the physical strength of the heavenly demon is still something no one can ignore. The cultivation method of 9 revolutions heavenly demon body is to transform one's own body into the body of heavenly demon, and obtain an incomparably powerful body, and this is only the first step. The core of the 9 turns heavenly demon body lies in 9 turns. Every transformation into a demon is equivalent to a transformation. 9 levels of transformation change quantity into quality, and finally the physical body is cultivated to a terrifying level far surpassing the body of heavenly demon. This is an incomparably mysterious body training method. And Liu Yi added the essence of the transformation of the 9-layered demon transformation to the indestructible thunder dragon art, and refined the technique again with the essence of transforming a cocoon into a butterfly and transforming into a 9-fold transformation. In fact, Liu Yi now has a lot of power, even a lot of laws, but for a skill, not all laws can be used, but to choose the power that suits you. The immortal thunder dragon Ju uses the law of indestructibility as the core, plus Liu Yi's comprehension of the true dragon pattern and the law of thunder, and then Liu Yi added the comprehension from the blood-colored stone tablet obtained from the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. The law of strength, and finally added the 9-turn mystery, once again interpreting this exercise into a new look. But at this moment, Liu Yi felt the heat of the sun and the destruction of the sky thunder again under the Xiang thunder calamity, and had a deeper understanding of body training techniques. During the epiphany, Liu Yi began to deduce and change the body training method constantly. He wanted to deduce the most suitable body training method for himself. One after another pattern condensed and collapsed, condensed again, and shattered again. I don't know how long it took, but finally a mysterious Dao pattern condensed in Liu Yi's mind. The moment the Dao patterns condensed, Dao Yun suddenly appeared in the sky, and the mysterious and melodious Dao sound resounded through the heaven and earth. All the monks in Tianming heard the mysterious Dao sound, and insights appeared in their minds. Sitting cross-legged on an iceberg in the extreme northern glacier, Wang Jianyuan raised his head and looked in the direction of the eastern region. With a look of astonishment in his eyes, someone created the immortal scripture. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 215 Rakshasa Clan Monk, Someone Ascension? Using the law of immortality, the law of strength and the law of thunder as the core, Liu Yi comprehended the true dragon pattern, deduced it with the 9-turn transformation method of the 9-turn sky demon body, and finally sublimated the original immortal thunder dragon art again. The immortal thunder dragon art after sublimation is already a fairy scripture. Lui named it 9 turns indestructible body for this reason. Using the method of 9-turn transformation, transforming the body of a real dragon 9 times, and finally changing the quantity and quality, so that one's own body far surpasses the body of a real dragon, reaching an unimaginable situation. Among them, the law of immortality, the law of thunder, and the law of strength also played a huge role. The meaning of immortality in the law of indestructibility made the trained 9-turn dragon body stronger and stronger. The power of thunder and the law of strength also made the 9-turn indestructible body greatly increases its strength and destructive ability. Generally speaking, this new body training method is enough for a body practitioner to cultivate to the level of ascension, and it is a genuine fairy scripture. Lui was also very pleasantly surprised. Although he had devoted himself to deducing his own fairy scriptures before, he was still extremely excited when he actually deduced it. This means that Lui's own way is feasible, and there is no problem with ascension. He can even create his own school and his own way. This is a kind of recognition for any monk, a recognition from the way of heaven. Cultivating the true self is the true self, and only when the true self is recognized can this path work. Xianeo's voice resounded throughout the world, and Lui also heard it. And a series of mysterious and incomparable lights emerged from the void and merged into Lui's body, which made Lui's body flash with wisps of glow. This is a gift from the Avenue. This kind of gift is the power of the Great Dao, but because Lui himself used the treasure of the Great Dao to build the foundation every time he broke through a level of cultivation, and now even uses the Qi of primal chaos to build the foundation, but there is no special transformation, which is quite a pity. Ling Luo Peak Master and Grandma Yuan Ling in the distance also saw Dao Guang and felt the sound of Dao between heaven and earth. Ling Lufeng's pretty face was full of astonishment, and he stared blankly at Dao Guang in the distance. His eyes were full of disbelief. This kid, is it true or not? He actually comprehended the fairy scriptures. Granny Yuan Ling was also shocked. She looked at Lei Hai in the distance and whispered in her mouth, "Impossible. This is impossible." Just in the Mahayana realm, she walked out of her own way and realized the immortality. Through. Peak Lord Ling Luo came back to his senses, raised his eyebrows, looked at Granny Yuan Ling, and said with a light smile, "Grandma Yuan Ling, how is it? Can my disciple be regarded as the top genius of Tian Luo Starfield now?" Granny Yuan Ling opened her mouth, lost her voice for a while, then she shook her head with a wry smile. At such an age, with such a cultivation level, he has stepped out of his own way. Such a person can't become a top talent, that old man is really not good enough. I know, what kind of character is fine. She looked at Lei Hai in the distance, and said in admiration, "Master Lui has such a talent, his future achievements are limitless, and he will definitely surpass his old body." Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, and said quite proudly, "My vision is naturally unmistakable, let alone a mere profound immortal, even a golden immortal, or even an immortal monarch realm, this brat still has hope." Granny Yuan Ling was taken aback, and then smiled wryly, "Miss, it's okay to be a golden fairy. In the realm of immortal monarchs, there may not be one among the billions of galaxies in the entire Tian Luo starfield, even if it takes hundreds of millions of years. Such expectations are unavoidable. Is it too high?" Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Lui in the distance, narrowed his eyes, and said with a light smile, "Of course I have my reasons in it." Hearing this, Grandma Yuan Ling was stunned for a moment, glanced at Peak Master Ling Luo, and said no more. Since Miss has such expectations, maybe Master Lui really has hope. With the emergence of Dao Yin and the circulation of Dao Light, the monks who were paying attention to Lui's breakthrough in the entire Eastern Territory were all caught in the feeling at this moment. The entire Eastern Territory became very quiet. At this time, in a remote canyon in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range close to the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory, a space crack suddenly appeared. In the space crack, more than a dozen figures rushed out quickly. It's finally here. It's really troublesome to go all the way. What can we do? Our aura is too strong. If we come directly through the Star Gate, it will only arouse the vigilance of the U family, and we can only shuttle back and forth through the small starry sky teleportation array. The concentration of aura is very low, and a low-level planet is a low-level planet. As soon as they came out, the monks of the Raksha tribe began to curse and complain. Then, all the monks of the Raksha tribe felt something, their bodies shook, and they turned their heads to look into the distance. Shweluming, the leader, looked at the scene of the sky collapsing in the distance, his pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "Someone is going through the tribulation? Is it the Ascension Thunder Tribulation?" An ancestor of the Raksha clan, Duja, frowned, and snorted coldly, "The Tianluo starfield is really blessed by the heavens. There are monks who have ascended to such a low-level planet. But, what's going on with Dayan and Daoguang?" Some Raksha monks were astonished. The other monks also felt this, and their expressions changed slightly. The Dao sound and Dao light are so mysterious that I can feel the mystery of ascension. A cultivator of the Raksha clan who was at the peak of the tribulation was stunned, and then ecstatically. As a descendant of an immortal, Shweluming has seen a lot, his eyes are wide open, and he is full of disbelief. This is a monk who enlightened the Tao and comprehended the immortal scripture. What? A group of Rakshasa monks exclaimed again and again. Then they thought about something, and all looked in the direction of Lei Ji in the distance. Could it be that when the Tianjiao ascended, he realized something in his heart, realized his own way, and thus comprehended the fairy scriptures? As soon as I ascended, I realized my own avenue, and I put it in the ranks of the Raksha clan, who is also the top arrogance. I didn't expect such a low-level planet like Tianming to exist. The Rakshasa monks were shocked and unbelievable. Shweluming also frowned, with a more serious expression, "Even if it's me, I can't guarantee that I can realize my own way when I ascend, such a genius." A trace of jealousy flashed in Shweluming's eyes, and he was full of murderous intent. Such a genius may become a serious problem for our Raksha clan in the future. The other Rakshasa monks nodded solemnly. The young master is right. Now that the Yu family is fighting with our Rakshasa clan, such a monster will definitely be our Rakshasa clan's great enemy in the future. Shweluming nodded slightly, and thoughtfully said, "After this human monk ascends to the ascension, go find out who he is, and pass the news back when the time comes, which is also a great achievement." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the ancestors who had crossed the tribulation realm were all shining, and they nodded repeatedly. The young master is right. The young master is wise. Shweluming smiled in satisfaction, then raised the corners of his mouth, and said, "It's the right time to come to Tianming to avenge Lingdi this time. I didn't expect that there would be such a chance when I just came to Tianming. Such Dayan and Daoguang, even I would feeling a lot." He paused, and said, "The cultivator who killed Lingdi is at dawn, there are many opportunities to find him, and now the opportunity is rare, let's first absorb the insights from this time." Hearing this, the ancestors of the Raksha clan were even more pleasantly surprised. The young master is wise. I also have some insights. If this is the case, why not retreat? All the monks of the Raksha tribe are very happy. A group of Rakshasa monks found a remote corner, arranged a large formation, and began to understand. As time passed, Dao Yin gradually disappeared, but Dao Guang did not disappear. Lu Yi's crossing robbery continued, and Dao Guang also continued. After another period of time, the Sea of Thunder gradually calmed down, and the thunder cloud also dissipated, and Lu Yi's Mahayana realm, Thunder Tribulation, passed away. Lu Yi stood in the air, and there were wisps of purple gold lightning arcs flickering around him that hadn't completely disappeared. His breath gradually calmed down, and he exhaled slightly, with an excited look in his eyes. "From now on, I am a Mahayana monk." After breaking through, Lu Yi turned into a streamer and returned to Bianzong. No one will protect him this time. After all, his lightning tribulation is too terrifying, who would dare to protect him? There was no monk rushing over immediately. However, when Liu Yi returned to Baiun sect, he was still taught by Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Fan and other relatives and friends, surrounded by congratulations. Liu Yi responded with a smile, and it took a long time to get out of the encirclement and return to Lingluo Peak. As soon as he came to the cave, Liu Yi saw Lingluo Peak Master, Grandma Yuanling, Lu Ningshuang, Donggong Minjiu, Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi were all there. Peak Lord Lingluo stared at Liu Yi closely, and asked, "Stinky boy, have you comprehended the immortal scripture?" Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "Yes, Master, I have been deducing body training exercises before. You know that these days, I have mastered several laws by chance, and every time I crossed the tribulation they all had epiphanies, and by chance, they deduced the immortal scripture. Everyone has black lines all over their heads." Peak Master Lingluo couldn't help complaining, "Your kid has too many coincidences, right?" Liu Yi smiled a little embarrassedly, "Probably because of better luck." Others are also speechless, "This luck is really great." Donggong Minjiu looked at Liu Yi eagerly, and asked, "Senior brother, can we practice the immortal body refining scripture that you comprehended?" The three Jian Ruyu beside him also looked forward to it. Liu Yi's physical body was already inhumanly strong, but now he has broken through to the Mahayana realm, and he has also comprehended his own fairy scriptures. It is conceivable how strong Liu Yi's physical body is now. If they don't strengthen their physical bodies, they will really panic, and the double cultivation will really die. Liu Yi naturally also nodded, "Of course you can practice. I will write out the fairy scriptures later and pass them on to you." Lingluo Peak Master smiled and said, "Let me see what kind of fairy scripture it is, maybe I can give you some advice." Liu Yi still doesn't know how strong his master is, but what is certain is that she must be ridiculously strong. If such a strong person is willing to give him advice, Liu Yi is naturally happy and immediately agrees. For a period of time after that, Liu Yi has been very busy. On the one hand, it was passed on to Lu Ningshuang and others, and on the other hand, relatives and friends came to congratulate him for breaking through the Mahayana realm and asked him to drink. Not only Zhang Fan, Nanggong Moyu and others in the Baiun sect, but also Han Yu, Tianlong Shenzi, Tai Shenzi and other monks from the Outer Sect. All the monks came over cheerfully, and when they came, they would drink and eat spiritual food. Liu Yi really doubts that every time he breaks through the big realm, it's like Chinese New Year for these guys, and they can come and eat something delicious. On this day, Tianlong Shenzi drank golden spirits, his face flushed, and he shouted, "Good wine! This wine is too fragrant." The Tai Shenzi looked at Tianlong Shenzi contemptuously, and said with a sneer, "Such fine wine, drunk by a barbarian like you, is like a cow chewing peonies." Tianlong Shenzi glared at Tai Shenzi immediately, and the two of them pointed their needles at the wheat awning, and their breaths circulated. Zhang Fan and the others on the side are no longer surprised, and they always target each other. Wang Qifeng looked at Liu Yi, and said, "I heard from the old head teacher, Brother Liu, during the period of crossing the tribulation, you discovered your own way and deduced a fairy scripture. Is this true?" The old headmaster of the Divine Sword sect is actually one of the top experts in Tianming, so his vision is naturally vicious. When the other monks heard this, they also looked at Liu Yi. Lei Tianyan's beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and she looked at Liu Yi with admiration. "I heard that the ancestor of the sect also said this." The ancestor said that, "Brother Liu, your talent is like a fairy, and you have already comprehended the fairy scriptures and walked out my own Dao." Even the head teacher said to pass the news to Xianzu. "Brother Liu is really amazing." Donggong Minjiu on the side was waiting for Lei Tianyan, humming dissatisfiedly. She didn't like Lei Tianyan looking at Liu Yi with such eyes. Tianlong Shenzi also thought of this, and stopped looking at Tai Shenzi. His expression was red with excitement, and he said, "Brother Liu, I heard you said before that what you are deducing is a body training method. Could it be that the immortal scripture that I realized this time is the body training technique? Liu Yi chuckled and nodded, that's right, it's the body training technique. By chance, I deduced it to the level of the fairy scriptures. Hiss. There was a sound of gasping for air. Although the young and top Tianjiao of the Eastern Territory had heard about this from their elders before, but hearing Liu Yi's confirmation with their own ears, they were still shocked. You are also of the younger generation, brother Liu, you are even hundreds of years younger than us, and you have already reached such a height, it is unbelievable. Feng Buming was shocked. The other monks also nodded. Tianlong Shenzi laughed wildly, ha ha ha, I said that brother Liu is most suitable for the way of body training, right? The fairy scriptures that I feel are all the body training scriptures. Hearing Tianlong Shenzi's proud words, Tai Shenzi, Wang Qifeng and others all turned dark and dissatisfied, but they couldn't say anything to refute. After all, the facts are in front of us. Drink, drink. Wang Qifeng couldn't see Tianlong Shenzi's proud and arrogant expression, his face was full of black lines, and he began to persuade him to drink. This kind of celebration lasted for more than a month before everyone went back separately. Ling Lufeng regained his original calm, and Liu Yi also practiced peacefully again. Because senior sister and Ruyu have both broken through to the Mahayana realm, the cultivation resources obtained by Liu Yi's sparring have not been lowered, and his cultivation resources are still very good. However, because of absorbing the qi of primal chaos, Liu Yi's foundation became more exaggerated, and more spiritual energy was needed to break through, so the speed of cultivation did not speed up. Liu Yi was not surprised by this. After all, this is the qi of primal chaos. With such a foundation, even if the cultivation speed is slower, he can still accept it. Every level, his foundation is extremely solid. Every breakthrough is a transformation for Liu Yi. Every time he improves, it is many times stronger than even the improvement of Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruya who are immortal. In a blink of an eye, a year has passed. In a hidden valley in the Wanshao Mountains, there were wisps of spatial fluctuations circulating, and the next moment, Xue Luming and others came out. With a smile on Xue Luming's face, he said pleasantly, this time the harvest is too great. After I avenge my brother Ling, I can fly back to Rakshasa Star. And maybe I can walk out of my own way. Xue Luming still broods over the previous soaring human race Tianjiao's comprehension of the immortal scriptures. Congratulations, young master. Duja patriarchs of the other Raksha clan respectfully said. They also gained a lot, and everyone was beaming. The corner of Xue Luming's mouth curled up, and he stood with his hands behind his back. Then he said, okay, after so long delay, it's time to deal with the murderer who killed Lingdi. Is the mark left by our ancestors still there? I'll try. A Raksha monk who is proficient in deduction and divination volunteered to try. But soon he frowned and stood up, no, the imprint left by the master back then can no longer be felt. Hearing this, the faces of all the Raksha monks changed, even Xue Luming frowned slightly. How is it possible? The imprint left by the master, if there are no special circumstances, will not disappear even after 10,000 years. A monk of the Raksha clan said. With a calm expression, Xue Luming said, from this point of view, there is only interference from strong men who are also proficient in divination. After all, it is just a mark separated from the endless starry sky. It does not have the power of a fairy. Something strange. Young master, what should we do then? How should we find the murderer? Xue Luming thought for a while, and then said, integrate into the human race first, and investigate slowly. Brother Ling seems to have established a sect in Tianming back then? What is it called? It's called the Blood Spirit Cult. Then start with the Blood Spirit sect, and find out where the sect called the Blood Spirit sect appeared in Tianming back then. Xue Luming said this, and then thought of something, by the way, we have to investigate the previous ascension. Who is that human monk? The other Raksha monks nodded again and again. Afterwards, a group of Rakshasa monks changed their form, turned into a human race, turned into a streamer, and disappeared. 3 days later, in an ancient city. The expressions of Schwaluming and the others were very stiff at the moment, even a little numb, and they couldn't believe it. In a courtyard, they sat cross-legged, and the atmosphere was dull. Schwaluming's face was as gloomy as water, and he said, "Is it the same for the news you found?" A cultivator from the Raksha clan was still shocked. He glanced at Schwaluming's face, nodded, and said, "Yes, young master, the human cultivator who crossed the tribulation before was not ascended. But, to break through to the Mahayana realm." In the whole room, the atmosphere was dead silent. Update instructions today and tomorrow. Because the author is about to get married, I have been working on decorating the wedding room during this period, so there are many things to do, and I have to type every day at night, and there is no way to add more. Moreover, I will take wedding photos today and tomorrow, I will do the decoration in the morning, I will take my girlfriend to try on the wedding dress in the afternoon, and I will come back to code in the evening. Tomorrow will be even busier. I will be shooting wedding dresses from 8 am to 11 pm, so there is no time code. So there is no way to update tomorrow. The author means that the update tonight will be scheduled for tomorrow. One chapter will be updated in these 2 days. I owe the normal update of the 2 chapters first, and I will pay back slowly when the author is not so busy. Tonight, the author will write tomorrow's update. I hope you guys understand, Omega equals. Chapter 216 Space Law, Spaceship. That human monk, he seems to be called Lu Yi, is known as the most talented monster in the history of Tianxing. I heard that he understood the law when he was in the state of fusion, and broke through to the state of Mahayana, and even deduced the fairy scriptures. A Rakshasa clan monks told what they knew. Is he really a native of Tianming? A Raksha monk complained. Even Schwaluming couldn't believe it and clenched his fists. With such a talent, after he soars, he will definitely be favored by the Yu family and trained by the Yu family. His strength will only become stronger and stronger. The expressions of all the Raksha monks were very solemn. Young master, what do you think? Many Raksha monks turned their heads and looked at Schwaluming. Schwaluming's expression was serious, and he said, "Kill. Only in the Mahayana realm, you can master the laws and deduce the fairy scriptures. Such a genius must not let him live. We must kill him, and we cannot let him ascend." The other monks of the Raksha tribe also nodded. The young master is right. What about the murderer who killed the young blood spirit master? A Rakshasa asked. Schwaluming pondered deeply, and then said after a while, "If the rumors are true, Lu Yi's talent is unsurpassed, and the Mahayana thunder tribulation is so terrifying. I am afraid that his strength is extremely extraordinary and difficult to deal with. If we want to kill Lu Yi, it may not even be possible. If it succeeds, if it doesn't, then run away, and then there will be no chance to avenge Lingdi. In this case, first find out the murderer who killed Lingdi, and kill him first. The murderer who killed Lingdi should easier to deal with. Young Master Mingjian. Have you found any information about the blood spirit cult?" Schwaluming asked. Still looking for it. The blood spirit cult disappeared less than 200 years ago, so it shouldn't be forgotten so quickly. In that case, let's split up and find out the information about the blood spirit sect first. Schwaluming ordered after thinking for a while. Others also nodded. Inside Lu Yi's cave, in the training room. Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the center, and the space around him was extremely strange, like slices of mirror faults, dividing Lu Yi in the center of the space, and the surrounding mirrors were like a maze, making it hard to see clearly. After a while, the mirror faults dissipated slowly, and Lu Yi opened his eyes. He exhaled slightly, and a surprised smile appeared on his face, the reward this time is too generous. Lui broke through to the Mahayana realm, and also deduced the fairy scripture of the 9-turn indestructible body, completed 2 tasks, and the rewards were extremely generous. The task reward for deducing the 9-turn indestructible body is 20% of the law of indestructibility and 20% of the law of strength. It took Lui a few months to fully absorb it. The law of indestructibility and the law of strength are the second core laws of the 9-turn indestructible body. The technique of the 9-turn indestructible body has been optimized again, and it has evolved towards a higher level. Lui understands that the power of the law is infinitely mysterious. Although the 9 revolutions indestructible body is already considered the immortal scripture, it is not too powerful in the immortal scripture. With the improvement of the law, the 9 revolutions indestructible body will continue to improve. In addition to the improvement of the 9-turn indestructible body, Lui's physical body also skyrocketed with the law of strength and the law of indestructibility. After all, the law of strength is the original law of physical cultivation, and the most intuitive manifestation of the physical body is the law of strength. As for how terrifying Lui's physical body is at the moment, he is enough to crush the void with just one hand. Although it may not be as good as an immortal, it is far beyond the average monk at the peak of crossing the tribulation. As for the most intuitive feeling, it was naturally the 4 of Yungzi. After a double cultivation, the 4 of them lay down for a month, and then all of them went to retreat to comprehend the 9 revolutions indestructible body. Because he tasted the sweetness of deducing the fairy scriptures, Lui issued another task to himself. Task: deduce your own sword Dao Xianjing. Task reward: 20% of the sword law. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. As Lui guessed, whichever law of the fairy scriptures is deduced, that law can be rewarded, which makes Lui extremely excited. In this case, as long as he mastered the laws, he issued a mission to deduce the corresponding laws of the fairy scriptures. In this way, as long as the task is completed, Lui can get 20% of the power of the law for nothing, which is very flattering. In addition, Lui discovered a problem. The fairy scriptures that deduce the corresponding laws have other benefits besides the task rewards. After all, when deducing the immortal scripture, it is equivalent to Lui's combing and derivation of the law. This is a practical process, which makes Lui's understanding of this law more profound. At the same time, it also gave Lui a deeper understanding of cultivation itself. Just deducing the 9 revolutions indestructible body, Lui has a very deep understanding of the way of body cultivation and body training. If Lui can also deduce the immortal scriptures of other avenues, then Lui will have a good understanding of these avenues, the same deep awareness and understanding. This is a process of deduction and cognition of the essence of cultivation. This benefit is intangible, but Lui understands that the impact will be far-reaching. The higher Lui's realm was, the more he could understand that the so-called cultivating immortals and Taoism is inseparable from all changes, and it is all about sorting out and understanding the nature of the world. When you try to see a problem from a broader perspective, what you get will be deeper. And this is the reward for deducing the Immortal Sutra. In addition to the reward for deducing the Immortal Sutra, there is also a reward for breaking through to the Mahayana realm. Task: break through to the Mahayana realm. Rewards: 200 drops of star marrow, the immortal art splitting the space fist, the level of the designated immortal art +1, the designated law increased by 10%, and the low-grade immortal artifact Jade Star Boat. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. This is the task Lui released to break through to the Mahayana realm, and the rewards are extremely generous. The star marrow is a kind of cultivation resource, which is more precious than the million-year spiritual jade. Lui is currently practicing with only the million-year spiritual jade. According to the news on the task panel, this is a star that contains the power condensed. One can imagine how precious it is. In addition, the fairy art splitting the sky fist is also an extremely powerful fairy art. This is an immortal art that involves the law of power. The burst of the law of power is enough to shatter the void. According to the information on the mission panel, if one has cultivated to the extreme level, one punch is enough to punch out a small black hole and swallow all matter. And the specified level of immortality +1 is also an extremely precious reward. You must know that the improvement of fairy arts requires a sufficient understanding of the power of laws, coupled with the improvement of one's own perception of fairy arts. But now, because of the limitations of Liu Yi's cultivation, even the star-slashing sword technique he obtained the first time is only at level 3, and there is still a distance from level 4. One must know that it has been 100 years since Liu Yi obtained the star-slaying immortal technique, and with only this progress, it is conceivable how difficult it is to improve the immortal technique. But now, it can directly increase his immortal skill level by 1 level. If it is placed on top of the star-slashing sword skill, it is enough to save Liu Yi's century-old comprehension. Naturally, Liu Yi unceremoniously put the reward for improving the level of the immortal technique above the star-killing swordsmanship, and raised the star-killing swordsmanship to LV4 level. And a 10% increase in the specified law is also an extremely generous reward. Liu Yi thought about this reward for a long time, and finally used it on the law of space that he only realized a little bit. After all, the avenue of space is a very high-level avenue among all avenues, and it is extremely difficult to comprehend. The most important thing is that Liu Yi has no other way to improve the law of space now, and there are always various opportunities to improve other laws. Now that there is such an opportunity, Liu Yi naturally cannot give up. As a result, Liu Yi's law of space has been raised to 10%, which is also the power of law of space that Liu Yi has just absorbed. At this moment, Liu Yi himself seems to have an inexplicable connection with the surrounding space, which is an extremely mysterious experience. It was as if Liu Yi was a swimmer standing on the water. As long as he wanted, he could jump into the water and swim at any time. As long as he was within his physical strength, he could swim anywhere he wanted. However, human beings cannot survive in water after all. If they drown, they will die anyway. In any case, Liu Yi obtained this 10% of the power of space and completed the transformation from a landlubber to a person who can swim. This is a historic moment. As for the final reward, the low-grade fairy artifact Jade Star Boat, this reward made Liu Yi a little weird. This is a flying fairy. In other words, it cannot be described as flying. As a fairy weapon, this Jade Star Boat contains extremely powerful array patterns, which can increase the speed to a certain limit. According to the introduction of the task panel, the Jade Star Boat can reach the state of sublight speed. What is the concept of sublight speed? The speed is greater than 270,000 km per second, yes, it can traverse a distance of 270,000 km per second. It doesn't take a few seconds even to fly across the entire eastern region. This kind of speed far exceeds that of monks and even immortals. I am afraid that ordinary immortals cannot reach this speed. One can imagine how exaggerated the speed is. The most surprising thing is that this Jade Starship can sail in the universe, because it has arranged various large formations, and the interior is enough to maintain the most suitable environment for monks to practice. Not only that, Yusing-Zhou even contains a powerful space formation. The internal space is huge, although it cannot be compared with the evolution of the small world, but it still has a very prosperous palace, not even smaller than the Bianzong, with all kinds of space inside. Functional palaces, including the cultivation hall, the rest hall, the exercise hall, the elixir field, the spirit beast hall, etc., are like a small sect that can move. It's outrageous. When Liu Yi first saw Yuzhing's message, he was pleasantly surprised for a long time, but soon he calmed down. He found himself seemingly useless. After all, he doesn't go to the universe, and now he basically lives in Bianzong, and he doesn't need a means of transportation. Then Liu Yi discovered that he had received a lot of flying magic weapons from previous missions, but Liu Yi basically didn't use them much. Thinking of this, Liu Yi was in a complicated mood for a while. Is this probably the daily life of an otaku cultivating immortals? There are a lot of luxury cars, why are they all in the garage instead of showing off? Fortunately, a spaceship came, but I still couldn't use it. But in the end, Liu Yi naturally refined the Jade Star boat and integrated it into his danshan. If he can't use it now, what if he can use it in the future? Maybe after a while, I can take the senior sisters and the others out for a stroll, and go to Xingye beyond Tianming to see the galaxy. Thinking of this, Liu Yi felt feasible. In his previous life, he never went to the universe to play, and the technology at that time did not allow it. If he has the opportunity in this life, he naturally has to go and see it. To be honest, Liu Yi is still very curious about the universe. Up to now, Liu Yi has counted and absorbed all the mission rewards, and even the law of space has been improved accordingly. He has nothing else to do, just continue to practice. Another half a year later, in a tavern in a big city in Qingzhou. A gloomy-looking middle-aged man is listening to an old man speak at the moment. The old man's face was thin, and his aura was only in the golden core realm. The old man said in a leisurely voice, "You said the Blood Spirit sect. Of course I remember, isn't that the sect that wanted to besiege and kill Senior Liu Yi?" The middle-aged man froze for a moment, with a look of astonishment on his face. "What did you say? Senior Liu Yi?" The old man was taken aback, glanced at the middle-aged man, and said speechlessly, "You don't even know Senior Liu Yi? I think your cultivation base should be not low. Why don't you even know the famous and world-famous evildoer Senior Liu Yi? Have you been retreating in the mountains all these years?" The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched violently, with black lines all over his head. He is a Rakshasa cultivator who has crossed the tribulation realm. In order to find news about the Blood Spirit sect, he came to Qingzhou, and at this moment he finally learned a little about the situation. However, this situation seems to be different from what he originally thought. This Raksha monk had a bad premonition in his heart, but he still smiled patiently. "Senior Liu Yi, of course I know him. I'm just wondering why Senior Liu Yi has something to do with the Blood Spirit sect. Aren't you a monk from Qingzhou?" The old man laughed when he heard this. "Ha ha ha, yes, I'm not a monk from Qingzhou, but I've heard someone talk about the Blood Spirit sect before, so I'm a little curious." "Hey, what's so curious about this? It's just a small sect." The old man waved his hand. The corner of the Raksha monk's mouth twitched violently. If it weren't for the crowds in this tavern, he didn't want to make too much noise, and he even wanted to search for the soul directly. The Raksha monk said with a dry smile, "Old man, just talk about it. Since you're so curious, let me tell you about it." The old man said with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes, "When Senior Liu Yi was not yet famous, he was already a well-known figure in Qingzhou. Yes. The Blood Spirit sect was also a big religion in Qingzhou back then, and it had been hostile to the Baiyun sect for many years. The Baiyun sect had a genius like Senior Liu Yi. Do you think the Blood Spirit sect would be impatient? Of course it was. So, the Blood Spirit sect sent people to deal with Senior Liu Yi, but who is Senior Liu Yi? You can ask the monks in Qingzhou who don't know about the Donglan ancient site back then. Senior Liu Yi besieged him with the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect, the younger generation, all of them turned against each other." The old man spoke slowly, and the monks beside him heard what the old man said about Liu Yi, and they all came over to echo him, adding a sentence or two from time to time. The monk of the Raksha tribe had a calm expression. After hearing that Liu Yi had destroyed the sect of the Blood Spirit sect, his heart was extremely heavy. To be honest, others are a little numb. They never expected that the monk who killed the few blood spirits was actually Liu Yi. His heart was very solemn, with a smile on his face. "I see, thank you for your explanation, old man." The old man nodded, "You're welcome, you're welcome. There are many people who know the glorious history of Liu Yi's predecessors. To be honest, the blood spirit sect is really nothing. The cultivation technique absorbs energy and blood. At that time, the sky was angry and people complained. Ha ha ha! This blood spirit cult is really nothing. The middle-aged man laughed dryly. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Hey, I still have some rumors about Senior Lui, don't you listen to them? The old man smacked his lips a little unsatisfactorily. There are even Senior Lui's experiences in the outer sect of Baiun sect. Hey? Old man, how do you know about Senior Lui's experience in the outer sect of Baiun sect? A monk beside him asked curiously. The old man smiled triumphantly, and said, ha ha ha, this old man is also a disciple of Baiun sect, but he broke through a little later. He looks old, and he and Senior Lui both listened to Senior Lu Ningxuang's preaching in the outer sect. Really? Senior Lui and Lu Ningxuang? Everyone exclaimed and looked over. Of course it's true. This old man's name is Li Qi. I have personally witnessed what happened back then. Li Qi smiled triumphantly. And the Rakshasa clan crossing tribulation cultivator next to him glanced at him, frowned slightly, and originally planned to kill him later, but he didn't expect to be a disciple of the Baiun sect. Lui is in Bianzong, so don't startle the snake. The Rakshasa tribulation cultivator listened for a while, but found that he hadn't heard any useful news, only heard that Li Qi and Lui had a fight when they were still in the outer sect competition. This shocked many people. But in the eyes of the monks of the Rakshasa clan, it doesn't make any sense. He turned away and disappeared. Soon, the Rakshasa cultivator came to live in an inn. After returning to the guest room, he sat on the bed, frowned and thought, and exhaled slightly. Forget it, let the young master and others know first. Let's talk about it when they come. Late that night, Xueluming and other Rakshasa monks arrived in the big city of Qingzhou. They didn't alarm anyone, and quickly found the previous Rakshasa cultivator. Xueluming looked serious, and said, Xuelan, you are in such a hurry to inform us that you have found news about the blood spirit sect? Xuelan nodded, and said, go back to the young master, I found it. Hearing this, Xueluming's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, okay. Xuelan, you have made a great contribution. Tell me. The other monks of the Rakshasa clan looked at Xuelan with envy. Xuelan's expression was a little solemn, and he said, young master, the monk who killed the blood spirit young master is Lui. Xueluming? Other Rakshasa monks? Everyone looked at Xuelan in bewilderment. Chapter 217, Lui and number 039, S terrifying strength. Xuelan, do you know what you're talking about? Xueluming's expression was serious. Xuelan smiled wryly, of course I know, I don't dare to deceive the young master. Then Xuelan recounted what she had heard about the blood spirit sect and Lui. After listening, Xueluming's face was ice cold, and he clenched his fists tightly. Wisps of blood-colored mist surged around his body, which was the manifestation of the power of blood. He laughed back angrily, and said coldly, okay. So that's it, it turned out that it was Lui who killed Brother Ling. In this way, we don't need to bother, we just need to kill him. Young master, I have also inquired about some rumors about this Lui before. He is extremely powerful. I am afraid it will not be so easy to kill. We have to be careful. Reminded. Of course I know about this. Xueluming said coldly, we all go together. Don't give that Lui the slightest chance, not even the chance to escape. His eyes flickered, he thought for a moment, and then he said, I have also heard these days that Lui is still a powerful formation monk, and he has set up a powerful formation in Bianzong, which is his home field. We can't go to Bianzong, we have to find a way to get him out, and then deal with him. The young master is wise. Think of a way to lure Lui out of Bianzong. The monks of the Rakshasa tribe began to talk about each other. At the same time, within the Outer Sect. In Luyi's cave. Luyi sat cross-legged and was practicing. Luyi, who had reached the Mahayana realm, practiced a lot of activity. The cave was filled with mysterious Daoguang, and the incomparably rich spiritual energy surged. The concentration of spiritual energy released by the 3 Rakshasa fruit trees was extremely high, and the spiritual energy in the cave had been atomized. Coupled with the fact that Luyi had used Lingyu for millions of years to practice, a tidal wave of spiritual energy was almost formed in the cave. That is to say, Luyi has set up a large formation in the cave, otherwise, such a movement may disturb a large area. At this moment, Luyi suddenly opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and whispered to himself, "What's going on? Why do I feel that someone is trying to harm me?" Luyi had never felt this way before, but this time, the feeling was very strong. Luyi has a very high degree of control over himself, and he also immediately realized that it was the destiny information fed back by the little deduction technique. Luyi was a little surprised. As his cultivation broke through to the Mahayana realm, the little deduction technique showed more and more mysteries, which made him feel that someone had malicious intentions towards him. However, Luyi was still a little puzzled. Why didn't he feel anything before? Luyi didn't believe that there were only a few people who were malicious towards him in Tianming. Luyi doesn't quite understand, but the most important thing right now is not this matter. Luyi closed his eyes, used a small deduction technique, and deduced according to the malicious aura. After a while, a picture appeared in Luyi's mind. More than a dozen monks were gathering not too far from Bianzong. The place they are in should be a room, full of malice exuding from them. These are not big problems. What surprised Luyi the most is that these monks are all strong men who have crossed the catastrophe, and I am afraid that they are also a top group of existences in the realm of crossing the catastrophe. Layer above. Luyi opened his eyes in bewilderment, and whispered to himself, when did the eastern region have such a group of ancestors who have transcended the tribulation realm? Although Luyi can't say he knows all the ancestor level figures in the eastern region, he often travels to and from the holy places of the immortal sects, and he can say that he has met a lot of ancestor level figures. But none of the scenes he deduced before was the existence of the realm of transcending robbery that he knew. If it's just that, it's fine. Luyi has never heard of any of these ancestor level figures in the transcendence tribulation realm. This is outrageous. When will such a group of powerhouses who are not well known but have such exaggerated strength appear in the eastern region? Luyi frowned and thought for a moment, but couldn't figure it out. Even Luyi couldn't figure out when he offended these Duja ancestors and made them exude such powerful malice. But Luyi figured out one thing. Why did he perceive malice this time? This malice came from the ancestor Duja. It was too strong to stir up the energy, so that he, who had reached the limit of his small deduction technique, could perceive it. Luyi thought for a moment, a stern look appeared on his face, and he stood up. Since others have shown such strong malice towards him, he is naturally not the kind of person who accepts everything. It just so happened that after he broke through to the Mahayana realm, he hadn't done a good job yet, so he might as well take this opportunity to try his own strength. Luyi took a step and merged into the void. The next moment, his body appeared in an area 3,000 kilometers away. Luyi used the law of space, and within a flash of his figure, he came to the big city deduced before in just a moment. In the night, Luyi stood in the air, as if he was at the junction of fantasy and the real world, and no one noticed his arrival. He is currently in the gap in the space, completely covering his breath, like a ghost, quickly flying towards the malicious direction. Soon, Luyi came to an inn. He passed through the wall leisurely, and soon came to the room where Xueluming and other Raksha monks were. Xueluming and the others in the room did not notice Luyi in the space gap, and were still discussing with frowns. "Young master, I think we should ask the master for help, and use the master's means to bestow the fairy treasure, so that we can kill Luyi most safely." Xueluming frowned, and said coldly, facing a human race in the mere Mahayana realm, "Let me ask my ancestors for help? Do you want my ancestors to be completely disappointed in me?" Subordinates dare not. Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the Raksha monk who spoke. "The only thing I want to know now is how to lure Lui out and kill him. After that, how should we evacuate and ask our ancestors for credit?" Xue Luming said calmly. "Many monks are thinking about it." At this moment, Lui who was in the space rift frowned. He was not in the middle of deduction now. Standing in front of these monks, Lui realized something was wrong. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The origin of these monks is different from that of human beings, and also different from that of the Sea clan. On the contrary, they are the same as the previous ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect and the two Raksha clan monks who came later. These monks are all Rakshasa clan. Lui was stunned. No wonder, he didn't know when such a group of powerful ancestors of crossing robbery appeared in the eastern region, they turned out to be monks of the Raksha clan. Soon, Lui's face darkened. After killing the patriarch of the Blood Spirit sect, he felt that he was being targeted by the Rakshasa tribe. The last time he was assassinated by two Rakshasa tribe monks was the proof. Didn't expect that after 100 years, someone from the Raksha clan came to trouble him again? Moreover, this time there are more than a dozen ancestors who have crossed the tribulation realm. And according to these people, there really are immortals behind them. Lui only felt some toothache. It seems that the fairy really wanted to kill him. And Lui looked at Xue Luming. The others called this guy young master, so he couldn't be another existence similar to the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect. If he was killed, wouldn't the immortals of the Raksha clan descend in person? Lui felt his scalp tingling after thinking about it. But now they can't control so much. Since they are ready to do something, it's natural to do it first. A brilliant silver streamer flashed in Lui's eyes. The next moment, the entire space distorted, and everyone disappeared into the room. Xue Luming and a group of Raksha monks felt the change in space, and when they came back to their senses, they found that they were already in other places. Below is the boundless Tianming land, while above is the endless galaxy. The surrounding air has dissipated, the temperature is extremely low, and their location is in a vacuum. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of Xue Luming and the others, and then they all looked around vigilantly. Who? When they saw Lui not far away, all the monks of the Raksha tribe were shocked and stared at him. Lui! Xue Luming had an unbelievable look in his eyes. Lui smiled slightly and spoke, his voice spread in the form of aura, "Aren't you thinking about how to deal with me? I'm here now, why are you so nervous?" Xue Luming and a group of Raksha monks had a cold air from the soles of their feet and rushed straight to the top of their heads. After all, Lui came so abruptly that these Raksha monks didn't even notice at all. All the monks of the Rakshasa race surged with energy and blood, unreservedly bursting out with their most powerful aura, and even the changed human form no longer maintained, returning to the appearance of the Rakshasa clan. Xue Luming stared at Lui, and said, "You brought us here?" Lui smiled, "That's right. The law of space. You have mastered the law of space." The ancestors of the Raksha clan who had crossed the tribulation realm were extremely shocked and exclaimed again and again. Such a method can only be done if it involves the power of space. Lui just smiled and didn't answer. He said to himself, "I want to kill these Raksha monks." Task: kill the Rakshasa monk. Rewards: increased understanding of the law of strength, 4 Rakshasa fruit tree seeds, mid-grade fairy weapon blood fiend fist, fairy level alchemy Rakshasa blood pill, designated fairy level +1. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui silently accepted the task, and smiled at the group of Raksha monks. "What's the use of saying this? Since you want to kill me, why don't you do it now?" The next moment, strands of spiritual energy circulated around Lui, and a terrifying power burst out. The surrounding space was shattered like glass, and cracks appeared one after another. Liu Yi's body, which was originally like white jade, exuded wisps of dark golden radiance at this moment, and there were mysterious dark golden lines flickering on it, and the power of qi and blood surged out like ocean waves, spreading in all directions. The power of blood turned into a dark golden phantom of a real dragon, roaring around Liu Yi. Immortal Scripture, 9 Transformations Indestructible Body. Feeling such a terrifying power of qi and blood, Xueluming and other Raksha monks looked shocked. What a powerful force of qi and blood! Little Lord! The monks of the Raksha clan looked at Xueluming. Xueluming's face was cold and ferocious, and there were strands of crimson blood flowing around his body. The already tall Rakshasa's body swelled again, reaching a height of about 4 meters, like a blood-red monster. He shouted in a low voice, "If that's the case, then kill!" Tribulation-crossing monks of the Raksha clan broke out one after another, and huge bodies emerged one after another. They run the Rakshasa body with all their strength, and the turbulent power completely shatters the surrounding space. All the monks of the Raksha clan turned into streaks of blood and rushed towards Liu Yi. Among them, Xueluming's aura is the most powerful, even surpassing the limit of the level of monks who have crossed the catastrophe, which is enough to compare with Su Xian. Blood God Slash! His face was icy cold, and his blood jade-like unicorn shone with light, turning into a series of blood jade horses as thick as a mountain peak, and chopped towards Liu Yi. Wherever the blood jade training passed, the void vibrated, the space shattered, and a distorted storm emerged under the space. This was a terrifying void storm. The power of the blood jade training was too powerful, even in the void stirring endless waves. Blood Demon Fist. Endless Blood Mark. Heavenly Killing Sword. Other Rakshasa monks also used their own powerful means, and a series of spells and magic weapons turned into streamers, rushing towards Liu Yi. All the monks of the Raksha clan are high-level monks who have crossed the catastrophe, and the techniques and skills they use with all their strength are naturally terrifying. Above the vacuum, an area with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was shrouded in blood-colored streamer. The powerful monks in the entire eastern region noticed something, and their faces changed slightly, and they looked up into the sky. It's such a powerful breath. Is Duja Patriarch fighting? The ancestors of the Holy Land of Xianzong also looked confused. 1, 2. More than a dozen monks who have crossed the realm of tribulation. Such a strong blood power. Where did these monks come from? Wait, these monks have the same origin. Who is the one who besieged? This breath, why does it feel a bit like little friend Liu Yi? Ancestors who have transcended the tribulation realm are undoubtedly stronger in perception, and naturally they have noticed a clearer situation. One by one, the ancestors of the transcending tribulation realm and the strong men of the Mahayana realm soared into the air and flew towards the direction of the battle. In the vacuum, Liu Yi faced the blood-colored horse training and a blood-colored streamer, as well as densely packed magic weapons, with an extremely calm expression. He stepped forward, and a dragon roar sounded from the phantom shadow of the real dragon around Liu Yi. The next moment, he directly hit a huge clock. Boom! The big bell is a high-grade spiritual weapon. In Tianming, even the ancestors of Duja rarely possess such a powerful magic weapon of this level, but the monks of the Raksha clan have it. It is conceivable that the strength of the Raksha clan is definitely stronger than that of Tianming. However, facing Liu Yi's impact, such a high-grade spiritual weapon was shattered into pieces on the spot. Liu Yi's body is like the most powerful magic weapon, invincible. An ancestor in the realm of crossing the tribulation coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face horrified. How is it possible? Destroyed my blood moon clock with my body. The next moment, Liu Yi was overwhelmed by endless bloody pistols. Xueluming's face was cold, and he said with a sinister smile, "Arrogance, how dare you use your body to receive my blood god slash? No matter how powerful your body is, you will still be seriously injured." Under the endless bloody training, one after another powerful and terrifying spells landed in that area. The turbulent force distorted the space, shaking like a canvas, and the aftermath of rings radiated hundreds of thousands of kilometers. When the aftermath dissipated, the bloody light disappeared, and a dark hole appeared in the center, which was the space hole created by the previous attack. There is a misty light fluctuating violently in the space hole, which is a strong space storm. Xueluming and a group of Raksha monks all showed a look of relief on their faces. Such destructive power, even Su Xian can't stop it. This human race is too arrogant, won't it have been wiped out by the space storm? At this moment, a dark golden light rushed out of the slowly closing hole. It was Lu Yi. On the surface of Lu Yi's body, tiny scars appeared, and there were streaks of blood flowing out of these scars. However, the blood is flowing back, and the scars are also recovering at an extremely fast speed. In just 2 breaths, all the injuries on Lu Yi's body recovered. Lu Yi exhaled slightly, and clenched his fists, feeling quite satisfied. He just wanted to try it out, after his body training Kung Fu transformed into the fairy scriptures, and after his own law of indestructibility and law of strength increased to 20%, what kind of physical condition he had reached. After all, there is really no chance to test it. That's why Lu Yi didn't dodge the attack. Now it seems that the effect of this test still makes him very satisfied. It should have been very difficult for the cultivator to do harm to him. A small part of the injuries on his body were caused by the young master of the Raksha clan who was the leader, and part of them were caused by the void storm. To be honest, the power of the void storm is stronger than these Raksha monks who have crossed the tribulation realm. Lu Yi was satisfied, but Xueluming and other Raksha monks in the distance had dull expressions. How is this possible? He obviously didn't resist. Why did he only suffer such a minor injury? The Rakshasa monks couldn't believe it and were extremely horrified. Xueluming was even more angry. No. It is impossible for my blood god / to only have this power. He roared angrily, and behind him appeared a Raksha phantom with a ferocious face and 6 arms. Raksha Dharmakaya. The next moment, Raksha Dharma body turned into a stream of bloody light and merged into Xueluming's body. Subtle cracks appeared on the surface of Xueluming's body, and then, bright red blood flowed out, and his aura surged at a terrifying speed. Then, flesh and blood squirmed under his ribs, and 2 pairs of arms also grew out. The 6-armed Xueluming turned into a streamer and rushed towards Lu Yi. He rushed in front of Lu Yi almost instantly, roaring, "Death!" His 2 pairs of arms clenched tightly and smashed down to the top of Lu Yi's head. With the position of his hands, the space collapsed, and the terrifying power caused Lu Yi's black hair to fly. However, at the next moment, the 6-armed blood looming flew back at an extremely fast speed. The blood spewed out in the vacuum. Even at such a temperature, it did not condense into ice, it was extremely bright. Lu Yi slowly withdrew his fist. No one noticed. Lu Yi punched. The same is true for Xueluming. Lu Yi looked at his fist and was equally astonished. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, his strength has improved too much. This is simply a transformation. Lu Yi suspected that apart from the improvement brought about by the breakthrough of the Great Realm, the most important thing was the foundation of the chaos, which brought him such a terrible improvement. Now Lu Yi, even in the face of Suxian, he is not afraid at all, and even has the confidence to defeat. Lu Yi stopped thinking about it, and smiled at the Raksha monks in the distance. Have you enjoyed the fight? Now it's my turn. Chapter 218. Are you from the Yu family? Xueluming and the others were shocked when they heard this, and looked at Lu Yi warily. However, the next moment, Lu Yi suddenly disappeared in place, and instantly appeared behind a Rakshasa cultivator. Boom! Lu Yi's fist fell like a star, and when it fell, the space collapsed, and the fist landed on the Raksha monk in an instant. The terrifying power contained in the 9-turn indestructible body erupted, and the real dragon roared. The body of the Raksha monk froze in place, and the next moment it turned into ashes and dissipated. Even the cultivators of the Raksha tribe, who majored in the physical body, were still completely unable to resist Luyi's fist. All the monks of the Raksha tribe felt chills coming out of their bodies, and Xueluming also had his pupils constricted and his scalp numb. It's the law of space. This is definitely the law of space. A Raksha monk roared like he was crazy, his expression full of disbelief. The next moment, Luyi appeared behind another Raksha monk. Feeling Luyi's aura, the Raksha monk roared wildly, "Blood Yuan shield!" A bloody shield appeared behind him, blocking Luyi. This is a high-grade spiritual tool, exuding an extremely powerful spiritual pressure. However, Luyi still punched down. This powerful high-grade spiritual weapon was instantly shattered into countless fragments, and the body of the Rakshasa cultivator was also shattered by a punch, turning into blood mist. The other Raksha monks were completely terrified. "Luyi! I want you to die!" Xueluming roared, his eyes were blood-red, full of killing intent. The next moment, he took out a bloody token. The token exudes streaks of blood, with an unimaginably terrifying aura. Even Luyi's scalp was numb and his back was cold. Luyi was too familiar with this breath. It's the breath of a fairy. There are not many immortals that Luyi has met, but there are a few. Immortal Sword Immortal King Jian Yuan, Master, Grandma Yuan Ling, and also saw the phantom of immortals descending in Chenjianzong back then. He can be sure that this is the breath of a fairy. This is the immortal treasure bestowed by my ancestors. One blow from the inner immortal, Luyi will die. Xueluming roared. He injected spiritual energy into the bloody token. The next moment, an incomparably terrifying coercion emerged, and a bloody horse rushed out from the bloody token. That bloody horse seemed to be irresistible to everything, like a river of killing, like a river of blood, containing countless killed souls, and the screams of these souls made the body cold. The space around Luyi was completely blocked, even the law of space, facing such a force, there is some pressure. Can't run away. Luyi understood that his aura was completely locked, even if he ran away from the ends of the earth, such an immortal attack would chase him down until he was killed. Luyi's face was cold, and as soon as he gritted his teeth, he planned to use the low-grade immortal weapon Tianyang Battle Armor Hardtop. With the strength of his physical body and the low-grade fairy weapon, Luyi didn't believe that he would be unable to stop a fairy's attack. At this moment, wisps of white mist emerged, and the river of killing suddenly stopped in place, and the next moment it turned into an illusion, and gradually turned into foam. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then their eyes widened, showing a hint of panic. "Mengyu, you family immortal!" Xueluming screamed, looking around frantically, as if he was looking for something. Luyi was also taken aback, and turned to look to the right. There, a white-haired old woman appeared at some point and stood there, as if blending with the void. Luyi smiled and said, "Grandma Yuanling, it's you." Luyi understood that the previous river of blood was wiped out by this senior. Granny Yuanling turned her head to look at Luyi, with a kind smile on her face, she nodded and said hello, Master Luyi. Luyi found that after he broke through to the Mahayana realm, Granny Yuanling's attitude was much more respectful than before. If Granny Yuanling respected him before because of the order of the master, then she is sincere now. Luyi smiled and said, "Thank you, Granny Yuanling, for your help." Granny Yuanling shook her head, and said, "Young master, you are being polite, this is what an old man should do." "Young master, no wonder you are so powerful. You are from the Yu family." Xueluming looked at Luyi with hatred and anger on his expression, and was a little stunned. Luyi raised his eyebrows, he had heard of the Yu family several times. Before that, Luyi had already guessed whether his master was from the so-called Yu family, but now that he heard this, he knew that his master might be from the Yu family. He smiled and didn't explain. Granny Yuanling glanced at the group of Raksha monks, and said, "Young master, what do you plan to do with these Raksha monks?" A cold look flashed in Liu Yi's eyes. "Kill it. Since these guys are planning to kill him, he naturally won't let them go." Granny Yuanling nodded, and the next moment, Granny Yuanling didn't see any movement. The group of Raksha monks, including Shui Luming, suddenly turned into bubbles and disappeared. Liu Yi's heart felt a little cold. Such a weird power of law, Liu Yi couldn't even be sure that they were dead. Granny Yuanling is worthy of being a fairy. At this moment, Liu Yi felt the cold eyes seem to pass through the endless void and looked over. Is that the fairy behind it again? Liu Yi was startled, probably because of the death of the Raksha monk named Young Master, which attracted the attention of the Raksha immortals. At this moment, Granny Yuanling snorted coldly, and the cold voice sounded, "The Rakshas come to my Tianluo starfield, kill them." The cold words sounded, and the cold eyes disappeared. After that cold gaze disappeared, Grandma Yuanling turned her head to look at a void again, and said, "Little guy, come out." Liu Yi was taken aback, and looked at the void, but he didn't sense that anyone was there. Is it also a fairy? Liu Yi's scalp was a little tingly. When did Tianming have so many immortals? The next moment, the void fluctuated, and a handsome young man with a sword pattern between his eyebrows came out. "It's Senior Wang Jianyuan." Liu Yi smiled. Wang Jianyuan nodded to Liu Yi, turned his head to look at Granny Yuanling, with a look of shock in his eyes, cupped his hands and said, "Wang Jianyuan, I have seen Granny Yuanling. Don't misunderstand, mother-in-law. I feel the power of the fairy level. Come and have a look. I originally planned to help little friend Liu Yi. Don't worry, the old man is old, but he's not blind yet." Granny Yuanling looked at Wang Jianyuan and nodded with a chuckle, "That's right, I've heard about you, the immortal sword that made great achievements in Luyuan back then, Wang Jianyuan." Wang Jianyuan chuckled lightly, "It's a junior's honor to be heard by people like my mother-in-law." Granny Yuanling's expression was a little amazed. "I heard that you were eroded by the qi of the netherworld and there is no cure. I didn't expect that you broke through and then stood up. Instead, you broke through to the realm of true immortals. There is hope for Xianxian in the future." Wang Jianyuan's expression was a little dazed for a moment, then he recovered, and said with a light smile, "Thank you for your kind words, Senior. Since there is no need for the younger generation to do anything here, the younger generation will leave." Wang Jianyuan said. Granny Yuanling nodded, "Well, let's go." Wang Jianyuan turned into a streamer and disappeared. After leaving for a long time, Wang Jianyuan glanced at the back, with some sweat on his back, and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect that little friend Liu Yi to be from the Yu family. Yes, with that little friend's talent, I'm afraid the people behind the holy land of Xianzong have already known about it. Have they passed on his news to the Yu family? The Yu family will definitely not let such a genius go." Wang Jianyuan sighed in his heart, with the talent of little friend Liu Yi, after ascension, coupled with the optimism of the Yu family, the future must be extraordinary. He didn't think about it anymore, and disappeared in the north as a streamer. At the moment, Liu Yi, who stayed at the same place, glanced at Granny Yuanling, and said, "Grandma knows Senior Wang Jianyuan?" Grandma Yuanling nodded slightly, and explained with a patient smile, "I heard about him, he is a very talented monk, I didn't expect to meet him here." Liu Yi saw that Granny Yuanling didn't know much, so he didn't ask any more questions. The two turned into streamers and returned to Bianzong. After returning to Lingluo Peak, Granny Yuanling said, "Master, practice hard, I won't bother you anymore." Liu Yi nodded and returned to the cave. Sitting in the cave, Liu Yi looked back on the previous battles, and could only say that he was okay against monks below the immortal. But when facing the immortal, it is still too weak. Although he didn't know how powerful the immortal who made the token was, the attack might not be too strong among immortals. Even so, Liu Yi still felt extremely mortal danger. If there is no fairy artifact, Liu Yi can't guarantee that he can block such an attack with his own strength. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, he was still too weak. I don't know if he can block such an attack when he breaks through to the realm of transcending robbery. You still have to practice hard. Liu Yi's pride in breaking through to the Mahayana realm dissipated, and he cheered up again, planning to practice hard and break through to the Mahayana realm soon. At the top of Ling Luo Peak, Granny Yuanling entered the bamboo house. At this moment, Ling Luo Peak Master was lazily lying on the bamboo couch, not even sleeping. Although she was yawning again and again, she was still awake. Seeing Granny Yuanling come back, she raised her eyes and asked, "How is it? Why is there an aura of immortality?" Granny Yuanling said respectfully, "Miss Hui, it was caused by monks of the Raksha clan. I am afraid that one of the Raksha clan is a direct descendant of the immortal, and left behind some tricks." Ling Luo Peak Master nodded slightly, then smiled and said, "How is that brat?" Granny Yuanling recalled what she had seen before, with a hint of shock in her eyes. Master Liu Yi is extremely talented and powerful, and the combat power of the direct descendants of the Rakshasa clan immortals may have reached the second tribulation void fairyland, and they are still unable to resist Master Liu Yi. His physical body is unimaginably strong. Hearing Granny Yuanling's words, Peak Master Ling Luo was really surprised. She looked at Granny Yuanling in astonishment. "Even you think it's unimaginably strong?" Granny Yuanling nodded. "Master Liu Yi probably has mastered several laws that can improve the strength of the physical body, and the degree of mastery is not low." Ling Luo Peak Master? She widened her eyes, with a look of astonishment on her face. "That bastard has mastered several laws?" Granny Yuanling nodded, and said with a wry smile, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Master Liu Yi's immortal talent is extremely powerful. Perhaps in the future, there is really hope that he can reach the realm of immortal venerable, as the young lady said." Peak Lord Ling Luo slapped his thigh angrily, and hummed dissatisfiedly, "That bastard boy didn't even tell his master that he is so good now. I'm so mad. Next time you see him, you must clean up." Granny Yuanling smiled wryly when she heard the words, but didn't say much. Over the years, Grandma Yuanling has been watching the relationship between Liu Yi and Peak Lord Ling Luo, and understands that this is the normal state of the two. At the same time, the Rakshasa star is separated by the endless galaxy. In a vast blood-colored palace, a Rakshasa fairy suddenly opened his eyes, as if a sea of blood was surging in his eyes. His expression was cold and angry. "Liu Ming, damn the Yu family!" Spiritual qi surged all over his body, and the entire palace was shaking. "Owner!" Rakshasa monks appeared one by one, with horrified faces. The next moment, the space distorted, and a portal appeared. A female Rakshasa with a hot figure and a beautiful appearance walked out. Her blood-colored eyes swept across, and the whole palace immediately calmed down. She asked, "Brother Yu, why are you so angry?" The Rakshasa fairy took a deep breath, and then slowly said, "My two descendants with good talents died, and died in the Tianluo starfield." Hearing this, the female Rakshasa raised her eyebrows, and said, "Brother Yu, calm down. I heard that the battle in the Luoyuan battlefield in the Tianluo starfield has been extremely fierce recently, and the Juyu demons are in turmoil." Suppressed. "My king plans to launch an attack on the Yu family in the near future, and you can consider joining in." Hearing this, Bloody Eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha! If that's the case, I'll go there. I want to make the Yu family regret it." The female Rakshasa also laughed. Not long after Liu Yi and Granny Yuanling left the vacuum, after images approached quickly. It is the ancestor-level figures of the Divine Sword Sect, Tianlong Holy Land and other Xianzong Holy Lands. After they appeared, they looked around and felt the remaining power fluctuations, as well as the space that had not been completely closed in the vacuum, and their faces were all shocked. "What a terrible aftermath! Who is fighting?" Fang Tianyao said with a frown. There are at least 13 ancestor-level figures who have crossed the tribulation realm, and they are extremely powerful. Deng Zhongxing also frowned, with horror in his eyes. Not only that, but the last blow just now probably has the power of an immortal level? Long Ming said, it's unbelievable why there is power of an immortal level coming out. I seem to really feel the breath of little friend Liu Yi. Fang Tianyao looked confused, could it be that he was really there before? Patriarch Long Ming also felt it carefully, and said, it seems to be really him? The ancestors of Dujia looked at each other with strange expressions. Little friend Liu Yi can already fight against such a strong man. They are all suspicious of life. Inside Liu Yi's cave. After reviewing the previous battle, Liu Yi began to check the mission rewards with some anticipation. The mission rewards for killing those Raksha monks were very generous. The perception of the law of strength has been improved, 4 Rakshasa fruit tree seeds, middle grade fairy blood fist gloves, fairy level alchemy Raksha blood pill, and the designated level of immortality +1. Each is an extremely rich reward. Liu Yi didn't use the rewards for improving his perception. He first took out the 4 Rakshasa fruit tree seeds. Although the Luaka fruit tree is very small, Liu Yi's cave is that big, and he has already planted 3 of them, so there is no need to plant too many. Liu Yi thought about it and took it outside to plant. Outside the cave, little Xing Xing was crawling under the sky star tree, breathing out starlight. Although decades have passed, the little star is still only that big, and it has hardly changed. After all, it is a fairy beast, and it takes a long time to grow. But what made Liu Yi and others speechless was that although this little thing didn't grow fast, its strength improved extremely fast. The current breath is much stronger than before. According to the meaning of the Master, I am afraid that he has already reached the strength of the 8 tribulations void immortal, even if he is not much worse than a real immortal. As soon as Liu Yi walked out of the cave, little Xing Xing raised his head vigilantly. After it saw Liu Yi, its star-like eyes shone with light, stood up, and moved closer to Liu Yi, still as clingy as ever. Liu Yi rubbed little Xing Xing's head with a smile, little Xing Xing, don't make trouble, I will plant some fairy trees. Liu Yi found a place, planted the seeds of the Rakshasa fruit tree, and then used the secret technique in Yuma Huazheng Jing to stimulate the saplings to burst out. Liu Yi looked at the 3 young saplings with satisfaction and nodded. He glanced at little Xing Xing who was looking at the young sapling curiously, and said cheerfully, little Xing Xing, I will leave this little sapling to your care. Little Xing Xing yelled twice, then nodded. Satisfied, Liu Yi returned to his cave and began to check other rewards. The middle-grade immortal artifact Bloodfiend Fist Gloves is a kind of immortal artifact for refining the body. As a middle-grade immortal artifact, it is naturally extremely powerful. Even though Liu Yi cannot fully exert the power of the immortal artifact, he tried it. This Bloodfiend Glove can still increase his strength by a large margin. The fairy-level elixir formula Raksha Blood Pill, which is also a group of extremely precious elixirs. Using Rakshasa fruit as the main medicine, supplemented with various powerful medicinal materials, the elixir refined can greatly improve even a fairy-level body-refining cultivator, and it is even beneficial to comprehend the law of strength. The elixir that can comprehend the power of law, just think about how precious it is. It's a pity that Liu Yi doesn't talk about other materials now, he doesn't even have Raksha fruit, after all, Raksha fruit trees are not mature yet. Of course, even though he has been practicing alchemy all the time, if he wants to practice immortal level pills, he may still be unable to do so. Just let it go and talk about it later. The designated level of immortality +1 is naturally a good thing. Liu Yi didn't even think about it, and directly used it on Zhan Xing. The mysterious and incomparable information was integrated into Liu Yi's mind. There were various comprehensions of the laws of the sword, as well as the truth of the star-slaying sword technique. This upgrade took Liu Yi 2 months. When Liu Yi completely absorbed the truth in his mind, his star-slashing fairy art was upgraded to LV5 level. This is already close to the realm of returning to the true state. Even if it is an immortal, it should not be easy to cultivate an immortal technique to this level, right? What surprised Liu the most was that with the improvement of star-slaying immortal technique, Liu also gained a lot of insights into the main related sword law. His sword law finally reached 20%, catching up with the law of strength and the law of immortality. Thank you for the reward of 5,000 points from Ling Feng, 1,500 points from PIN030, 1,500 points from Mice, 400 points from 08A, and 400 points from 08A. 200 points for the reward, 200 points for the reward from the fallen Black Wing boss, 100 points for the reward when you crossed the hills but found no one waiting for the boss, 100 points for the reward from the boss Gui Hong. Thanks to Dezhou ZZ. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss. Thank the book friend 202107402043935 for the 100 points rewarded by the boss. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss Sienna. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss. 201904191526574439, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss Chen Peng. Thanks to the Crazy Ant boss for the reward of 100 points, thanks to the 20220326130222284 boss for the reward of 100 points. Chapter 219, Killing the Immortal of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Not only that, before Liu realized the power of the stars on the Tianxing tree, up to now, the power of the stars is only in the realm of the domain, and now with the improvement of the star-slashing swordsmanship, it has also been upgraded to the level of law. The law of the stars. It can be said that the harvest this time is extremely huge. Afterwards, Liu also absorbed the perception reward of the law of strength. His power law has also improved a lot, but there is still a lot of distance from 30%. Liu wasn't too disappointed about this. After all, it was at the level of laws. Liu has not yet become a fairy, so it is quite good to be able to master such advanced laws. In this way, Liu continued to practice steadily. 8 years later. Western Regions, Heavenly Demon Palace. A deep and dark magic light suddenly appeared, covering the entire Tianmo Palace, and the strong magic energy surged, as if the end of the world was coming. Even the protective array of the Heavenly Demon Palace couldn't completely resist such a movement. Wisps of magic light rushed out of the formation, and the sky became pitch black, causing the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect who were also located in the western regions to raise their heads and look in the direction of the Heavenly Demon Palace. The abbot of Fozong sat cross-legged in the treasure hall, and the wooden fish in his hand stopped. There was a hint of shock on his old face, and he clasped his hands together. Amitabha, this breath, which old devil was born. I am afraid that the entire western region will be devastated. An old monk who was sweeping the floor of the Sutra Pavilion also paused, and looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Demon Palace, his eyes flickering in his ordinary eyes. Old devil Yuan, isn't he dead yet? He frowned and stood in the courtyard for a long time. In addition to the Buddhist sect, there are several powerful ancestor-level figures in the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect in the western regions who also felt this terrible demonic energy, and their faces changed dramatically, with ugly expressions. In the Tianmo Palace, the owner of the Tianmo Palace and the ancestors of the Tianmo Palace were full of surprises at this moment, and they all turned into streamers and disappeared in place. They came to the sky above an abyss in the depths of the Tianmo Palace. At this moment, there is a raging sea of devil energy gushing out of the abyss. The black mist is extremely terrifying, exuding a strong magic light, and there are these mysterious and incomparable magic Dao lines flashing off. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace led a group of ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace and bowed, clasping fists with both hands. Congratulations to Patriarch Yuan for leaving the customs, and his skills will go one step further. Congratulations to Patriarch Yuan for leaving the customs. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Heavenly Demon Palace Master and others. Even the Lord of Heavenly Demon Palace and the others didn't see clearly how this figure appeared. He was wearing a black robe, handsome, with black hair draped over his shoulders, and a faint smile on his face, like a harmless boy next door. The pupils of the boy next door were extremely deep, with a kind of old aura. He glanced over the Heavenly Demon Palace Master and the others, then raised his head to look at the void, sighed slightly, and said with a light smile, "So what about the profound skills? The road to becoming a fairy has been cut off, after all, it's just lingering. Suxian is an existence that failed to cross the phase-hung tribulation, but survived. Under the catastrophe of ascension, their path to immortality has been interrupted. Even if they reach the realm of imaginary immortality, it is always a dead end." The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace comforted, "Patriarch Yuan Yuan is already a rare Tianjiao monster in the history of Tianming. After all, how many monks can still survive after the failure of the speeding ascension calamity?" An old ancestor also sighed, "Yes, old ancestor, even if we want to go through the catastrophe of ascension, we are not qualified yet." Yes, and the demon ancestor also said that even if the Dao Foundation was injured during the ascension tribulation, there is no chance of making up for it in the future. Hearing the meaning of the demon ancestor, even Su Xian, there is hope to break through and then stand up. Yuan Yuan's eyes flickered, and then he shook his head, even the demon ancestor just heard about it, and who knows the truth? That's all, it's the destiny. Then he turned his head to look at the Heavenly Demon Palace Master, "I have retreated for thousands of years, what major event will happen in the morning?" Hearing this, the Heavenly Demon Palace Master and the ancestors who had transcended the tribulation realm all looked at each other. Afterwards, the faces of the big figures in the realm of crossing the tribulation were bleak, and they burst into tears. "Patriarch Yuan Yuan, you must be the master for us and the Heavenly Demon Palace." Hearing this, Yuan Yuan frowned, the chuckle on his face gradually subsided, and he asked, "What's going on?" "That's how it is." A monstrous character appeared in the eastern territory of Tianming. 80 years ago, a fairy fate appeared in the eastern territory. My ancestor of the Tianmo Palace, the new generation descendant Dongfang Lu, and several powerful people in the palace went to seek the fairy fate. But that monstrous character actually disagreed with each other and killed all the patriarchs and descendants of my Heavenly Demon Palace. They completely ignored my Heavenly Demon Palace. The owner of the Heavenly Demon Palace had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Hearing this, Yuan Yuan also frowned, "What kind of monstrous character doesn't even pay attention to my Heavenly Demon Palace?" The name of this beast is Lu Yi. He is known as the most powerful Tianjiao monster in Tianming's history. His talent is extremely amazing. Back then, he was only in the state of fusion, but he mastered the laws of swordsmanship. It also fell into his hands. Yuan Yuan's expression also changed when he heard this. He has mastered the law in the realm of fusion? Can he also portray the grand formation of crossing the catastrophe? Such a talent is indeed enough to be proud of. Not only that, but news came out a few days ago that there was a battle at the level of the ancestors of Duja over the eastern region, and finally even the power of the immortal level appeared. Among them, several ancestors of the eastern region felt that Lu Yi's breath. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master continued to speak. "I think this is nonsense. Even if Lu Yi breaks through to the Mahayana realm, if he really faces the attack of the immortal, he will definitely not be able to stop it. Even the strong in the realm of crossing the robbery, he may not be an opponent." An ancestor of Tianmo Palace frowned and said, "However, I have to say that the thunder calamity in Lu Yi's Mahayana realm is really terrifying. The sky has collapsed. It is said that the original Dao Yin appeared only after he deduced the fairy scriptures." Another ancestor of the Tianmo Palace said. "The expression is very complicated." Yuan Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this. The fairy scriptures were deduced after breaking through the Mahayana realm? Is this true? Isn't it a story? All the patriarchs of the Heavenly Demon Palace looked at each other with strange expressions. "Ancestor, we also hope this is a story. The ancestors of Duja had bitter expressions. Yuan's face gradually turned serious. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace said, "Old ancestor, the Duja patriarch Lui who killed my Heavenly Demon Palace back then still has descendants. These years, I have been incompetent and unable to deal with him. Now the Western region demons think that my Heavenly Demon Palace is not as good as before, many sects are obedient to us. If we can't kill Lui and maintain the majesty of our Heavenly Demon Palace, our situation in the Heavenly Demon Palace may not be too easy." Yuan's face was cold, he thought for a moment, and said, "This time I retreated and broke through to the realm of the four tribulations of the Void Immortal. No matter how strong Lui is, he cannot be my opponent. Let me go." The Heavenly Demon Palace Master said, "Old ancestor, just in case, you should bring the Heavenly Demon Drum with you, right? Only in this way can we ensure nothing goes wrong." Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then seriously frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's fine, in this way, Lui will definitely be killed." All the patriarchs of the Heavenly Demon Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Patriarch Yuan is wise. Go invite the fairy artifact. At the same time, within the Baiun sect, Lui sat cross-legged in the training room, exhaling spiritual energy. For the past 8 years, Lui has been comprehending the skills, spells, and various skills of cultivating immortals every day during the day, and practicing to improve his cultivation at night. Of course, from time to time, he will double repair with Lu Ningshuang and others. The days are very comfortable and happy. His cultivation is also improving at an extremely fast speed. After reaching the Mahayana realm, it is already very difficult to improve one's cultivation base. It is difficult for ordinary Mahayana monks to raise one level of cultivation level even after thousands of years, but Lui has already approached the limit of one level in only 8 years. In another year or two, it should be possible to break through to the second floor. This cultivation speed is not slow. As for the improvement of various skills and spells, Lui released the task on the one hand, and on the other hand, relying on his own understanding and the rewards for the number of epiphanies obtained from the mission of Master's preaching, it is also steadily improving. The only thing that is more difficult to improve is immortal art, but there is no way to do it. After all, this is an art that involves laws. If the laws are not improved, it will be difficult to improve immortal art. Of course, Lui is not in a hurry, after all, he hasn't ascended yet. This day Lui was practicing, when suddenly he opened his eyes, with a mysterious light flashing in them. Lui was astonished, he actually sensed malice again. He is full of black lines, very speechless. Why do people always want to harm me? It has not been 10 years since those Raksha monks wanted to kill him last time, yet another monk wanted to deal with him so soon. Could it be the Rakshasa tribe again? Lui was a little confused, so he asked me to see who it was. He used a small deduction technique to push back through malicious backlash. Soon, a picture appeared in Lui's mind. In a gorgeous palace, there is a surge of magic energy everywhere, and there is a mysterious and incomparable magic light flowing in the sky. In a deep cave, there are a few monks in the transcending tribulation realm with extremely powerful auras who are taking out a black drum about the size of a human head. The black drum was held in the hands of a handsome-looking monk who looked like a boy next door. When Lui saw this monk, he was startled and his pupils shrank. He actually felt quite a threat. This cultivator's cultivation base is extremely powerful, even surpassing the realm of transcending tribulation. Is it Su Xian? Not only that, but the black drum exuding strong devilish energy also made Lui shudder and shocked. This is a fairy artifact. Lui was terrified, he was a virtual fairy, and a fairy weapon, who on earth wanted to deal with him? Such a big deal. Lui thought about the picture in his mind before, the strong magic energy surged, and the mysterious magic pattern flickered, obviously it was the sect of the monks of the magic way. According to deduction, Lu Yi also found that the area of this place was in the west. Lu Yi thought for a moment, and soon recalled those monks from the Heavenly Demon Palace. When he was in Tianluo Mountain, he had killed Duja Patriarch and successor of Tianmo Palace. There has been no movement in Tianmo Palace these years. Lu Yi thought the matter was over. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Demon Palace actually found Su Xian and the immortal artifact. Lu Yi's expression gradually turned cold, and a stern look appeared in his eyes. Before Lu Yi didn't go to Tianmo Palace to trouble Tianmo Palace, since Tianmo Palace planned to deal with him, he would not be polite. The Heavenly Demon Palace is the holy land of the Immortal Sect, probably guarded by the Immortal Formation. Even if Lu Yi's current attainments in the formation are extremely high, he can even refine a large protective formation that is not much worse than the Immortal Formation, but facing the Immortal Formation, he was still in awe. Lu Yi will not directly attack the lair of Tianmo Palace. That being the case, then we should deal with the cultivators from the Demon Palace that day on the road. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, merged into the space, and disappeared into the cave. If you want to come from the western region to the eastern region, it will take a certain amount of time even if you are a strong person in the immortal realm, so he can arrange it first. Half a month later, a huge black ancient ship rode across the sky. The ancient ship carried a strong magic light, releasing powerful spiritual pressure. This is an extremely rare flying magic weapon at the level of a high-grade spiritual weapon. The flying magic weapon of the top-grade spiritual weapon is extremely fast, and it only took half a month to travel from the western regions to the eastern continent. There are 3 figures standing on the bow of the black ancient ship. The leader is Yuan, who is like a boy next door, and on the left and right sides are an old woman and an old man. Both were grey-haired and wrinkled. However, their auras are equally powerful. The old woman is on the 7th floor of the robbery, and the old man has reached the 8th floor of the robbery. Throughout Tianming, they are also strong at the ceiling level. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the passing ground below, and said with a light smile, "You don't need to come with me, I will go back after killing Lu Yi, it won't take long." The old woman on the left said, "Old ancestor, we are also here to help you. After all, the Baiyun sect where Lu Yi belongs may also have people who have transcended the tribulation realm. Lao Qi and I will block other uncertain factors for you. Outside, you old man just need to deal with Lu Yi with peace of mind." The old man on the right also nodded, "Yes, Patriarch, Lu Yi is very extraordinary. Even if his cultivation is only at the level of Mahayana, I am afraid there are some trump cards. The palace master is right. We can't give him any chance to breathe. Letting him escape would be a disaster for my heavenly demon palace." Yuan listened to the words of the two, and praised, "Nanming Yuan, that little guy, I never thought that I hadn't seen him for 1,000 years, but he has grown to such a level. He is thoughtful and meticulous in his work." The 2 ancestors who were in the realm of crossing the tribulation also laughed. During the millennium of the ancestors' retreat, the power of our heavenly demon palace has continued to expand, overwhelming the Buddha sect and the Guangming sect. Even the Flame Demon Valley has been suppressed by our heavenly demon palace. The palace master has made great contributions. That's right, the palace lord has worked hard to open up the territory of my heavenly demon palace. Ha ha ha, not bad. With Ming Yuan here, our heavenly demon palace will surely prosper." Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Soon the black ancient boat rode across a huge mountain peak and came to a desert area. Beyond this desert area is the eastern territory. "It's almost there," Yuan said. At this moment, mysterious formations suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth. Dense formations covered an area tens of thousands of miles in radius. These formations condensed into mysterious formations one by one, and the terrifying coercion surged, making the chests of the 2 ancestors who had crossed the tribulation realm a little dull and their faces pale. Even Yuan's expression changed drastically. "Big array? This big formation, is the protective formation at the level of the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect. How can there be such a big formation here? The magic lights around the three of them flowed, and there were also streaks of black brilliance flickering on the ancient ship, covering the entire ancient ship. The three looked around vigilantly. At this moment, Yuan's face changed slightly, and he looked towards the void in one direction, with a serious expression. "This fellow Taoist, I am a monk of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Let me wait and go." Hearing this, the faces of the other two Duja patriarchs of the Heavenly Demon Palace changed, and they looked at Yuan and at the void. That direction, nothing. At this moment, the void twisted, and an extremely handsome monk in white suddenly appeared, as if he had been there before. Seeing this monk, the faces of the three of them changed. "Lu Yi! How will you be here?" Whether it is the Duja patriarch of the two Tianmo Palace or Yuan, they have seen Lu Yi's projection, so naturally they recognized Lu Yi at a glance. Just like that, the three of them were even more astonished and inexplicable. They didn't expect to meet him here. Then, Yuan's expression changed. He thought of something, looked at the surrounding formation. His expression was cold and serious. "You know we are coming?" The other two monks in the realm of crossing the catastrophe are naturally not stupid, and they are naturally aware of the problem. The faces of the two changed at the same time, and they looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. Facing the eyes of the three, Lu Yi just smiled and nodded. "I really know. How is it possible? Except for the monks from the Heavenly Demon Palace, even the elders in the Mahayana realm don't know that we are coming to the eastern region." "How do you know?" the old woman screamed. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, looked at the old woman with a half-smile, and said, "What do you think?" "Of course someone told me." Hearing this, the faces of the old woman and the old man changed beyond belief. Only Yuan's expression remained calm. There were streaks of incomparably rich magic lights flickering around him, and a black magic drum the size of a human head appeared above his head, which was the Heavenly Demon Drum. The Heavenly Demon Drum exuded a palpitating coercion, and even Lu Yi took a serious look at it. "Don't be influenced by him. How could the tribulation crossing cultivator of my Heavenly Demon Palace betray the Heavenly Demon Palace? This son is extraordinary. I'm afraid he has mastered some kind of fortune-telling method and noticed our tracks." Yuan said. His face became more serious. The two Duja patriarchs on the side were extremely astonished. "How is this possible? Even if it is the way of divination, how can it be possible to predict whether the actions of our tribulation crossing monks will be successful? Yes, not to mention that the ancestor is still a virtual immortal." Yuan naturally understood what the two of them meant. He shook his head and said, "This guy is very unusual, and he cannot be treated with common sense. If ordinary people can't do it, he might not be able to do it." Yuan glanced at the large formation around him, his face extremely solemn. "Judging from the large formation here, you have been here for a long time, right?" Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, looked at Yuan, and said in admiration, "Senior is worthy of being a virtual immortal, and he is still different from a monk in the realm of transcending tribulation." "That's right, I am indeed waiting for you here for a long time." Yuan's expression was cold, and he said, "You are very confident, you think you can deal with us?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "Anyway, we have to face it, so it's better to prepare first, so that you will be caught off guard." Yuan nodded slowly, and said, "The younger generation is awesome. If you don't have a big enmity, I am very optimistic about you." He slowly soared into the sky, the magic light around him flickered, and the black mist howled, and the magic drum slowly fell from the top of his head in front of him that day. "It's a pity. Now, I can only kill a proud man like you." Yuan's icy killing intent seemed to spread like ice, and the surrounding space seemed to be frozen by the killing intent. Chapter 220 Extinguishing Immortals, Seizing Immortal Artifacts. The wind of murderous intent swept across. Lu Yi stood in the air, his white clothes fluttering. He chuckled and said, "I'm afraid seniors won't be able to do it." Afterwards, Liu Yi stepped into the void, his expression gradually became sharper, seals formed in his hands continuously, the formation pattern flickered, and the increasingly terrifying spiritual pressure dissipated. Clang clang clang! A series of swords rang out, and the stars in the sky seemed to be imprisoned by a large array, turning into swords of stars. The swords of stars were densely packed, forming a long river. In the Sword Dao galaxy, another dragon's roar resounded. One after another illusory dragon shadows condensed, the dragon scales gradually solidified, and the real dragon pattern appeared on the scales, lifelike. Soon there were 6 dragon shadows condensed, and the terrifying dragon's power shook, and dark cracks appeared in the sky. The desert below collapsed, and the whole ground seemed to be trembling. Over the years, Liu Yi's understanding of the Dao formation has naturally not stagnated. According to the laws of his own perception, combined with his perception of the Dao formation, he has deduced other great formations for crossing tribulation. This is the grand formation that Liu Yi deduced based on his own understanding of the true dragon pattern. It's called the 6 dragons sealing the sky formation. The Tianhe sword formation that Liu Yi had comprehended before, after years of rededuction and optimization by Liu Yi, added more powerful sword Dao law and star law, which has gradually changed, and Liu Yi named it Galaxy Sword Formation. Both of these 2 sword formations have incorporated some power of law, but they are still unable to reach the level of the fairy formation, but Liu Yi has a powerful fusion formation technique, which fuses the Liaolong Fengtian formation and the Xing sword formation together, bursting out more powerful power. At the moment when the phantom of the 6 real dragons and the Xing sword formation appeared, the faces of the 2 cultivators of the heavenly demon palace who had crossed the tribulation realm were pale and their bodies were cold. Even Yuan's pupils constricted, and he looked at the phantom of the real dragon and the endless galaxy sword with a shocking expression, and said in disbelief, "A large formation at the level of Suxian." But soon his expression turned sharp, and he shouted, "In the past, I would have retreated, but now I have the heavenly demon drum." With a strong demonic energy entwined in his hands, he slapped the heavenly demon drum in front of him with a palm. Boom! As if the roar of a real demon sounded, the demonic energy surged on the heavenly demon drum, and the terrifying Dao pattern flickered, turning into a picture of a real demon. The drum wave was like life, and the extremely rich and dark magic energy rushed towards the endless stars and the phantom of the real dragon. The devilish energy is like an irresistible sharp sword, and the endless star sword instantly dissipates into light chips. Even after the 2 phantoms of real dragons touched the drum waves, cracks appeared, and the wailing sounded endlessly. It collapsed directly. The power of the fairy weapon can be seen. Even Liu Yi's face was a bit more serious. He slowly said, "The power of the fairy weapon is indeed extraordinary. But it is not only the seniors who have the fairy weapon." There were streaks of blood flowing between Liu Yi's eyebrows, as if a golden red sun slowly emerged, enveloping Liu Yi. The next moment, a set of heroic battle armor appeared on Liu Yi's body. The battle armor wrapped Liu Yi's whole body, even his head was completely surrounded, exuding the brilliance like the sun. A low-grade fairy weapon, the Tianyang battle armor. This is a fairy weapon that Liu Yi obtained a long time ago, and it has never been used. Now there is finally room for it to be used. The Tianyang battle armor is an immortal weapon for body training monks, and Liu Yi felt a powerful change the moment he put it on. The energy and blood in his whole body were mobilized, and the strength of his physical body was greatly improved. At this moment, Liu Yi even has the feeling of breaking the planet with one punch. This is by no means an illusion. Although Tianming is an extremely huge planet that is difficult to break, if it were a planet like Earth in his previous life, Liu Yi felt that with his current strength, he might really be able to blow it up with one punch. This force is too strong. Clenching his fists, Liu Yi raised his head and looked at the 3 people in the Tianmo Palace with sharp eyes. The 3 monks in Tianmo Palace were silent at the moment. The two patriarchs of the heavenly demon palace who were in the tribulation realm stared blankly at Liu Yi, who was wearing the Tianyang battle armor, as if he had been petrified. Even a virtual immortal like Yuan felt as if he was being targeted by wild beasts, and a chill came from him. My heart rises. Immortal artifact. Yuan's voice was low and hoarse, with disbelief. How is it possible? How could you have an immortal artifact? Liu Yi chuckled. Senior may not know something, but my luck has always been good. This fairy artifact is what I got by chance. While Liu Yi was talking, he controlled the formation, and once again condensed endless Xinglong swords. At the same time, the remaining 4 real dragon phantoms roared. Whether it was Xinglong sword or real dragon phantoms, they all turned towards the sky demon in the distance. Monk Gong rushed over. But Liu Yi himself disappeared in place, and came behind Yuan. The law of space. After all, Yuan is a virtual immortal. Even if Liu Yi suddenly appeared, although he was a little shocked, he was not like last time when Liu Yi faced those monks from the Raksha clan who had crossed the tribulation realm. He had no power to resist at all. His pupil shrank, he let out a low growl, and hit the heavenly demon drum the next moment. Boom! The endless magic energy turned into magic knives and slashed towards Liu Yi. Liu Yi's face was fierce, and he clenched his fists with both hands. The front of the fist carried a terrifying energy and blood force, and the dark golden energy and blood energy went straight to the sky. His fist collided with the magic knife, and there was a roar. The aftermath then raged. Demonic energy and dark golden energy and blood surged, and the 2 ancestors of the heavenly demon palace who were in the upper echelon of transcending tribulation didn't even have time to dodge. After being swept away, they immediately vomited blood and flew out. Their faces were horrified, and before they could make any moves in the future, they were swallowed by the endless river of stars and turned into blood mist and dissipated. Seeing this scene, Yuan's pupil shrank, his face was cold, and he shouted, "Zuzi! Die!" There was a magic mist flowing behind him, and it turned into a demon avatar. The heavenly demon avatar roared and rushed towards Liu Yi, and he himself exploded with all his strength, slapping the heavenly demon drum repeatedly under the surge of spiritual energy. The heavenly demon drum thumped, and endless demon energy enveloped the world, and the world with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was pitch black. If it wasn't for Liu Yi's large formation, the demonic energy would still spread. Even though Liu Yi had set up a large formation, under such terrible fluctuations, the whole land was shaking, and the yellow sand in the desert was rolling, like an earth dragon turning over, and a sea of sand rolling. In the demonic energy, endless ghosts appeared, and the ghosts rushed towards Liu Yi with endless killing intent. Liu Yi's expression was cold and stern, he let out a low drink, dark golden energy and blood surged, and the Tianyang battle armor emitted a golden brilliance, as if the sun was shining. Wherever the golden light passed, the phantom dissipated, as if the sun had risen into the sky and dispelled the darkness. The black mist between the sky and the earth gradually dissipated. Liu Yi stepped out, disappeared in place, and appeared behind Yuan in an instant. His right hand clenched a fist, and there was a strange power fluctuation on the fist. The space was constantly vibrating under this fluctuation, and then cracks appeared one after another. Immortal art, cracking empty fist. This is the celestial art obtained by Liu Yi from a body training monk, and it involves the law of strength. Liu Yi's law of strength has reached more than 20%, even though his perception of the splitting fist is not too strong, it is only at level 2, but its power is still extremely terrifying. Boom! Where the Lai Kong fist passed, the space was cracked inch by inch, as fragile as white paper. Immortal art. The law of space, the law of strength. Yuan growled in disbelief. Before he had time to think about it, he slapped the heavenly demon drum again. The demonic energy vibrated and turned into black shields, blocking Yuan's body. However, such a shield could not block Liu Yi's fist. Boom! With one punch, the shield shattered, and Yuan was sent flying, spurting blood again and again. His face was ugly, he stared at Liu Yi, and his body was full of demonic energy. Why? You are only in the Mahayana realm, but you can comprehend so many laws, and you can even master fairy arts. Liu Yi thought for a while, then smiled lightly and said, maybe it's because I have good talent? To be honest, after using so many Dao treasures and building a foundation with the Qi of primal chaos, Liu Yi's talent is indeed quite good. He felt that in the entire history of Tianming, there should not be many who could compare with him, right? Yuan. Hearing this, he was speechless for a while. Then he smiled wryly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, I never thought that my heavenly demon palace would provoke such a big enemy. Liu Yi chuckled and said, actually, I didn't intend to trouble you in the heavenly demon palace, but you didn't seem to plan to let me go, so I can only fight back. When Yuan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a look of remorse appeared on his face, and then his expression became cold again, and he said, it's useless to talk more, the matter has come to an end, either you will die, or I will die. The smile on Liu Yi's face also disappeared, his expression was equally stern, and he said, Senior is not weak, it's a pity. Yuan's cold light flashed, and he laughed loudly, young generation, don't say that I'm sure of you. There were streaks of black mist floating out of his eyes, and his face was icy cold, true magic secret art, refining demons to transform blood. The next moment, the real body of the heavenly demon who was fighting with the phantom of the real dragon roared, turned into a ray of light, and merged into Yuan's body. With the integration of the heavenly demon avatar, Yuan's devilish energy was turbulent, and his aura was greatly enhanced. His black hair fluttered around his shoulders, and his originally handsome expression became more ferocious because of the pain. A mysterious black mark appeared on his forehead, cracks appeared on his body, and the devilish energy formed a battle armor on the surface of his body. At this moment, Yuan seemed to have turned into a real demon, and the monstrous demon energy soared into the sky, even a large formation could not completely resist it. The terrifying magic light soared into the sky, forming a pitch-black beam of light in the desert. The powerful monks in the entire eastern and central regions felt such a terrifying demonic energy. The complexions of the ancestors in the Holy Land of Xianzong changed. Again. Less than 10 years have passed since the last time, how come there is such a strong battle fluctuation? Suxian, is this the powerful breath of the Suxian realm? Inside the Divine Sword Sect, a white-haired old man opened his eyes were clear, like a baby. He was the old head teacher of the Divine Sword Sect. He got up, looked in the direction of the desert, and said softly, it's such a powerful breath, such a powerful demonic nature. There's a smell of heavenly demons in it. He thought for a while, then turned into a sword light, traveled thousands of kilometers in an instant, and rushed towards the desert. In a remote valley of the Wanshao Mountains in Zhongzhou, a grey-haired old man in a blue Taoist robe sat cross-legged in the air, sinking and floating in front of a waterfall deep in the valley. The next moment, he also opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the desert, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. The aura from the battle 8 years ago, is it so powerful, the strength of the Suxian level? The other aura, is it a demon? The old man frowned and pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and counted, then shook his head again, the source of the catastrophe is not him. The source is still in this 10,000 beast mountain range. He disappeared on the spot in an instant, and appeared in the sky the next moment, standing in the air, and the strong wind turned into a gentle breeze within 1 meter of him. The old Taoist looked down at the endless mountains of beasts below, with a hint of worry on his face. The catastrophe is approaching. What kind of catastrophe is it? Even the old Taoist, I feel uneasy. He sighed, shook his head, and returned to the valley, sitting cross-legged, ups and downs with the wind. And the ancestors of the holy lands of the immortal sects also turned into streamers and flew towards the battle area. Everyone was curious as to who was fighting. In the desert, after Yuan used the secret technique of refining demons and transforming blood, his aura rose sharply, his expression was cold, wisps of demonic energy escaped from his eyes, and his whole body exuded a cold demonic nature. Lui frowned, always felt that after using the secret technique of refining demons and transforming blood, the cultivator in front of him seemed to have undergone some strange changes in his origin, but Lui couldn't tell exactly where the changes happened. And now, it's not the time to talk about these things. After Yuan used the secret technique, the magic drum seemed to resonate with it that day, and wisps of magic energy also surged. He slapped the heavenly demon drum with one palm, and in the next moment, a terrifying black light rushed out. The black light was hundreds of meters thick and terrifying. It seemed to contain darkness that could swallow everything. Lui's pupil shrank, distorted the space, and disappeared in place. The black light fell on the pattern of the formation, and the roar resounded throughout the world, and the ground with a radius of thousands of miles sank hundreds of meters. Even the formation arranged by Lui was shaking constantly, and the loss might collapse. Lui's face froze, he used the law of space, and came to Yuan's side, and punched Yuan with a terrifying coercion. However, this time, there was a wisp of magic mist circulating around Yuan's body, and he raised his hand to block Lui's fist. Lui's pupil shrank, and before he could use the law of space in the future, he felt a black light blast on his chest. With a bang, Lui's chest felt tight, and his body flew upside down. However, because Lui's physical body was too strong, coupled with the low-grade immortal body protection like Tianyang battle armor, Lui just felt a little uncomfortable in his chest. This made Yuan's expression froze, and the cold eyes that escaped from the magic mist fluctuated accordingly, looking at Lui's expression like looking at a monster. Lui grinned, "Senior, although he has become much stronger, his attack ability is still a little weaker." After Yuan used the secret technique, he became a lot more indifferent, and he repeatedly slapped the heavenly demon drum. The heavenly demon's drum was beating, as if the heavenly demon's roar kept ringing. In the sky, the devilish energy lingered, turning into pieces of pitch-black beams of light and rushing towards Lui. These beams of light were intertwined, as if forming a net of heaven and earth, which did not give Lui any chance to escape. However, in the face of Lui, who possesses the law of space, he still can't make any contribution. Lui traveled through the void and came to Yuan's side in an instant. His face was cold, and he punched out the Kong fist again. "It's useless." Yuan's voice was hoarse, and he was about to block Lui's attack. However, at the next moment, Yuan's expression changed, and Lui's aura suddenly rose a lot, as if there was a blood-like flame burning on his body. Burning blood secret technique. Lui used the burning blood secret technique. Even at this moment, his physical strength also increased a lot. Boom! The magic mist was blown away by a punch, the space was distorted and shattered, and Yuan's body flew upside down. He was pale and coughed up blood. Lui's punch, even Yuan after using the secret technique, was not easy to bear. How is it possible? Yuan couldn't believe it. Lui's expression was cold. "If you can use secret techniques, so can I." Lui used the law of space again and came to Yuan's side. Yuan roared again and again, slapped the heavenly demon drum, and shot out black light, trying to resist Lui. However, Lui can travel through space after all, and is extremely flexible, and Yuan can hardly resist Lui's approach. Almost in an instant, Lui appeared in several directions, and punched out one after another, splitting the space around Yuan. Boom boom boom! Yuan was punched continuously, and the magic mist was shaken away little by little. The cracks in his body that appeared due to the use of the secret technique kept getting bigger, and blood gushed out one after another, staining Yuan's body red. Yuan's face turned pale quickly, and his breath became weak at an extremely fast speed. Yuan roared again and again, and used all kinds of magic weapons of his own, even including 2 high-grade spiritual weapons, but even the fairy weapons couldn't resist Luyi's attack, and the 2 spiritual weapons were blown up by Luyi casually. Then, Luyi landed on Yuan's body several times in a row. Yuan's body was blown up on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. A ray of magic light appeared from the blood mist and fell into the heavenly demon drum. The heavenly demon drum turned into a cloud of magic fog, trying to rush out of the formation. Luyi's expression turned cold, and he said, "Want to leave?" He reached out and grabbed it, and a huge dark golden palm appeared, holding the heavenly demon drum in his hand. Boom boom boom! The heavenly demon drum rushed left and right in the huge palm, trying to break out of Luyi's blockade. The coercion of the fairy weapon dissipated, and even a few cracks appeared in Luyi's dark golden palm. However, Luyi's spiritual energy was instilled in it, and the crack quickly healed. His spiritual energy surged, poured into the heavenly demon drum, and directly used the power of one after another law to condense the pattern, sealed the heavenly demon drum, and threw it into the green wheel ring. Luyi clapped his hands in satisfaction and smiled. "I didn't expect to get a fairy artifact this time. I don't know how the Tianmo Palace will react when it knows that its fairy artifact has been taken away by him." Luyi felt a little gloating in his heart. Afterwards, Luyi let out a little turbid air. This Suxian was extremely powerful. Even he was forced to use the blood-burning secret technique to defeat him, and he was a little tired. With a wave of his hand, the patterns all over the sky dissipated. Just when Luyi was about to leave, he suddenly paused and looked up in one direction. In that direction, a cold sword light approached quickly, and then turned into a white-haired old man, appearing in front of Luyi. Luyi was startled, and hurriedly greeted him, "Old head teacher, long time no see." The old headmaster of the divine sword sect swept his eyes, looked at the tens of thousands of kilometers of land that had collapsed hundreds of meters, and then at the terrifying wind and sand around him. Before looking at Luyi, his clear eyes were filled with the color of amazement. "I didn't expect you to grow to this point in just 300 years, little friend Luyi. Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the godlike scholar. Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by PIN030, thank you for the 200 points rewarded by Gihong, thank you for the 138 points rewarded by 003, and thank you book friends 201912090133112111 the 100 points rewarded by the boss, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss in 08A. Thank you for the reward of the 0-point physics paper boss Bianmen. The author Jun just came back from the building materials market, and he didn't expect to see a big boss rewarding the Silver League. Thank you big boss, Omega. The score of Xiaoxian's book is actually not good, the first order is only more than 800, even with such a score, the author thinks that he still has to finish it well, and give an explanation to the bosses. After all, the eunuch has already written 2 books before. Up to now, more than 4,000 orders have been booked, and it has been growing steadily. It is all the support of the big bosses. I didn't expect there to be a big silver boss. Thank you again. Omega equals. Because now the author is doing decoration every day, there is no way to add more, so I can only postpone it later. The author will write it down, and then I will add a little bit after I am busy. The author, go ahead and code today's update, Omega. Chapter 221 Huge Harvest, Changes in the Beast Mountain Range. Luyi smiled modestly, Senior, I'm overwhelmed. The old headmaster of Shenjianzong smiled slightly, then looked around, and said, the old man felt the breath of the demon before, little friend Luyi, what did you find? Hearing this, Luyi was taken aback for a moment, thinking of the last secret technique used by the Suxian from the Heavenly Demon Palace, which made him feel a little weird. Luyi frowned. It seems that Tianmo Palace has something to do with Tianmo? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He opened his mouth and said, "A virtual immortal from the Heavenly Demon Palace and 2 monks from the Heavenly Demon Palace planned to kill me. After I got the news, I ambushed them here. The previous movement was between me and the Suxian from the Heavenly Demon Palace. What the old head teacher said, should be that Su Xian from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Su Xian of Tianmo Palace." The old head teacher of Shenjianzong frowned and thought, and then smiled at Lu Yi. "I know, I will investigate this matter carefully. Thank you, little friend Lu Yi, for letting me know. Senior, you're being polite." Lu Yi smiled. Lu Yi still respects this senior who is willing to pass on the way of swordsmanship to the entire eastern region. If it weren't for the previous swordsmanship conference, Lu Yi's sense of swordsmanship would not have improved so smoothly. Before that, Lu Yi had won a lot of rewards at the Kendo conference. However, the heavenly demons seemed to be a race outside Yuwai. After being suppressed by the old head teacher, they didn't expect to still exist in Tianming. Lu Yi thought about it, and then said with a smile, "Senior, since there is nothing to do, this junior will leave first." The old headmaster of Shenjianzong nodded, "Go." Lu Yi turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. The old headmaster of the Divine Sword sect looked down at the sunken desert below and thought, then raised his head to look in the direction of the Heavenly Demon Palace. At this moment, another stream of light quickly approached. It was Fang Tianyao, Long Ming, Deng Zhongxing and other ancestors who had crossed the Tribulation Realm. They were also attracted by the terrifying battle fluctuations. After seeing the old head teacher, all the monks were taken aback. Fang Tianyao respectfully said, "Old head teacher." All the monks were equally respectful. Although the old head teacher is only a monk who crosses the tribulation, his strength is much stronger than the average monk who crosses the tribulation. He understands the way of heaven, and the way of sword he practices is the sword of the way of heaven. Be strong. The old headmaster nodded to everyone. Fang Tianyao and the others looked at the deep pit with a radius of thousands of miles, the undissipated space crack in the sky, and the surging terrifying power. They were extremely shocked. Fang Tianyao asked, "Old head teacher, have you ever seen who is fighting again? I sensed the aura of that kid Lu Yi, could it be him?" Long Ming asked in the same doubt. The other ancestors in the realm of crossing the tribulation looked at the old head teacher. The old head teacher smiled slightly, nodded and said, "I did see little friend Lu Yi." Hiss! The Duja patriarchs stared wide-eyed and gasped. "It's really him. 8 years ago, I guessed it was him. That kid, his strength is so terrifying now. Even the old man couldn't make such a movement." "So, who is that kid's opponent?" an ancestor asked. "It's Suxian from Tianmo Palace." The old head teacher said calmly. All the patriarchs in the transcending tribulation realm froze in place, looked at each other blankly, and fell silent. When the ancestors of Duja sighed, Lu Yi had already returned to Bianzong. As soon as he arrived outside the cave, Lu Yi saw Ling Luo Peak Master, Lu Ningshuang, and Yun Xi. Jian Ruyu and Donggong Minjiu are retreating. The 3 of them were getting together, playing with little Xing Xing. After so many years of communication, little Xing Xing finally let them touch, of course, just a little touch. Even so, this made them ecstatic, and they were all extremely happy. After seeing the 3 of them, Lu Yi froze for a moment, and said with a smile, "Master, senior sister, Yun Xi, why are you here?" Ling Luo Peak Master yawned, and said, "What are you going out for again? Even if I am practicing, I can still feel the fluctuations in the distance." Lu Yi recounted the previous incident, and Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows. "You kid can actually defeat Su Xian? Or Su Xian with a fairy weapon?" Lu Ningshuang and Yun Xi on the side also looked at Lu Yi in shock. Lu Ningshuang sighed softly, "The younger brother's strength is getting stronger and stronger." Yun Xi also nodded repeatedly. Lu Yi smiled a little embarrassedly, these days of retreat, I feel that I have gained a lot. Peak Master Ling Luo rolled his eyes, and said, take out the fairy artifact and let me see it. Liu Yi nodded, and took out the heavenly demon drum. There are dense array patterns flowing on the Tianmo drum, exuding the breath of various laws. Ling Luo Peak Master looked at it, and the corner of his mouth twitched, the law of the sword, the law of strength, the law of indestructibility, the law of ice, the law of thunder, the law of nature. How did you master so many laws? I don't know. I thought you were a real fairy. Lu Ningshuang and Yun Xi naturally also felt the breath of the law of ice and the law of nature, and they also looked shocked. Liu Yi chuckled and said, maybe the talent is not bad, I feel that I have a little talent in understanding the laws. Little talent? Yun Xi muttered. All three of them felt a little worried. Peak Master Ling Luo looked at the devilish energy continuously escaping from the drum of the heavenly demon, raised his eyebrows, and said, it's the power of the heavenly demon. This heavenly demon palace has some connection with the heavenly demon. Liu Yi thought of what the old head teacher said before, nodded his head, and said, the old head teacher of the Excalibur sect said the same thing before, Master, who is the heavenly demon? Peak Lord Ling Luo said, the demons are the demonic incarnations in the sky, they exist everywhere in the universe, they represent the demonic side of the universe, they are full of destructive power, they are extremely powerful, and they are also one of the myriad races in the universe. Source of great disaster. Yun Xi asked in surprise, could it be similar to Jiu? Peak Lord Ling Luo shook his head, compared to Jiu, the gap is not small, but the powerful Sky Demon King is equally powerful, and even destroyed the star field. Hearing this, the pupils of Liu Yi and his party constricted, their expressions shocked. Back then, the old headmaster of the Divine Sword sect used the Sword of Heaven to suppress the demons, the strength is really amazing. Lu Ningshuang sighed. Peak Lord Ling Luo smiled lightly, the heavenly demon back then was weak, so it was nothing. You haven't seen a truly powerful heavenly demon. Then she looked at the heavenly demon drum and thought, the heavenly demon back then might have slipped through the net, and the heavenly demon palace should have something to do with it. Then what should we do? Liu Yi asked. What should I do? Ling Luo Peak Master rolled his eyes, it's just a bunch of little demons, do I still have to go find them? Of course I should go to sleep. Ling Luo Peak Master pointed his finger, and there was an extremely shrill scream from the heavenly demon drum, and then the demon energy surged and erupted, and the demon drum no longer struggled and vibrated that day. I destroyed the spirit of the heavenly demon drum, otherwise, even you may be unknowingly influenced by the spirit of the weapon. Peak Master Ling Luo threw the heavenly demon drum back to Liu Yi, and said. Liu Yi was startled, he didn't expect that the heavenly demon drum has the ability to enchant people. However, Liu Yi wasn't worried about whether he would be enchanted. His current foundation was so solid, and he still had the qi of primal chaos to build his foundation. He shouldn't be affected so easily, right? Liu Yi took the heavenly demon drum and said with a smile, thank you, Master. Ling Luo Peak Master nodded, and suddenly disappeared. Lu Ningshuang, Yun Xi and Liu Yi stayed at the entrance of the cave, staring wide-eyed. Then Lu Ningshuang and Yun Xi noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere. A look of vigilance flashed across Lu Ningshuang's cold eyes, she got up calmly and said, since junior brother is fine, I have to go back to practice. Yun Xi also nodded, Liu Yi, I'm off to practice. When the two were about to leave, their bodies froze suddenly and could not move. The pupils of the two shrank, and they looked at Liu Yi. Lu Ningshuang frowned and said, junior brother, what are you going to do? Liu Yi's smile gradually changed, and he said, senior sister, Yun Xi, since we met, let's go to double cultivation. The two panicked all of a sudden. Wait. Brother, I have some insights, I'm going to retreat. Liu Yi, no. Liu Yi didn't even care about what the two said, and led them back to the cave under Xiao Xingxing's blank gaze. The word 10,000 is omitted here. The news that Liu Yi killed the immortal Su of Tianmo Palace spread at a very fast speed, causing a huge earthquake. The entire Tianming monks were shocked. Although Liu Yi already had a great reputation throughout Tianming, all monks knew that Liu Yi was extremely talented and extremely powerful. But no one could have imagined that Liu Yi, who just broke through to the Mahayana realm, could kill Su Xian. What is Suxian? That is the existence of a half-immortal. Back then, the Suan Huanglongmong clan in the East China Sea almost suppressed the entire East China Sea clan because of the three Suxians, and set off a great war in the East region. Many people died in that battle. Unexpectedly, the current Liu Yi could actually kill Su Xian. If it weren't for the rumor that the respected old headmaster of the Divine Sword sect saw it with his own eyes, almost no one would dare to believe it was true, even if it was told by a group of ancestor-level figures who had crossed the Tribulation realm. Throughout the eastern region, Liu Yi's followers, such as Tianlong Shenzi and Tai Shenzi, were the most excited. Ha 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 ha! As expected of brother Liu, even Su Xian is no match for him. Sun Tianlong laughed, extremely excited. Brother Liu doesn't have many opponents in Tianming, right? Shenzi Tai sighed, my strength is still too weak, and the gap with brother Liu is getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, how can I see his back? The son of Tai shook his head and announced the retreat. The eyes of the Saint Laiyan were full of admiration, and the news came out, can the young master of the King Kaihu clan kill Su Xian? Compared with brother Liu, it is not worth mentioning. Following the suggestion of Tianjiao, an evildoer from the Eastern Territory, everyone once again remembered the century-old agreement between the young master of King Kaihu Hua, and Liu Yi. In more than 20 years, the century-old battle between King Kaihu Hua and Liu Yi will begin. Originally, I was more optimistic about King Kaihu Hua, but with Liu Yi's strength, I think Liu Yi's winning rate is even greater. Yet, Liu Yi is really too monstrous. He is only in the Mahayana realm, but he can kill Su Xian in Tianmo Palace. It's a monster. At this moment, all the monks in Tianming are talking about the century-old war between King Kaihu Hua and Liu Yi. As for the followers of King Kaihu Hua, they couldn't believe it at the moment, but they still believed that King Kaihu Hua would win. There are still more than 20 years, can Liu Yi still make a big breakthrough? This princess admits that Liu Yi is very strong, but sister King Kaihu's strength is equally astonishing, she won't lose to Liu Yi. But King Kaihu Hua is currently in retreat, and King Kaihu has not made a sound. At the same time, in the Tianmo Palace, the owner of the Tianmo Palace and the ancestors of the Tianmo Palace also got the news, and everyone was stunned. Even Patriarch Yuan lost. He brought the heavenly demon drum. This is impossible. How is it possible? Nanming Yuan, the owner of the heavenly demon palace, looked in disbelief. In the entire hall, the atmosphere was dead silent, and all the ancestors of the Tianmo Palace were silent. Then an old woman said, since Patriarch Yuan is defeated, what about Tianmagu? The atmosphere became more silent, and the corner of Nanminjai Yuan's mouth twitched, and then he said slowly, the heavenly demon drum must have fallen into the hands of Liu Yi. The heavenly demon drum is the immortal artifact of our heavenly demon palace's sect. If there is no heavenly demon drum, most of our sect's heritage will be lost. The faces of the ancestors of the heavenly demon palace were very ugly. It should be nothing. Immortal artifacts have spirits. We can summon the heavenly demon drum back when we set up a large formation, Nanming Yuan said. Summon the heavenly demon drum back first. This is the top priority. The ancestors of Duja were extremely eager. A group of people spent a lot of resources in the heavenly demon palace to arrange a stone platform with mysterious and complicated lines engraved on the stone platform. This is a formation used to awaken the spirit of the fairy weapon and bring back the heavenly demon drum. Nanming Yuan sat cross-legged in the formation, his spiritual energy surged into the formation. The formation flickered, and a dark magic light emerged and began to operate. However, the next moment, Nan Minjai-Yuan's face was pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body, and his breath became weak instantly. This caused the complexions of the Duja ancestors on the side to change drastically, and they hurried forward. Palace Master! What happened? Nan Minjai-Yuan's expression was shocked, full of astonishment. I can't feel the spirit of the Tianmo drum. I was backlashed by the formation. What? All the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Palace were petrified at this moment. Nan Mingyuan coughed up blood again and again, and said weakly, Quick! Tell the demon ancestor quickly, our Heavenly Demon Palace is about to suffer a catastrophe. Only the demon ancestor can solve it. When the outside world was shaking, after Lu Yi, Yun Xi and Lu Ningxuang practiced together, they returned to the training room happily and began to count the gains this time. This time to kill Su Xian and the two Duja patriarchs of Tianmo Palace, Lu Yi naturally would not fail to issue a mission. Task: kill the enemies from the Demon Palace. Completed. Rewards: middle grade fairy weapon exterminating demon sword, detailed explanation of the immortal level formation, 10% of the law of darkness, 3 magic grasses, and 100 drops of star marrow. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. As the opponent is Suxian, and it is the task of Suxian who holds the fairy weapon, the rewards are naturally extremely generous. The mid-grade fairy weapon extinguishing demon sword has extremely powerful lethality against heavenly demons and demonic things, and it is also a long sword. For Lu Yi who has more than 20% of the sword law, it is an extremely precious fairy weapon. It's no worse than the Blood Fiend gloves. What surprised Lu Yi the most was the detailed explanation of the immortal formation. Lu Yi's array method only has specific cultivation methods in the mortal realm, but there is nowhere for Lu Yi to obtain the detailed explanation of the immortal level array method. His understanding of the Dao of formation is not low, but he still cannot grasp the immortal formation. Now, with the detailed explanation of the immortal formation, as long as Lu Yi can understand it thoroughly, he will be able to arrange the immortal formation. That is a fairy array. As long as it can be arranged, even if a fairy comes, Lu Yi will not worry anymore. The way of darkness is also an extremely powerful way among the 3000 ways, and the law of darkness is naturally also extremely powerful. 10% of the law of darkness is also not weak. Magic essence grass is a kind of fairy grass, which contains powerful magic and dark power. After absorbing it, it can enhance one's own power of magic. The most important thing is that as a fairy grass, like a fairy tree, it can emit aura. Naturally, Lu Yi would not use it directly, but planned to plant it outside the cave. Over the years, as Lu Yi and Yun Xi used secret techniques and spirit jade to cultivate immortal trees, these immortal trees have grown to a certain extent. Not to mention other places, the concentration of spiritual energy in Ling Luo Peak has become extremely exaggerated. Even in the Holy Land of Xianzong, it is far inferior. Even, the concentration of aura in the entire Baiyun sect is extremely high, surpassing that of the general Holy Land of the Immortal Sect. Even my master and Grandma Yuan Ling were amazed. If all the immortal trees are fully grown, the Baiyun sect really has the hope of turning into a fairyland on a mortal star. As for the matter of being called father that the master said before, Lu Yi still didn't mention it after much deliberation. The more he knew about master's identity, the more panicked Lu Yi became. After thinking about it, he knew that master's father might be an extremely powerful boss, and he didn't dare to take advantage of it, lest he be beaten to death. The last star marrow was a precious cultivation resource, so Lu Yi naturally kept it. Lu Yi asked master before that the star marrow is generally the cultivation resource of immortals, even if they are immortals, not all immortals can get it, it is extremely precious. And Lu Yi now has hundreds of drops in his hand, which can be considered rich among immortals. Of course, if you count so many immortal artifacts in Liu Yi's hands, there are probably few low-level immortals who can compare with him. Liu Yi was very satisfied. He had accumulated a huge family business before he ascended, which is not bad. It took Liu Yi a full year to absorb and realize all the rewards. Liu Yi absorbed the detailed explanation of the heavenly immortal formation, and also learned that the monks after ascension are heavenly immortals. However, judging from the previous chat between Granny Yuanling and Senior Wang Jianyuan, there are still Xianxian and Zhenxian behind, and immortals also have many realms. Liu Yi hasn't ascended yet, and he doesn't want to aim too high. He didn't think too much about it, but started to comprehend the detailed explanation of the formation. In the following time, Liu Yi spent every day cultivating, double cultivating, comprehending various skills of comprehension, and spent most of his time on the detailed explanation of the Dao. He intends to master the knowledge of the fairy formation as quickly as possible, so that he can arrange the fairy formation. He can even deduce the fairy formation by himself. Time passed, and it was 15 years in a blink of an eye. Myriad Beast Mountains. Because there are a lot of treasures in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, all kinds of beasts are also precious resources. Every day, a large number of monks go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt fierce beasts and find treasures. On this day, in the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there was a terrifying tremor suddenly, and the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range moved accordingly. The monks in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range were terrified and looked up into the depths. In the position close to the center of the Wanshao mountain range, some powerhouses at the almighty level were even more horrified. In their eyes, in the deepest part of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there are streaks of incomparably terrifying demonic energy rising into the sky. The jet-black demonic energy surges with unimaginable terrifying power. Then, they saw a gigantic arm protruding from the demonic energy, stretching towards the sky, like a pillar of heaven. Chapter 222. Liu Yi has a bold idea. This huge arm is covered with black hairs, and each black hair is like a giant tree, densely packed and extremely hard. When this arm stretched out, dense golden silk threads appeared in the air and wrapped around the arm. Boom boom boom. The giant arm swayed, the golden thread oscillated, and the roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. Horrific aftermaths raged, as if the heavens and the earth had turned upside down, and mountains and rivers were splitting apart. All the great powers felt heavy in their chests, as if a boulder was pressing on their bodies, and even the great powers in the state of fit were pale and coughed up blood again and again. The direction of the restricted area. This is the huge arm that appeared 200 years ago. It appeared again. All of them looked shocked and exclaimed again and again. Then, one after another low roar sounded. The pitch-black light flickered indefinitely, and a huge beast soared into the air, flying out from the direction of the restricted area. There are strands of black lines winding around the bodies of these ferocious beasts, their aura is even more sinister, and there is a black light flickering in their eyes. Even if it is a group of powerful people, they all feel the hairs on their backs explode. Earth Yuan Bear, Six-Eyed Bright Snake, Fenglay Bird, these are the kings of beasts. How come there are so many of them? These beast kings are extremely territorial, how could they appear together? All of them had expressions of shock. Powerful ferocious beasts turned into streamers one after another, rushing out in all directions with terrifying killing intent. The killing intent made all the monks pale. Run! The Almighty turned around and ran away, but the strength of the Beast King was extremely powerful and terrifying, and there were so many of them, they soon engulfed each of the Almighty, screaming endlessly. By Yunzong, Liu Yi was cultivating, when suddenly Donggong Minjaihu's voice came from outside the cave, "Senior brother, come out quickly. Something serious happened." Liu Yi opened his eyes and left the training room with some doubts. He opened the door of the cave, and saw Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjaihu standing outside the cave, both of them had solemn expressions. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, Senior sister, what's wrong? Why are you looking so ugly? Lu Ningshuang opened the mouth and said, there is a violent beast riot in the Wanshao mountain range, and the situation is very serious. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, a little shocked. The beast riot? How serious is it? I heard that a major incident happened in the restricted area in the center of the Wanshao mountain range. Granny Yuanling and Master have already passed by. Many powerful beast kings rushed out of the restricted area. At that time, the powerful people in the center of the Wanshao mountain range suffered heavy casualties. The Beast King launched a wave of ferocious beasts, and the entire 10,000 beasts mountain range was affected, with no exceptions in the 5 regions. Lu Ningshuang explained slowly. Lu Yi was surprised, the wave of beasts that has spread to the entire 5 domains. Has there been a change in the restricted area? That's right, brother, doesn't our Qingzhou also have a branch of the 10,000 beasts mountain range? Even there has been affected, and many powerful beasts rushed out of the 10,000 beasts mountain range. The situation there is very bad now. Lu Yi naturally knew about the 10,000 beasts mountain range in Qingzhou. Lu Yi had done missions there a long time ago. At that time, the Blood Spirit sect had not yet been destroyed. You mean the city of beasts? Well, that's over there. The city of beasts was destroyed, and many people died. Donggong Minjiu nodded. Lu Yi was stunned, the city of beasts has been destroyed. You know, Wanshao city is a big city, there are many monks living in it, and there is also the residence of Baiun sect, so it was destroyed? Lu Ningshuang also nodded. At that time, no one expected that there would be such a powerful wave of beasts. After the city of beasts was surrounded, no one could escape. Now there are still a large number of beasts rushing out of the mountains of beasts, heading towards the entire Qingzhou hit. Lu Yi was so shocked that he finally understood the seriousness of the situation. Now there are many fierce beasts rampant in the territory of Bianzong. Many towns and big cities in the territory have been besieged. We are short of manpower, and there are powerful existences of the level of powerful beasts among the fierce beasts. Master asks us to help what? Donggong Minjiu said. Lu Yi nodded, I understand. If this is the case, let's deal with it. Lu Ningshuang nodded, and said, Junior brother, let's act separately, which will be more efficient. Lu Yi glanced at the two of them, nodded slightly, and did not refuse. These days, Lu Yi and them are still discussing each other, and both of them are very powerful. Lu Ningshuang's cultivation base is no worse than him. Although the difference in combat power is not small, but as an immortal body, Lu Ningshuang is also capable of fighting against monks in the realm of transcending tribulation. And Donggong Minjiu has not yet transformed into an immortal body. Although her cultivation speed is a bit slower, she is already at the 13th level of integration, and she is not far away from breaking through to the Mahayana realm. Her thunder domain has been completed, and her combat power is also extremely powerful. Lu Yi was still at ease with the two of them. In that case, you two should be more careful. Don't worry, senior brother. Donggong Minjiu said with a big grin. Lu Yi thought for a while, and said, I'll go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to have a look first. You two, go deal with the tide of beasts scurrying in other areas first. By the way, where are Yungzi and senior sister Ruyu? The territory of their own sect is also threatened by the tide of fierce beasts, and they have already gone to help. Lu Ningshuang said. Lu Yi nodded slightly, then let's go too. Lu Yi stepped out, shuttled through the space, and moved in the direction of Wanshao city. The distance between Wanshao mountain range and Baiun sect is not too close. It took Lu Yi some time to go there before, but now, Lu Yi just took a few breaths to reach the sky above Wanshao city. At this moment, the city of beasts has been turned into ruins, with blood and broken eaves and walls everywhere. Among the ruins, there are still many fierce beasts wandering around. Lu Yi stood in the air, and was soon noticed by the beasts. A fierce tiger with 2 ribs and wings raised its head and roared, soaring into the sky. Liu Yi couldn't help frowning slightly. This is a floating cloud tiger in the realm of the cave. Generally speaking, such a powerful beast would not appear in the branch of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range like the Outer Sect territory, but it happened here. It is conceivable how serious the tide of fierce beasts is this time. Lu Yunhu approached Liu Yi very quickly, and Liu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly as he felt the bloody aura emanating from it. The next moment, without Liu Yi making any movements, Lu Yunhu's body froze in place, and then his body seemed to be cut by a sharp knife, turning into neat pieces of flesh and blood. Liu Yi put away the flesh and blood, and chuckled lightly, not bad ingredients. Lu Yunhu should be the leader of this group of beasts. Seeing Lu Yunhu's death, all the beasts roared in shock, their hair exploded, and they retreated one after another, wanting to escape. However, all the ferocious beasts within the ruins of the city of beasts froze for the first time, and then all the ferocious beasts turned into blood mist and dissipated. With Liu Yi's current strength, facing such fierce beasts, he was like a god, and he could kill them all with a single thought. Liu Yi ignored the corpses all over the ground, looked at the ruins, swept his mind, and after confirming that there were no survivors, Liu Yi looked in the direction of the branch of the Wanshao mountain range. At this moment, there was a roar resounded through the sky, and then another silver sword light shot up into the sky. Liu Yi froze for a moment and disappeared in place. In the sky of the branch of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Elder Xian and Elder Ming stood in the air, their bodies were covered with blood, and their aura was a little weak. The two looked vigilant, looking at a Liuyun tiger with dark lines in front of them. The aura of this Liuyunhu is incomparably deep, and it has the realm of fusion. Even in these years, with the growing strength of Outer Sect, the spiritual energy has become more and more intense, and Liu Yi will give some resources to the senior management of Outer Sect from time to time. It's just the peak, and there is still a long way to go to the realm of integration. And Elder Xian has not even reached the peak of Dongxiu. Facing Lu Yunhu, who was in the realm of fusion, the reason why the two of them did not die was also because Elder Ming's sword intent had been raised to 10% of the domain realm under the various swordsmanship resources given by Liu Yi. Elder Xian's sword intent also became quite profound. Even so, the two were still no match for the Liuyunhu in front of them. This Liuyunhu is weird. With the old man's method, it is enough to defeat a beast of the general fusion realm. Elder Ming panted, his expression extremely ugly. Elder Xian nodded slightly. Old man Ming, have you noticed that this beast has a very evil aura? Elder Ming said with a solemn expression, I always feel that there is something talking in my ear. Me too, damn it, what's the matter with this beast? Lu Yunhu is not like this. Elder Xian spat out blood. Elder Ming looked at Lu Yunhu vigilantly, glanced at Elder Xian, and said, Old man Xian, can you still hold on? We can't die, but we have to find an opportunity to retreat first, otherwise I'm afraid we really have to die here. Elder Xian said. Elder Ming also nodded slightly. At this moment, a figure sounded behind the two of them, Old Ming, Elder Xian, are you two here too? Elder Xian and Elder Ming froze, the hairs all over their bodies stood on end, and instinctively erupted with sword intent. However, their sword intent and even the sword realm including Elder Ming disappeared immediately. This made the two people's eyes widen in astonishment, and then they thought of something, showing surprise, turned their heads and saw Liu Yi. Boy Liu Yi, why are you here? Elder Ming was extremely surprised. Liu Yi smiled and said, I heard about the beast horde, and the teacher in charge asked me to go out and help. Elder Ming and Elder Xian were about to speak when they were interrupted by a roar. The next moment, a terrifying black streamer rushed out of Lu Yunhu's mouth and rushed towards Liu Yi and the others. Liu Yi glanced at the streamer, and the next moment, the streamer was intercepted by an invisible force and dissipated immediately. Elder Ming and Elder Xian came back to their senses, and looked at Liu Yi in amazement. As expected of you. This Liu Yun tiger is a bit weird, the two of us can't resist it at all. I didn't expect it to be in your hands, but it doesn't threaten at all. Elder Ming sighed. Elder Xian was also amazed again and again. Baiun sect has such an existence as you, what a blessing. Lu Yi smiled, and then looked at Lu Yunhe with a serious look in his eyes. It's not because this fierce beast made Lu Yi feel threatened. Even if Lu Yi stood here and let Lu Yi fight it, the beast in the combined realm would not be able to cause any harm to Lu Yi. The reason why Lu Yi felt dignified was because Lu Yi was too familiar with the evil aura of this beast. 9 Nether Qi. Why does this ferocious beast have the aura of the 9 serenities? Lu Yi was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. Seeing Lu Yi's serious expression, both Elder Ming and Elder Xian were taken aback, somewhat inexplicable. Boy Lu Yi, what's wrong? Elder Ming asked. Lu Yi came back to his senses and shook his head. I just thought of something, nothing. Lu Yi didn't tell the two about the Juyu Qi. According to Master, the more you understand Juyu, the more the Juyu Qi will erode people. For Lu Yi, although Elder Ming is far inferior to him now but he was a respectable elder who escorted him back then. Elder Xian also took good care of him when guarding the trial tower, and Lu Yi also respected him very much. He didn't want to share Juyu's information and let them be corrupted. At this moment, seeing that Lu Yunhe missed the blow, a trace of vigilance flashed in his pitch-black eyes, his hair stood on end, and he seemed to retreat vaguely. Want to leave? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, and the next moment, the Liu Yun tiger was pierced by endless sword light, turning into blood mist and dissipating. In the blood mist, wisps of black flames were burning and dancing, exuding a cold and evil aura. Lu Yi's kendo principles vibrated, and directly cut off the black flame. Seeing that Lu Yi killed Lu Yunhe so easily, which made it difficult for them to deal with, Elder Ming and Elder Xian sighed again and again. Lu Yi chuckled and said, Seniors, leave this place to me from now on. There may be some danger in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. You are just injured right now. Go back and get some treatment. You are here, Kid Lu Yi, so we are relieved. In this case, we will go back first. Elder Xian and Elder Ming didn't force themselves to stay, they turned and left. Lu Yi glanced at the direction where Elder Ming and Elder Xian were leaving, then turned around and looked into the depths of the branch of the Wanshao mountain range, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. It's unbelievable that even outside the mountains there are ferocious beasts in the state of fusion. I don't know how powerful ferocious beasts are in the depths of the branches. Lu Yi stepped out, turned into a streamer, and flew towards the depths of the branch of the Wanshao mountain range. As he continued to go deeper, Lu Yi discovered a lot of ferocious beasts, all of which were extremely ferocious. When they saw Lu Yi, they rushed forward without hesitation. However, after Lu Yi killed several of the most powerful beasts, the other beasts fled away one after another. Lu Yi found that these ferocious beasts were not contaminated with the spirit of the 9 serenities, so he didn't bother to kill them all. After all, it was suspected of extinct species. After noticing the 9 nether qi on the Liu Yun tiger, Lu Yi vaguely guessed. The beast tide this time may have something to do with Juyu. Some powerful beasts were corroded by 9 nether, and ordered other beasts to form a wave of beasts. As long as the eroded beasts were killed, the wave of beasts should dissipate. Lu Yi continued to go deeper, and soon, he noticed 2 auras of the state of fusion. These 2 auras were extremely strange, rushing over from the valley not far away. And in the depths, there is a more powerful and evil breath, which is the breath of the Mahayana realm. Soon, 2 breaths approached Lu Yi, they were 2 Liu Yunhu. Like the Liu Yun tiger before, it was entangled with the aura of the 9 nethernesses and was completely eroded. Lu Yi looked at the 2 floating cloud tigers, and said to himself, I want to kill all the beasts in this mountain range that are corroded by the 9 nether qi. Task: kill the ferocious beasts corroded by the spirit of the 9 serenities. Reward: 5 pieces of spiritual jade of 1,000,000 years, the improvement of the perception of the Dao of wind, and the skill of crossing the catastrophe-flowing clouds and broken wind dew. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. The target is Mahayana realm. Relatively speaking, Lui has already looked down on the task rewards, but no matter how few mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Lui still chooses to accept the task. And Lui was still very happy in his heart. He had a bold idea. If the tide of ferocious beasts was caused by ferocious beasts corroded by the qi of the 9 nethers, what if he killed all the ferocious beasts corroded by the qi of the 9 nethers? There are ferocious beasts in the Mahayana realm, and naturally there are ferocious beasts in the transcending tribulation realm, and there may even be ferocious beasts in the void immortal realm. If they are all killed, how rich are the mission rewards? Lui was very excited when he thought about it. After dealing with the tide of beasts in Qingzhou this time, it seems that I have to help a bunch of other places deal with the tide of beasts. The best places are those places where there are powerful beasts that cross the catastrophe, or even virtual immortal beasts. Roar! While Lui was thinking, the 2 Liuyun tigers in the combined state roared and rushed towards Lui. There was a strange black mist flowing around their bodies, and they opened their mouths to spit out 2 energy light balls containing the energy of the 9 seclusion. However, at the next moment, the energy light sphere shattered, and the 2 floating cloud tigers turned into blood mist. Even the 9 nether chi was wiped out accordingly. The more powerful and evil aura in the depths of the valley noticed all this, turned into a stream of light, and fled to the distance. Lui chuckled lightly, "Can you escape?" He stepped out, traveled through the void in an instant, and came to the huge Liuyun tiger. This floating cloud tiger was eroded even deeper by the 9 nether chi, and there were strange black lines all over its body. It opened its mouth to roar, but the next moment, its body turned into blood mist and dissipated. The 9 nether chi in the blood mist was burning, and there were whispers in Lui's ears. These whispers were chaotic and manic, with meanings that Lui could not understand. Lui frowned, snorted coldly, the law surged, the whispers dissipated, and he also easily wiped out the 9 nether chi. Afterwards, Lui discovered that the mission was completed. In other words, in this mountain range, there are only a few ferocious beasts eroded by the aura of the 9 serenities. However, just in the territory of Bianzong, there is 1 fierce beast of the Mahayana realm and 3 beasts of the combined realm, which is already very unusual. What's more, there may be some ferocious beasts going to other places. Lui soared into the air, and found that with the death of the 3 beasts eroded by the 9 netherworld, the group of beasts seemed to sense something. All the ferocious beasts were a little frightened, and those beasts at the leader level roared again and again, and then a group of ferocious beasts actually moved towards the depths of the 10,000 beasts mountain range, intending to escape. Lui raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sure enough, as he thought, this would stop the tide of ferocious beasts. The Wanshao mountain range is extremely huge, and within the territory where the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land is located, there are also branches of the Wanshao mountain range. And the branches here are bigger, and the beasts are stronger. In the depths of the 10,000 beasts mountain range, there is an incomparably terrifying aura emerging. This aura is incomparably evil, and the coercion makes the chest of the ancestor of the transcending tribulation realm feel heavy. Ancestor Longming's face changed drastically. It's a beast king of Suxian level. Thank you for the 1,000,000 points rewarded by the 0-point physics paper boss, 200 points for the reward from the boss of the other side. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the book friend 2022110320045901. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the fireball 518,518 boss. And thank you 08A 100 points from my reward. Chapter 223 Huge Harvest, Double Worth. Tianlong Shenzi punched out a huge black bear with a roar, and smashed it into pieces. His face also changed drastically, and he looked into the depths of the Wanshao Mountains, Suxian. Hurry up and invite the ancestors of Suxian, and invite the immortal artifacts. All the ancestors of Tianlong Holy Land shouted. What happened in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range where Tianlong Holy Land is located is also what happened in other Immortal Sect Holy Land 10,000 Beast Mountain range. The king of the ferocious beast rushed out of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range with a raging killing intent, sweeping across the entire Tianming 5 realms. For a time, there were fierce beast tides everywhere. At this moment, after dealing with the fierce beasts in the depths of the Wanshao mountain range in the territory of Bianzong that were eroded by the qi of 9 serenities, Lu Yi soared into the sky, and a terrifying consciousness emerged, covering the entire territory of Bianzong, and began to look for the beasts that might be killed. A ferocious beast corroded by the spirit of the 9 serenities. Using the law of space, Lu Yi searched the entire Qingzhou at an extremely fast speed, and found 2 fierce beasts in the realm of fusion, all of which were eroded by the qi of the 9 serenities. Naturally, Lu Yi showed no mercy and killed them all. Lu Yi also saw Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiu, and the 2 were dealing with the tide of beasts in the territory of Bianzong. With the strength of the 2 of them, it was easy to deal with the tide of beasts. When Lu Yi passed by, the 2 killed a lot of beasts and the whole broke up the tide of beasts. When Lu Yi came to the territory of Wanhuazong and Wenjian Villa, he also saw Yun Xi and Jian Ruyu, who were also extremely powerful and easily destroyed the tide of beasts. However, because the territory of Qingzhou is too large, even they are unable to separate themselves, and there are still hordes of ferocious beasts in many areas. Lu Yi felt that a large number of small cities and villages had been destroyed, and there were still powerful monks in the big city resisting the tide of beasts. As long as Lu Yi encounters them, he will naturally destroy all these beast hordes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Bianzong, Wanhuazong, and Wenjian Villa are in better condition because of Lu Ningxuang and the others, but the situation in other areas is not so good. Even if it is cold winter valley, Han Yu, Lu Yi has been giving him a lot of resources over the years, and his own talent is also unsurpassed, and he is also a spirit-level existence. The current cultivation base has reached the peak of transforming gods, and it is only one step away from the realm of Dongxiu. In the entire eastern region, they are extremely talented figures, but they are still powerless in the face of the tide of fierce beasts. When Lu Yi found Han Yu was guarding a large city with a group of Huashan elders from Cold Winter Valley. The tide of ferocious beasts is extremely vast, with hundreds of thousands of powerful ferocious beasts releasing terrifying killing intent, all the beasts in the sky and on the ground. Like other Lu Yi's friends, Lu Yi also prepared some treasures for him related to artistic conception and domain perception. Now Han Yu's way of ice has broken through to the domain level. Powerful. Han Yu, who was at the peak of transformation, had frost flowing all over her body, and with a terrifying chill, she fought against the 4 cave beasts alone. But Han Yu is not Lu Yi after all, his physical body is not that strong, and his aura is also not endless. At this moment, Han Yu's face was pale, her whole body was soaked in blood, her handsome face was like a woman's with a cold and angry look, and she roared again and again. Han Yu! Withdraw quickly! I can't hold it anymore! A white-haired old man shouted. Han Yu, you are extremely talented and your future is limitless. Let's block the beast tide, you go first. An old woman in the realm of transforming gods also shouted. No. If I leave, what will you elders do? Han Yu's eyes were cold and stern, and her whole body was filled with murderous intent. She condensed endless ice swords and shot at the 4 beasts in the void realm. Roar! A beast covered in black scales, shaped like a giant bull, but with a tiger's head roared. A group of beasts in the hole surged with spiritual energy, resisted the endless ice sword, and rushed towards Han Yu. At this moment, all the ferocious beasts froze in place as if stopped by some strange force. All the monks who were fighting Bloody Froze were stunned, looking at the ferocious beast that stopped in front of them in a daze. Han Yu thought of something, her eyes lit up, she looked around, and said in surprise, "Brother Lu? Is that you, Brother Lu?" When the others heard this, they were all shocked, and then they also showed ecstasy. Lu Yi's strength was unquestionable in the hearts of all Tianming monks. Lu Yi's body appeared in front of Han Yu, glanced at the bloodstains all over Han Yu's body, breathed weakly, and smiled lightly. "Han Yu, it seems that your condition is not very good." Seeing Lu Yi, Han Yu completely relaxed, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and said bitterly, "Han Yu is not talented enough. Brother Lu has given me so many resources, but unfortunately I can't even kill a few hollow beasts." Lu Yi smiled and shook his head, "Your strength is already pretty good. With the cultivation base of the peak of Huashan, you can resist 6 cave beasts. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. I will deal with other places first. Next time Ling Lufeng drinks." While speaking, Lu Yi pointed his finger, an array of green light merged into Han Yu's body. Han Yu's injury healed at an unbelievable speed, and even his spiritual energy was recovering quickly. This is the force of natural law. When Lu Yi disappeared, Han Yu's injuries had already healed, and her aura was even more powerful. He looked at his hands in a daze, utterly astonished, and then said with a smile, as expected of Brother Lu. Han Yu looked at the ferocious beasts around. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts immediately turned into clouds of blood mist, blooming like red fireworks. All the ferocious beasts that besieged the entire Mahayana died. There was silence in the big city, and all the monks stared wide-eyed, looking at the slowly dissipating blood mist, incomparably dull. Even the newly recovered Han Yu is the same. But Han Yu quickly recovered and shouted, "Elders, let's go help other places." All the monks came back to their senses. The elders of Cold Winter Valley looked at Han Yu with respect in their eyes. Yes. Lu Yi possessed the law of space. Even if he traveled all over Qingzhou, it would not take a few minutes. Coupled with the power of his law, the beasts under the catastrophe could not even let him make a move. The speed of dealing with the tide of ferocious beasts is naturally very fast. It didn't take long for Lu Yi to wipe out all the beasts rushing out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. At such a speed, Lu Yi also used all his strength. Even he felt that almost 1/5 of his spiritual energy was consumed, which can be said to be a huge consumption. However, Lu Yi did not stop, but travelled through the void again and quickly headed in one direction. In that direction, there was an extremely terrifying breath, and the sky seemed to be flickering with the sun's rays. That is the battle of crossing the realm of tribulation. Even if it is separated by several continents and millions of kilometers, it can still be clearly sensed. Such a distance is not close to the current Lu Yi. Lu Yi travelled through the space for a certain distance, then stopped, and he took out a jade boat that seemed to be shrouded in starlight. This is the low-grade fairy artifact Jade Star Boat. Lu Yi originally thought that he would not be able to use it, but he did not expect to use it so soon. If Lu Yi is allowed to go there by himself, it may take several minutes and consume a lot of spiritual energy, but with this Jade Star Boat, it only takes a few seconds to get there. Sublight speed is not just talk. Lu Yi entered the Jade Star Boat, and after being activated by the Spirit Jade, the Jade Star Boat turned into a beam of light and disappeared in place. 5 seconds later, Yu Xingzhou reappeared, not far from the battle area. Lu Yi put away the Jade Star Boat and flew over. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range of Taiwang Sword Sect, batches of extremely powerful beasts rushed out from the depths of the mountains. And the monks of Taiwang Sword Sect resisted in front of the mountains and kept all the beasts out. Although it is not the holy land of the Immortal Sect, the Taiwang Sword Sect also has monks who have crossed the catastrophe and has a great religion that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Naturally, its strength is needless to say. The disciples of the Taiwang Sword Sect formed a sword formation one by one, which was so powerful that it resisted all the tide of fierce beasts. In addition, the Taewang Sword Sect monks of the powerful level are also fighting with a lot of powerful beasts in the sky, and higher up, there are fierce beasts of the transcending tribulation realm crossing the Taewang Sword Sect Ji ancestors fight. Liu Yi stood in the air. Seeing such a scene, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Although the disciples of Taewang Sword Sect had suffered a lot, they were really powerful to stop such a tide of fierce beasts. It has to be said that the heritage of a great religion that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary sects. Roar! From a very high place, the roar of the ferocious beast resounded through the sky and the earth, and the aftermath raged and shook, bringing Liu Yi back to his senses. He looked up at the direction of the sky and disappeared in place. The next moment, Liu Yi appeared in a near vacuum area, where a sea of thunder was surging, and 4 giant purple thunderbirds were fighting with 4 monks who had crossed the tribulation realm. The bodies of the 4 giant thunderbirds have a series of strange black lines, which is the expression of the spirit of the 9 serenities. The ferocious beasts eroded by the Qi of 9 serenities are stronger than before. Liu Yi found that the strength of these 4 giant thunderbirds is even more powerful than the 4 ancestors of crossing robbery. At this moment, the ancestors of Duja were being suppressed and beaten. If it wasn't for one of the ancestor-level figures holding a super-powerful long sword containing the aura of the Emperor, they might have already begun to retreat at this moment. Even so, the situation of the Duja Patriarch of Taewang Sword Sect is still not optimistic. The 4 Duja Patriarchs naturally understood the situation, their faces were extremely ugly, and they roared and tried their best, but the situation did not change at all. An ancestor of Duja said with an ugly face, "What's the matter with these 4 purple thunderbirds? Why are they so powerful? Hurry up and think of a way. If this continues, I will be invincible. Can I ask the Divine Sword Sect for help?" The patriarch holding the Taewang sword had an ugly expression on his face, almost 1 against 2, his whole body was full of imperial sword intent, and he said, "I have contacted the Divine Sword Sect, but there has been no response until now. I am afraid that the Divine Sword Sect is now the situation is not very good either. There are too many Beast Kings in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range this time, and they all rushed out of the restricted area. I am afraid that there are Beast Kings of Suxian level in the Divine Sword Sect." Hearing this, the faces of the other 3 ancestor-level characters became even more ugly. "The only thing we can do now is hold on. The Divine Sword Sect is the Immortal Sect, so there must be a way to break the situation," the Patriarch said. At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly appeared in front of the 4 of them, with a smile on his face. "4 seniors, do you need help?" Hearing this, the 4 of them turned their heads to look at Liu Yi. They were taken aback for a moment, and then they all showed surprise. "Little friend Liu Yi," one of the white-haired Duji ancestors called out. "Senior Zhang Suifeng, long time no see." Liu Yi smiled. When he was on the battlefield of the Sea Clan, Liu Yi had seen this Duja Patriarch. Then, because Liu Yi had a good relationship with Taewang Jianzong, he once came to Taewang Jianzong as a guest. The Duja ancestors of Taewang Sword Sect also came to receive Liu Yi with great enthusiasm, and Liu Yi naturally knew them all. "Little friend Liu Yi came at the right time, and I really need your help now." The ancestor holding the Taewang sword was also very pleasantly surprised. Liu Yi smiled, glanced at the 4 giant thunderbirds, and said to himself, "I want to kill all the beasts that have been corroded by the spirit of the 9 serenity. Task: kill the ferocious beasts corroded by the spirit of the 9 serenities. Rewards: enhanced understanding of the Dao of Thunder, Immortal Art Thunder God Guide, the essence of Xianzhen Tian Li." Whether to accept the task, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the task reward, he was overjoyed. Finally, there was a thunder-type Xianzhen. "Because my senior sister, Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi all transformed into fairy bodies, now only my junior sister has not transformed, and my junior sister has talked about this many times. Now Liu Yi finally has the thunder-type Xianzhen, which can transform her too. In this way, the four of them are all immortal bodies, so they are naturally stronger. Lui accepted the mission and stepped out, with the terrifying aura of swordsmanship circulating around him. The ancestors of the four Taewang sword sects are also intensively practicing swordsmanship, so they can naturally feel the changes in the world at this moment. The law of the sword. The pupils of the four constricted and they all exclaimed. At this time, a long sword with starlight flashing appeared in Lui's hand, which was the high-grade spiritual weapon, the light sword. Lui didn't use the fairy weapon, after all, the middle-grade fairy weapon was a bit exaggerated. Moreover, the high-grade spirit weapon is enough for him. Holding the light sword in his hand, Lui slashed across the sword, looking extremely soft, but at the next moment, endless starlight gushed out, and a sword light condensed by stars enveloped the entire world, as if becoming a star in a dark vacuum. Only. The sword light flashed across the four giant purple birds. The four giant purple birds froze in place. Then, starlight spurted out from their bodies, cutting them into ashes. Among the ashes, even the spirit of the Nine Serenity was also cut off. This sword of starlight has not subsided yet, rushed out of Xingyu, rushed towards the depths of the universe, and soon landed on a star not far from Tianming. The star roared, was cut into two pieces, and then exploded. The aftermath of the star explosion surged, forming terrifying energy fluctuations, sweeping in all directions, and the energy storm could even be felt by Lui and others. Lui was a little surprised. He realized more than 20% of the principles of the sword, plus the LV 5-star slashing swordsmanship. Lui had never used his full strength before. He never expected such a sword to have such great power, even he himself did not expect it. Even Lui was so surprised, let alone the ancestors of the four Taewang sword sects. They looked at the brilliance of the stars exploding in the distance with dull expressions, and couldn't help swallowing. Then the four of them looked at Lui with a trace of awe in their eyes. Little friend, Lui's strength is so terrifying. Young people are terrifying. Lui smiled lightly. The four seniors are polite. The situation down here is not very good, why don't you go down and have a look? Hearing this, the four of them came back to their senses, their expressions changed, and they rushed down. And Lui also went down with the four of them, beheading and killing the other beasts that were eroded by the Qi of Nine Serenity. The most powerful beast was killed, and the remaining wave of beasts naturally had no threat, and was crushed by the idol powers and the four ancestors who crossed the catastrophe. For monks, personal strength is extremely powerful. For low-level monks, it is enough to fight against 10,000 or even 100,000 million. Even bigger. Afterwards, Lui and the four ancestors of the Taewang sword sect went deep into the 10,000 beasts mountain range, and encountered 2 9 nether beasts of the transcending tribulation realm, and they were also cleared. After clearing the area of the Wanchao mountain range, Lui bid farewell to the ancestors of the Taewang sword sect. Because of time constraints, Lui didn't even stop to rest. Afterwards, Lui set off again, heading to other areas that had the aura of crossing the catastrophe. Lui killed all the powerful beasts along the way, and helped many powerful sects and sects. These powerful and ancestor-level monks are naturally very grateful to Lui. Similarly, after seeing Lui's strength, monks who had only heard about Lui's extraordinary strength, but had never seen it with their own eyes, were even more in awe at this moment. You must know that even the ancestors of such a great sect as the Taewang sword sect were shocked, let alone the general holy land of the sect. The attitude of these strong men is extremely respectful. For Lui, he didn't care much, he was very happy in his heart, because he killed a lot of powerful beasts and even the beasts of the level of the ancestor of Duja, and Lui received a lot of rewards. The perception of various avenues, all kinds of powerful 100,000-year-old, million-year-old spiritual jade, and even star marrow, as well as powerful high-grade spiritual weapons, and even low-grade fairy weapons. Not to mention there are some high-level treasures of heaven and earth, recipes for pills, recipes for spiritual food and recipes for spiritual wine. There are even seeds of fairy trees. It has to be said that after this wave, Liu Yi's net worth more than doubled. Boom! In the distance, there was a terrifying battle fluctuation, which made all the monks in the eastern region feel the terrible pressure of spiritual energy, and they all looked up in horror. Liu Yi was helping a sect in the Mahayana realm to destroy the tide of fierce beasts. His expression also changed slightly, and he looked in the direction of the sound, frowning slightly. In front of Liu Yi, there were several monks. 2 monks were extremely old, with powerful aura. They were in the Mahayana realm, and there was a female cultivator with a beautiful appearance and black hair like a waterfall. Her aura was also strong, and she had reached the realm of cave void. It was the peerless arrogance of this sect. At this moment, this proud girl looked at Liu Yi with a look of admiration in her eyes. After all, Liu Yi had destroyed millions of beasts just after arriving, which almost shocked the monks in the entire sect. No exception. Fellow deist Liu Yi, that is, a strong man in the Mahayana realm asked. Suxian. Liu Yi said slowly, which made the expressions of all the monks change slightly. Liu Yi chuckled and said, "The tide of beasts here has been dealt with, and I'm leaving too." The next moment, Liu Yi suddenly disappeared, and the proud girl of the sect opened her mouth, looking at the direction in which Liu Yi disappeared, with a look of disappointment on her face. Seeing this, the old man next to him sighed and patted the girl on the shoulder. "Oh, such a character is as different from us as immortals, so we can't force it." The girl looked at the position where Liu Yi left, and nodded bitterly, At this moment, Liu Yi, after leaving a certain distance, has already taken out the Jade Star boat, planning to go to where Suxian is. That's Su Xian. If one can kill a ferocious beast of that level, the mission rewards will definitely be more generous. Chapter 224 Heavenly Dragon Spear, Slaying the Void Immortal Level Ominous Beast. Using whose speed was extremely fast, with just a few breaths, Liu Yi approached the territory where the powerful imaginary aura came from. Liu Yi has been to this territory, which is the territory of Tianlong Holy Land. As the Holy Land of Xian Zone, the branches of the Wanshao mountain range it possesses are naturally wider than ordinary sects. It is normal to attract more powerful beasts. Liu Yi put away the Jade Star boat and headed for the Wanshao mountain range area. Soon Liu Yi saw a large number of monks all over the sky and the earth, fighting against the endless beast horde before the 10,000 beast mountain range. Some of these monks are disciples of Tianlong Holy Land, and some are monks of forces under the command of Tianlong Holy Land. As the Holy Land of Immortal Sect, the disciples of Heavenly Dragon Holy Land are extremely powerful. During the movement of aura, there are dragon patterns condensed, and the phantom and roar of the real dragon resound through the world, which is stronger than the previous Taiwang Sword Sect. And the 10,000 Beasts mountain range here is also wider, with more beasts and stronger strength. The battle between the two sides was in full swing, and the entire mountain range was shaking, and many mountain peaks were turned into dust under the aftermath. Even the terrain has changed. This is just a battle between weak monks and fierce beasts. The strength of the monks on the surface does not exceed the realm of the whole. The more powerful monks are in the sky. Liu Yi felt the familiar aura, looked up, and saw a young and strong figure in the sky. This figure is covered with dragon scales all over its body, like a giant human-shaped dragon, its energy and blood soaring into the sky, like a beam of light. Its strength is extremely powerful. It is the son of Heavenly Dragon. At this moment, the Tianlong Shenzi is already in the state of integration, and his strength is naturally not weak. With the strength of one person, he even fought a fierce beast in the Mahayana state. Generally, and at a higher place, there is also a more powerful beast aura. Liu Yi felt the auras of 9 transgressing beasts. In the depths of the starry sky, Liu Yi also felt 2 terrifying auras. That is Suxian. Although Suxian is not considered an immortal, he can also be called a half-immortal, enough to go deep into the starry sky to fight. One of the auras is evil and cold, obviously containing the aura of the 9 nethernesses, and the other aura soars into the sky, like a scorching sun. It should be a monk from the heavenly dragon Holy Land. Lui was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were Suxians in Tianlong Holy Land. It is worthy of being the Holy Land of Xianzong, with extraordinary heritage. Lui sighed in his heart, stepped into the space, and disappeared in place. The next moment, Lui appeared in the starry sky. This place has completely left Tianming, and there is no trace of air around it. It is a complete vacuum. Ordinary Mahayana monks can't survive here, and the monks who cross the robbery don't dare to stay in such a place for a long time. But Lui's physical body even surpassed that of the cultivator, so naturally he didn't need to care about it at all. Then Lui saw a small old man holding a dark golden spear, fighting with a beast that was 100 meters tall and covered with dark blue scales, like a giant wolf. This ferocious beast is also a virtual fairy, and its strength is extremely powerful. Coupled with the improvement of the spirit of 9 seclusion, it is even more frightening. However, Lui found that the spear held by the short old man was a low-grade fairy weapon. This low-grade fairy weapon is obviously very suitable for body-refining monks to use, and it also contains the power of a real dragon. As the little old man waved it, terrifying dragon shadows spewed out from the fairy weapon, attacking the wolf-like beast with soaring blood. That's why, although the 9 nether beasts are very powerful, they are still being suppressed in the face of this old man. Lui was amazed in his heart, as expected of the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect, it could suppress such a beast of the Juyu Suxian level. Lui murmured to himself, I want to kill all the 9 nether beasts here. Task: kill the 9 nether beasts. Rewards: low-grade fairy weapon, black ice sapphire skirt, improved understanding of the law of ice, designated fairy level +1, fairy tree ice heart iron tree seed *1. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui's eyes lit up, the reward was indeed extremely high. He accepted the task, and then quickly shouted, Senior! I will help you. With that said, he rushed up. The short and skinny old man was stunned for a moment, and knocked back the 9 nether beasts with one blow. He turned his head and saw Lui rushing towards him. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. You are Lui. I found the breath of your coming. Lui smiled shyly, I have mastered a little way of space, and I came here through the space. Hearing this, the corner of the old man's mouth twitched, the way of space. He looked at Lui with an expression like he was looking at a monster. I heard a few guys in the sect talk about you before, it seems that you are stronger than I imagined. Lui smiled, and then said seriously, Senior, the situation in the Myriad Beast Mountain Range is not very good now, let me help you and kill this beast? Hearing this, the old man laughed and nodded, ha 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 ha. Well, the old man will not be polite to you anymore. This time, the loss of Tianlong Holy Land is not small. If it can be ended earlier, the loss can be reduced a lot. The old man owes you a lot. Favor. Lui laughed happily, Senior, you are too polite. Son of Heavenly Dragon and I have a good relationship, and now the beast tide in the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range is serious, and people are dying. I have to do what I should do. Hearing this, the old man nodded again and again. Afterwards, Lui took out his lightsaber and looked at the wolf-shaped beast in the distance. Let's shoot together. Su Xian of Tianlong Holy Land let out a low voice, and the Tianlong gun in his hand roared, exuding an incomparably rich brilliance. The next moment, a real dragon phantom rushed out, rushing towards the Suxian level beast. And Lui's expression froze, the same aura surged, the law of swordsmanship was running unreservedly, and the star-slaying fairy art also started to work. A star sword hangs upside down like a galaxy, like a star curtain falling, slashing at the ghost beast, its power is even stronger than that of the real dragon shadow. You know, the real dragon phantom is an attack from a fairy weapon. With such power, even Immortal Su of Tianlong Holy Land was startled, and turned to look at Lu Yi in disbelief. What a powerful law of swordsmanship! You also mastered immortal art? Lu Yi smiled and nodded. I learned by chance. Immortal Su of Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. And the ominous beast in the void immortal realm was already suppressed when it faced the old man. At this moment, a more powerful Lu Yi appeared. At this moment, it roared again and again. Combustion! Lu Yi and the old man frowned slightly, and they both felt whispers in their ears. Lu Yi snorted coldly, the law of swordsmanship circulated, and the whispers were scattered, and the heavenly dragon spear in the old man's hand vibrated, and his face also recovered. A phantom of a real dragon and a sword curtain of stars have already approached the beast at this moment. The fierce beast roared again and again, and the deep blue ice condensed and turned into a dense ice crystal shield, trying to resist the attack. The dragon shadow and the sword curtain fell on the ice crystal shield, and the next moment the dazzling brilliance shone on the stars, and the silent aftermath raged in the vacuum. The dragon shadow and the sword curtain were so powerful that they shattered the ice crystal shields quickly and landed on the beast. The ferocious beast roared, but it couldn't resist it. It flew upside down immediately, the scales on its body were broken, and scars appeared, dripping with blood. However, even after being attacked twice, the beast still has a powerful aura. One can imagine how strong the beast in the void immortal realm is. Lu Yi and the old man in Tianlong Holy Land looked at each other, and attacked the beast again without giving it any chance. A series of dragon shadows and star sword curtains were cut out, covering a vacuum. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, starlight and shadows of real dragons were everywhere. The ferocious beast roared again and again, while resisting the attacks and dodging them at the same time, but in the end it couldn't dodge all the attacks. One after another bloodstains appeared on its body, and its aura also became weak rapidly. The ferocious beast wanted to evacuate, but faced with two powerful Suxians, it was naturally unable to leave and was completely suppressed. The monks below naturally also noticed the changes in the vacuum. Patriarch Longming and several Patriarch Duja from Tianlong Holy Land were fighting against the ferocious beasts in the realm of Duja at the moment. When they noticed the roar of the ferocious beasts from above, their expressions changed, and they looked up in the direction of the vacuum. Another breath appeared. Who is it? It seems to be a monk from the human race. This breath seems to be little friend Lu Yi. Patriarch Longming said. Because Lu Yi had been to Tianlong Holy Land several times, all the Duja patriarchs of Tianlong Holy Land had seen Lu Yi more or less, and naturally felt Lu Yi's aura. Their expressions were also strange, and they looked at each other in blank dismay. This breath seems to be really him. Afterwards, the hearts of all the ancestors who crossed the catastrophe relaxed and showed joy. Little friend Lu Yi is now extremely powerful, and together with Patriarch Longian, he should be able to kill that beast. In this way, the tide of beasts can be calmed down quickly. As they communicated, a roar that shook the heavens and the earth sounded, and then there was a terrifying aftermath that raged down, causing all the ancestors of Duja to change their expressions drastically. Then, they felt that the evil and terrifying aura above had slowly dissipated. All the ancestors of Duja were taken aback for a moment, and then showed surprise. Dead. That Suxian fierce beast is dead. None of the patriarchs expected that in just a short moment after Lu Yi's appearance, the Suxian beast would be suppressed and killed. Such strength made them all terrified. Then, they felt two breaths approaching quickly. It was Lu Yi and Patriarch Long Yin. Seeing the two of them, the ancestors of Duja completely relaxed. But the group of ferocious beasts who had crossed the tribulation realm roared and wanted to escape at this moment. Want to leave? Court death! Patriarch Longyin roared angrily, and charged up with the heavenly dragon spear. Seeing this, Lu Yi naturally followed. Although logically speaking, as long as other people killed the 9 nether beasts, he would be considered to have completed the task, but if he didn't do it himself, he always felt that it was a bit meaningless. Following the actions of Liu Yi and Long Yin's ancestors, the crossing robbery beasts died one after another, and they were all wiped out soon. Patriarch Long Ming came in front of Liu Yi, with a sigh on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Little friend Liu Yi, you have helped me a lot this time." The Duja patriarchs of Tianlong Holy Land bowed their hands solemnly and were extremely grateful. "Thank you little friend Liu Yi for coming to help, otherwise, I'm afraid I will suffer a lot from the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 18 immortals, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss." Chapter 225 Purge the 9 nether beasts of the Eastern Territory, incomparably rich mission rewards. Seeing this, Liu Yi smiled, "Seniors, you are welcome. The tide of fierce beasts is coming, and the entire eastern region is devastated. I am also very happy to do my best. These are what I should do." Liu Yi glanced at the completed tasks and smiled even more happily. Patriarch Long Ming and the others were moved when they heard the words. Patriarch Long Yin praised, "Little friend Liu Yi has a kind heart and a sage demeanor." Liu Yi was so embarrassed by the praise, and then said, "Seniors, the beast tide is not over yet, and I have to go to other areas to help." Hearing this, Long Yin's expression became serious, and he said, "Little friend Liu Yi has such a heart, how can I watch the old man?" The old man also went to help with the little friend. Liu Yi was stunned when he heard that. He planned to use the low-grade fairy artifact Yu Xing Zhou to travel. If he was found, it would be bad, right? Then Liu Yi thought that his master was powerful and had a very high status, so what if he was discovered? Even if the immortals behind the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land covet his fairy artifact, he doesn't panic. Liu Yi also nodded and said with a smile, "Since the senior is willing to go together, the junior is naturally very happy." Ha 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 ha. Alright, today I will be with little friend Liu Yi to help a group of sentient beings in the eastern region. Long Yin smiled, then turned to look at Patriarch Long Ming and the others, and ordered, "You guys stay here handle the follow-up." Patriarch Long Ming and the others were also eager to try, but after hearing this, they also understood the situation. Although the tide of fierce beasts has not left the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the entire territory is now in chaos, and Patriarch Duja needs to be in charge. The ancestors of Duja nodded and stayed. After they left, Patriarch Long Yin looked at Liu Yi and said with a light smile, "Little friend Liu Yi, shall we set off now?" Liu Yi nodded, and then said, "I have transportation tools here." He took out the Jade Star boat, and the shining starlight floated in the air, and the special spiritual pressure of the immortal artifact dissipated, leaving Patriarch Long Yin stunned. He stared wide-eyed, looked at Yu Xing Zhou in astonishment, and said in disbelief, "This is a fairy artifact. And it's a flying fairy artifact?" Liu Yi chuckled lightly and said, "Well, the fairy artifact obtained by chance before is very fast, allowing us to quickly reach the location." Ancestor Long Yin's eyes turned green, and he turned to look at Liu Yi. His old face was full of envy. "Little friend Liu Yi, your luck is so good that you can get a fairy weapon? Could it be that Tianming has already the relics left by the immortals who ascended?" Liu Yi laughed dryly, "Maybe." Ancestor Long Yin was even more envious. "That's great. It's okay for my little friend to be extremely talented, even his luck is so amazing, he is favored by heaven." Liu Yi smiled helplessly, "Senior, don't praise me, let's go." After all, Patriarch Long Yin was a monk in the immortal realm. After tens of thousands of years, his mind was different from others, and he quickly recovered. He nodded, "Okay, let's go." The two boarded the Jade Star boat, and then Liu Yi activated the fairy artifact, which turned into a ray of starlight and disappeared. With just a few breaths, they came to another battlefield with the aura of the immortal. As Yu Xing Zhou stopped, Patriarch Longjian and Liu Yi walked out, Patriarch Longyan still had a bewildered look on his face. He looked around. This is the territory of Tai Holy Land? It is millions of kilometers away from my Tianlong Holy Land. This is it. Liu Yi chuckled and said, the speed of this Jade Star boat is quite fast. Very fast. Patriarch Longyan looked at Liu Yi speechlessly. It's not only very fast. Even a ferry, I'm afraid it can't match this speed. Boom. At this moment, a roar sounded, and then there was a strange and terrifying aura surging, which caused Liu Yi and Longyan's expressions to change. The two looked up at the vacuum at the same time. Liu Yi felt a familiar atmosphere. It was the wave of the immortal artifact of Taiyitu, but Liu Yi was a little surprised that there seemed to be no virtual immortals in the Tai Holy Land, only an ancestor-level figure who had crossed the Tribulation Realm, and brought the Taiyitu to resist immortal-level beast. Longyan frowned and said, the immortal Su of Tai Holy Land passed away 800 years ago, and now it's probably the presiding officer of Tai Holy Land, Taiyitu, who is resisting the beast. The cultivation base of the Holy Master of Tai Holy Land is extremely powerful, and he is already at the peak of the realm of crossing the tribulation, but facing the beasts of the imaginary realm that have been eroded by the nine nethers, even holding the immortal artifact Taiyitu, he is now at a disadvantage. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and said, then we came at the right time. The next moment, the two turned into streamers and rushed towards the vacuum. Soon, the two came above the starry sky, and saw a middle-aged man with elegant and handsome appearance standing in the air, facing a ferocious beast with blonde hair and a ferocious head. The golden hair of this ferocious beast has black streaks running one after another, exuding a strange aura, which is exactly the aura of the nine serenities. On the top of the heads of a man and a beast, there are endless formations flowing, and the formations radiate terrifying coercion, releasing beams of light. These beams of light contain a terrifying aura, some are like burning flames, and some are as sharp as fire. The sword, some are full of cold air. It was these beams of light that resisted the nine nether beasts. However, the Holy Master of Tai Holy Land's expression is not very good at the moment. There is a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. The whole body of the nine nether beast was burning with golden flames, its aura was terrifying, and its temperature was so high that even the Holy Master couldn't completely resist it. Its skin dried up quite a bit. Liu Yi shouted, Senior, we are here to help you. Hearing this, the Holy Master turned his head. After seeing Liu Yi and Longyan, he was stunned for a moment, and then showed surprise. Little friend Liu Yi, Senior Longyan. Longyan nodded, well, let's help. The one Holy Lord naturally did not refuse. Liu Yi said to himself, I want to kill the nine nether beasts here. Task. Kill the nine nether beasts. Reward, Luo Alchemy, the perception of the Dao of Fire is improved, Immortal Gold July Ye Aura Gold, the level of the designated Immortal Technique +1. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi happily accepted the task. Then Liu Yi and Longyan shot together. The strength of both of them is at the level of Suxian, and they are even strong among them. Coupled with the fact that there was still a Tai map pressing the formation, it only took a few rounds to kill the nine nether beasts of the Suxian level. After killing the Suxian beast, other beasts can naturally be easily killed. The monks in the Tai Holy Land are the same as the previous monks in the Tianlong Holy Land, and they are extremely grateful to Liu Yi and Longyan. Liu Yi didn't stay too long, and continued to go to other areas with Longyan. When Liu Yi came to Shenjianzong, he found that the old headmaster of Shenjianzong was amazing. He even killed the nine nether beasts by himself. Shenjianzong had already started to deal with the end. Seeing Liu Yi and Longyan's ancestors coming, the old head teacher of the Divine Sword sect was stunned for a moment, and asked doubtfully, Little friend Liu Yi, fellow Daoist Longyan, why are you here? Longyan glanced at the Suxian beast that was cut in half, the corners of his eyes twitched, and then he said, Little friend Liu Yi and I wanted to help, but I didn't expect you to have already killed the Suxian beast. The old headmaster of Shenjianzong nodded, so that's the case. This beast is not strong, so I don't need to help you. Long Yin. He coughed dryly and nodded, you are right, it is indeed not strong, and it will be killed soon. Liu Yi was a little disappointed that he didn't get the mission reward this time. He smiled and said, since the Divine Sword Sect is fine, then this junior will go to other places to help. Hearing the words, the old headmaster of the Divine Sword Sect glanced at Liu Yi and said with a light smile, little friend Liu Yi is kind-hearted. After this catastrophe, all monks in the eastern region will remember your actions. Liu Yi smiled and said, Senior, I'm just doing what I should do. In this case, the old man will go together. The old headmaster of Divine Sword Sect followed Long Yin and planned to help with Liu Yi. Liu Yi naturally had no objection to this, and it would be faster. Seeing Liu Yi take out the Jade Star boat, even the old headmaster of the Divine Sword Sect, his clear eyes were filled with astonishment, and he said in disbelief, little friend Liu Yi is so blessed that even a fairy weapon can get it. Long Yin said cheerfully, how is it? This is a flying fairy weapon, isn't it good? The speed is extremely fast, 1,000,000 miles is only in the blink of an eye, faster than a fairy. Seeing Long Yin's proud look, those who didn't know thought it was Long Yin's fairy weapon. The old headmaster of the Divine Sword Sect also nodded, with amazement in his eyes. Afterwards, the three of them continued to help in other areas, such as Lei in Holy Land, Dian Immortal Sect, etc., and the sacred lands of the Immortal Sect and the Beast-Tide area of Dejiao. The three of Liu Yi went to help. Liu Yi and the three of them joined forces with all the fierce beasts in the Transcendence Tribulation Realm and the Void Immortal Realm. For Long Yin and the old headmaster of the Excalibur Sect, this was just a favor, and for Liu Yi, he had indeed received a lot of mission rewards. Among other things, just to increase the designated level of immortality, I got it 4 times. For Liu Yi, this is too precious. If it is used on Xingzhan, Liu Yi can raise Xingzhan to LV9 level. What is this concept? This is an immortal art that surpasses the realm of returning to the true state. If you go up one more level, you can reach the limit level. Even mundane spells, if raised to the extreme level, have the power to turn decay into magic, let alone immortal spells? Even if it's only LV9 level, I'm afraid it will become extremely powerful. Not to mention, the improvement of immortal art can bring Liu Yi's swordsmanship to improve together. If it is really possible to raise the star-slashing immortal art to LV9 level, I am afraid that his kendo law can also be raised to 30%, or even more. It can be said that this is an extremely generous reward. Soon, the three of Liu Yi killed all the Suxian beasts and Duja beasts that rushed out of the entire eastern region. Holding the heavenly dragon spear in his hand, Long Yin sighed, I didn't expect it to be processed in such a short period of time. As expected of a flying fairy weapon, this speed is too fast. Even the old headmaster of the Divine Sword Sect sighed and nodded. Liu Yi chuckled and said, Seniors, although the beast-tide in the eastern region has slowed down a lot, this time the beast-tide is not limited to the eastern region. There are also powerful beasts invading other regions. I plan to help. Just beheading the Suxian beasts and crossing robbery beasts in the eastern region has such a huge harvest. What if all the 9 beasts in the 5 regions are killed? Liu Yi can imagine that after this time, his strength will be greatly improved. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.